The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is now called to order. Good morning. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to my team, staff, central staff. Good morning to all. Before I do a quorum call, I would like to ask, in terms of teams, I see everyone is up. Okay, good. Because there would not be anyone coming in this morning. Colleagues, they're all gonna testify from teams. Again, good morning to all. Today, we will be addressing 3 vitally important issues that impact all of us in one way or another: affordable housing, home ownership, and housing instability. Before we discuss the issues before the committee today, however, I would like to take a few moments to address a few matters of significance to all Virgin Islanders. Pursuant to Act Number 6802, the Virgin Islands Legislature in March of every year is designated as Virgin Islands History Month, in which we specifically highlight the history, culture, and achievements of our people. I am proud to join Virgin Islanders here at home and around the globe in celebrating and participating in this vitally important educational and cultural endeavor. March is also Women's History Month, and I would like to honor the special contributions, recognized and unrecognized, that women have made in every endeavor and every aspect of human life. As we celebrate both VI History Month and Women's History Month, and as we watch the NCAA basketball tournament unfold, I would like to especially take a moment to celebrate the achievements of our own Aliyah Boston of South Carolina University, and to cheer her on as she pursues the national championship and continues along her path to greatness. I look forward to officially honoring and commending Ms. Boston by way of legislative resolution and a declaration of a day in her honor, and have submitted requests for that purpose. She is indeed a young Virgin Islander who is representing our community with pride. Along those lines, I have also submitted legislation to establish a Virgin Islands Women in Sports Week, in which we annually honor Virgin Islands women for their accomplishments and encourage young girls and women to engage in sports and physical fitness. I look forward to working with my colleagues in bringing these 2 measures forward. Lastly, we in the Virgin Islands Legislature are proud to join in the worldwide commemoration of World Down Syndrome Day. An individual with Down syndrome has an extra chromosome. According to the United Nations, the global incidence of Down syndrome is estimated to be between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 1,000 live births. Every year, between 3,000 and 5,000 infants worldwide are born with this chromosomal abnormality. This extra copy alters the way the baby's body and brain develop, posing mental and physical challenges for the child. On this day, I join with Senate President Donna Fred Gregory and all members and staff of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands in calling on all persons and entities in the public and private sector to include people with Down syndrome in all matters of life and not discriminate against them. Food and shelter are perhaps the most basic human needs, yet these very items are becoming far too expensive for the average Virgin Islander to afford. According to federal standards, a person's rent burden when he or she must pay more than 30% of the income towards rent. According to the best available statistics, more than half of all Virgin Islands renters are rent burdened. And the average renter is paying roughly between 40% of the income towards their rent. Indeed, it is estimated that a high number of renters are paying more in rent than they would pay in a mortgage for the similar size home, etc. And this problem is only getting worse. According to the 2019 housing market analysis done by HUD, rent on many apartments has doubled since 2017. This is a very serious and revealing number that has tremendous implications for Virgin Islands families and the entire community and economy as a whole. The devastating duo of economic distress and natural disasters has created a contradiction for our community, indeed a paradox. The population of the Virgin Islands have declined significantly in the last 10 years, and according to the census data, the amount of housing stocks has increased slightly by 2.4%, yet it has become harder than ever to find an affordable home and or housing. We will be taking a hard look at this issue and some other initiatives. I must say that when it comes to addressing the shortage of affordable housing in the territory, we're going to take a deep dive today here in the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. At this time, the home ownership rate in the territory is significantly lower than that on the U.S. mainland, and it is moving in the wrong direction. The Virgin Islands home ownership rate fell by 42.8% in 2019, compared to nearly 50% in 2010. This negatively compares with a home ownership rate of 64% on the U.S. mainland. Thus, our people are paying more for housing, and the money we pay does not build wealth for us or our families. It must be noted that home ownership is the single greatest way for the middle-class Virgin Islander to build wealth. And we must remember that the expansion of home ownership opportunities in the period after World War II was the foundation of the American middle class today. Similarly, the development of home ownership opportunities here in the Virgin Islands in the late 1960s and 70s here in the territory was the foundation of the middle class in our community. Today, as we celebrate 101 birthday for the late great Earl B. Utley, who was the chief architect of home ownership opportunities and programs in the Virgin Islands back in the day. And we also need to renew our focus on ensuring that Virgin Islanders have an opportunity to own a piece of the rock and to see their monthly housing costs go toward building their family's wealth. So today, as we look at affordable housing and home ownership opportunities, we will be looking to see the state of implementation of Act Number 8465, the First Time Home Owners and Home Buyers Program Act. We will also be examining the issue of homelessness today, as the consequences of our affordable housing and home ownership situation is that we have a significant number of people who have no shelter of their own. And these numbers are much larger than we can imagine. This does not include just the people who we see wandering the streets. It also includes the hundreds of people who we see and work with every day without realizing that they are living in their cars, sleeping on their family couches, and finding other means of putting a roof over their head. So it is important that we do every and anything possible to assist individuals as we move forward here in the territory. And we know the waiting list for the Housing Authority is getting larger and larger and larger as a result of these different situations. So today, we will be receiving an update from our non-for-profit agencies regarding what they see on the ground level. in serving the homeless population, what their needs are, and where we are going in terms of addressing these serious issues. Due to a scheduling issue, we will be making a slight adjustment of today's agenda in order to accommodate our testifiers. We will first take testimony from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority regarding affordable housing, and then we will have the VI Housing Finance Authority, which will address a number of matters, including home ownership, ongoing disaster, home repairs, emergency rental assistance, and other federal and local programs to assist renters and homeowners during the COVID-19 pandemic. And lastly, in our afternoon session, we will hear from our non-for-profit agencies on the status of homelessness and what we can do to assist and move forward helping these, our most vulnerable individuals. At this time, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll? Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, absent. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Janelle K. Sarro, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viele. Senator Kurt A. Viele, absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We do have a quorum. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes. March 21st, 2022. The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairperson, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, USVI 00804. Dear Senator Blyden, I will be tardy for today's Committee on the Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications hearing. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt Viele, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please mark Senator Viele as excused. Also, can you mark Senator Janelle K. Sarro as tardy? She's on her way. She should be held within 30 minutes. And that's it for the correspondence, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I see we have our testifiers on Teams. There are several folks I don't recognize, so what I will do at this time to get a mic check. But before I do that, are we going to take a recess for 2 minutes? We stand in recess for 2 minutes. We are back on the record. Mr. Clerk, I know you say you have one more correspondence to read into the record, but before I go there, I just want to correct the record. I said mark Senator Vialli as excused. Can you mark him as tardy, please? And please proceed with the last correspondence.
March 21st, 2022, via email, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00801. Dear Chairman Blyden, this letter serves to inform you that I will be tardy for today's Committee on the Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Every effort will be made to get there as soon as possible to participate in the discussion. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Sorrow, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I would also at this time, which I neglected to do also, because he was the first one in the chambers, recognize non-committee member or Vice President, Senator Novell E. Francis. Good morning, Senator Francis, and thank you for joining us, as usual. Okay, like I stated, our testifiers are there on Teams. What I'm going to do, though, because I know colleagues, Director Graham did have eye surgery, so he really cannot participate in person or via Teams with all his patches, but he's there to answer questions if needed. But what I'll do at this time is have Ms. Lydia Pell introduce her team and let them just speak and say their names so that we can know that they're there and we can move forward and proceed. Ms. Pell, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Can you introduce your team and let them say their name and then we proceed? Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I have with me today Mr. Jimmy Farmer. He's our Director of Asset Management. Ms. Akela Anthony.
Ms. Pell, when you announce them, let them say good morning, whatever, so we can have a mic check one time and done, okay?
Understood. Mr. Farmer.
Good morning, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management.
Morning. Continue, Lydia.
Ms. Akela Anthony, Director of Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Good morning, Akela Anthony.
Morning.
Mr. Marvin Nesbitt, our Director of Resident Wellness and Betterment.
Good morning, Marvin Nesbitt.
Good morning.
Ms. Eunice Bartholomew, our Director of Information Technology.
Good morning, Eunice Bartholomew.
And last but not least, Mr. Robert Graham, our Executive Director, is also on.
Okay.
Good morning, Robert Graham.
Thank you. Good morning. And thank you so much. Ms. Pell, you may proceed with Mr. Graham's testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications.
Ms. Pell, sorry, Ms. Pell, before you begin, please state your name and your title and then proceed with the testimony.
Good morning. My name is Lydia Pell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. Vice Chair Genevieve Whitaker, and Senators Stephen D. Plain Sr., Samuel Carrion, Franklin D. Johnson, and Janelle Sorrow. Good morning to all other extinguished senators here today, legislative staff, the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands, my dedicated team, and the listening public. My name is Robert Graham, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. The following executive staff members are online with me today. Myself, Lydia Pell, Mr. Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management, Mrs. Akela Anthony, our Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment, Mr. Marvin Nesbitt, along with Ms. Eunice Bartholomew, our Director of Information Technology. Today, we will present testimony regarding the outlook of public and affordable housing in the territory, our efforts to minimize evictions, including rent adjustments and abatements, repayment agreements, VIHA's strategic plan to transform public housing, and our comprehensive action plan for resident wellness and empowerment. After 1 year under the leadership of the Biden administration, there is optimism amongst public housing authorities as the
Excuse me, Ms. Pell, we have lost you. Testify as well, I'll do is ask, until you're ready to speak or ask a question, can you please turn off your video and let's see if we have better bandwidth? Appreciate that. Ms. Pell? We'll stand in recess for 2 minutes. We are back on the record. CEO Opel, are you there? You can put back on your camera. Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Bell.
My apology. After 1 year under the leadership of the Biden administration, there is optimism amongst public housing authorities as the Department of Housing and Urban Development continues to provide funding through the American Rescue Plan Act. During this past year, HUD Secretary Marcia L. Fudge demonstrates her dedication to public service and has worked to help low-income families, seniors, and communities expand economic development and affordable housing opportunities. Also, during the first year, Adrienne Todman, Deputy HUD Secretary, visited the territory and expressed her interest in assisting her homeland. Deputy Secretary Todman values policies and programs that can adapt to meet unique housing challenges in the nation and our territory. During a brief visit to our new Duno development, which is under construction, she expressed appreciation for our project design and the aggressive use of energy conservation measures. She shared that according to a 2017 study, only 1 out of 5 eligible households receive housing assistance. Deputy Secretary Todman intends to address this unmet need by delivering on the administration's commitment to improving the quality, safety, and accessibility of affordable housing through increased funding. That funding commitment is realized with the territory receiving $547,176,884 under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Accordingly, VHA was allocated $6 million under the category of services to disproportionately impacted communities. The funding is captured in the housing support section. The funding will be used to support the long-term revitalization of the disproportionately impacted Williams Delight Villas community. Our plan is to revitalize the community as a whole, expand homeownership opportunities for current residents, and ensure the reintegration of the Williams Delight public housing community into the broader neighborhood of homeowners. We will not only assist current residents with the continuation of purchasing their homes with the as-is option, but also invest in the repairs to offer homeownership to residents at a slightly higher price point. Any assistance for our residents from VIHFA's First-Time Home Buyers Program will be welcomed. These efforts will ensure economic diversity and an easy reintegration of home values that will appreciate over time and help sustain the new community. VHA is working with our resident commissioner and a soon-to-be re-energized resident council to implement our revitalization strategy. The time frame for completing this initiative is 18 months. The Biden administration's vision is further reflected in the proposed Build Back Better legislative package. In the $150 billion package, there are sufficient funds to address everything from bringing capital back to our disinvested communities, to increasing energy efficiency in housing, to dealing with a family self-sufficiency, to taking on the crisis of homelessness with compassion and resolve. Also, the administration has a goal for HUD to provide funding to build 1.5 million new affordable homes, increase the housing choice vouchers by 500,000, and expand the emergency rental assistance program. Moreover, we expect that the Biden administration will support an increase in the low-income housing tax credit program to help build more affordable housing. We now want to share how the changes at HUD are reflected in the transformation of our public housing inventory in the territory. In 2015, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority commissioned a housing demand study that determined that a 5,000 unit shortage of affordable housing in the territory long before the dual hurricane disasters in 2017. Also during 2015, VHA's 2015 physical needs assessment was more than $200 million for 3,000 public housing units. While we are going through a transition, almost 1/3 of the public housing units are obsolete, vacant, and will be replaced. There is an unmet housing need in the territory of approximately 6,000 affordable housing units. In 2018, to address damages, the mitigation, and resiliency of VIHA's public housing properties, the Board of Commissioners required a master plan to address the deteriorated public housing inventory to mitigate the risk of future damages. VIHA's redevelopment plan aligns with the governor's vision for resiliency and commitment to invest in the long-term sustainability of the territory's affordable housing sector. To ensure our redevelopment strategy focuses on unmet housing needs, we invite input from this housing committee and relevant stakeholders. VIHA's comprehensive redevelopment strategy addresses unmet needs of our territory, and meets all three components of the national objective, which will benefit our low and moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight, in other words, obsolete public housing, and it will meet a need of particular urgency that is the prevention of further damage to hurricane-impacted public housing. VIHA is coordinated with the Housing Finance Authority to increase the supply of affordable housing by developing new funding sources for multifamily rental housing, acquiring land, demolishing obsolete public housing, and increasing homeownership opportunities. To ensure that we achieve inclusive and resilient communities, we engage local stakeholders and experts who bring best practices to our planning efforts to transform our housing sector. In June 2022, VIHA will host the Urban Land Institute to conduct an advisory services panel to interview stakeholders on their vision for the Frederiksted area of St. Croix. Members of this housing committee will be invited to participate. Our redevelopment plan is easily understood as a 5-phase implementation plan based on funding. Accordingly, the 5-phase plan is predicated on the priority of its funding sources to build approximately 1,500 new units and 1,500 hardened units. It is projected to cost $1 billion, consisting of low-income housing tax credit of $392 million, FEMA funds of approximately $205 million, CDBG DR funds of approximately $292 million, and VIHA and other funding sources of approximately $137 million. VIHA is building a world-class diversified portfolio of desirable housing complexes in both districts. Our goal is to mitigate the risk of damages to our housing developments by creating hurricane-resistant, sustainable housing with energy-efficient systems to maintain energy independence from the grid. In this process, VIHA will enhance its new construction with energy-producing microgrids, water conservation systems, and hardened solar arrays through smaller developments integrated within the surrounding communities. With our 3 developer partners, VIHA expects to deliver approximately 300 new or renovated units each year for the next 10 years. On average, nationally, for a 100-unit construction project, there are about 100 jobs created. For example, our Duno redevelopment project expects 120 individuals working on the site. Inclusive of the 120 workers, we expect the Department of Labor to contribute about 12 individuals through the Skills for Today program. And the contractor will also employ at least 6 Section 3 program workers. We will turn our attention to the governing structure of the Housing Authority. For over a decade, the Board of Commissioners has consistently evolved its dynamic worldview and provided exceptional leadership guiding management to achieve significant improvements in the overall operations of the authority. The agency submits to HUD clean financial audits, visionary housing transformation plans, and progressive supportive plan for residents. To stay on the cutting edge of progressive governance, the board would like to propose again to this body a change to its composition for proper representation for both public housing residents and voucher leaseholders. Accordingly, this change requires an amendment to Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code. Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 31, amended in 2014, provides that the Board of Commissioners is comprised of 7 members, 2 by virtue of their positions, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services. 3 are nominated by the Governor of the Virgin Islands and confirmed by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The other 2 commissioners shall be residents of public rental housing projects. Further, the statute requires the 2 resident commissioners to be elected by residents of public housing. In summary, the proposed change is to have a resident commissioner to represent public housing and one to represent the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The Board of Commissioners' vision to transform our obsolete 3,000 unit public housing inventory requires a shift from HUD's traditional housing subsidy to our Housing Choice Voucher funding platform. This means ultimately that the Virgin Islands Housing Authority will convert its 3,000 public housing units of affordable housing supported by vouchers. Currently, we have 2,100 public housing households and 1,500 Housing Choice Voucher households. Thus, we are recommending the voucher holders have representation on the Board of Commissioners. To adequately reflect representation for both groups of households on the Board of Commissioners, the Housing Authority has requested that Chairman Blyden submit an amendment to Title 29 to have one of the 2 resident commissioners be elected by voucher leaseholders. The process to alternate a public housing resident commissioner and a voucher leaseholder commissioner between the 2 districts would remain. Towards this end, the Housing Authority respectfully requests this Housing Committee to support this change in the statute. We will now focus our attention on the Authority's response to the present pandemic. Our COVID-19 response and ongoing efforts. In March 2020, HUD awarded the Housing Authority approximately $3.2 million in CARES Act relief funds to develop strategies to reduce the risk of exposure to the virus in the workplace and provide relief to our residents. We have spent all of the funds on protective measures to protect our workers and our residents. The CARES Act funds were spent on protective equipment for staff, care packages for our residents, renovation of the kitchens at Lucinda Millen's home, for food preparation for seniors, and operation support. We want to highlight one particular strategy. We purchased 14 kiosks to be placed at our central office and other management offices. The kiosks would allow residents to submit documents to support recertification, check on waiting list status, submit work orders, and eventually pay rent online. We expect to have the kiosks available for resident orientation and use within the next 90 days. VIHA has been successful in helping to prevent the spread of the virus within our public housing communities because of our effective partnerships with our sister agencies, the Department of Human Services, and of course, the Department of Health, along with the cooperation and dedication of our employees. The Department of Health has worked with the Housing Authority to schedule dedicated COVID testing for our employees on several occasions. In addition, we continue to encourage staff to get vaccinated, and we will continue that effort to improve upon the 39% vaccination rate among our employees. Our housing update to this community will now focus on our Housing Choice Voucher Program operation and our public housing. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program has a budget of approximately $15 million that supports our 2,047 families. Currently, there are around 1,490 families receiving housing assistance for a 73% utilization rate. However, by the end of the fiscal year, we will have utilized approximately 99% of the budget available. The Housing Choice Voucher Program consists of two primary voucher programs. It's tenant-based and project-based vouchers. As of January 31st, 2022, there are approximately 4,000 applicants split almost evenly between both programs. In 2022, we expect that approximately 5% of the waiting list, or 200 individuals, will have vouchers looking for units to lease. The program's primary challenge is the lack of available units to lease in the territory. To address this issue, the Housing Authority has been and will continue to assist families in their search for units by negotiating with developers and landlords to set aside units in new or renovated developments and extending the allowable time for our families to find a unit on a case-by-case basis. Thus far, our leaseholders are fortunate with regards to rent adjustments, evictions, and the time needed to find a unit to lease. As further explained below, our rent adjustments, there has been significant financial impact on our participants within the Housing Choice Voucher Program. As a result, we have 400 households out of approximately 1,500 who have requested rent changes due to loss of income. We are working with our families to reduce the burden and help them through this economic crisis to address this issue. In regards to the eviction moratorium, with respect to evictions, we have not had any public housing or voucher leaseholders evicted for non-payment of rent or any other lease violations. In regards to our low-income public housing program, the Housing Authority's public housing inventory contains 24 developments grouped into 12 asset management properties, or AMPs as we call them, currently totaling 2,954 units. Including within the 24 public housing communities, 4 of the developments are non-viable, and those developments will be demolished. They are the Estate 22 Apartments, Ludwig Harrigan Court, and a partial demolition at John F. Kennedy, and the Williams Delight Villas. In this section of the testimony, we will update several areas of concern, including curb appeal, exterior lighting and outdoor space, maintenance and service requests, tenants' accounts receivable, resident support services, and hurricane damage repairs. In regards to our curb appeal, abandoned vehicles. The Housing Authority continuously works with the administrators of both districts to limit and timely remove abandoned vehicles from our public housing communities. However, we would like this committee to support the enforcement of penalties to the last owner of the vehicle if that vehicle is abandoned in our public housing communities. We propose that the committee support a requirement that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles increases the penalty for vehicles that are not properly disposed of by imposing a significant penalty for the last recorded owner of an abandoned vehicle. Alternatively, a small fee could be imposed on every registered vehicle to fund the proper disposition of all vehicles. These strategies will ensure that all vehicles are appropriately disposed of in the territory. This strategy would reduce VIHA's subsidizing the vehicle disposal of abandoned vehicles. In regards to our external lighting and outdoor space, the Housing Authority has inventoried all exterior lights owned by the Housing Authority and the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. To ensure all lights are replaced timely, we will request scheduled meetings with the new leaders of the Water and Power Authority to establish a time frame for the repairs of their owned exterior lights. Community lighting is an ongoing focus for our agency. We have provided an update on our progress with each community relative to working and inoperable lights, along with estimated timeframes we anticipate staff and contractors providing resolution to these outages. Regarding recreation spaces and areas, the Housing Authority is collaborating with the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation to repair our basketball courts and community parks in several communities, and we will continue to do so. In regards to our tenant accounts, our tenant accounts receivable in 2022, we continue to adjust a household rent arrearage due in part to deferred maintenance. That process took on additional meaning for residents that may have lost income due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So throughout 2020, VIHA has increased its communication with residents to reduce rent arrears. Currently, our residents in both districts owe a balance of approximately $772,000. By district, St. Thomas St. John has 282 households with a TARS balance of $509,000, and St. Croix has 199 households with a TARS balance of $263,000. A total of 38 residents, 28 on St. Thomas and 10 on St. Croix, have submitted emergency rental assistance program applications to the VI Housing Finance Authority. VIHA's property managers continue to provide the appropriate forms to our residents to apply for this assistance. Currently, 22 emergency rental assistance applications are pending a response. 5 residents have been approved for payments under the ERAP, totaling $14,160. In regards to our rent adjustments, the Housing Authority encourages public housing residents to report decreases in wages, job hours, and family income due to COVID-19 pandemic, so the appropriate rent adjustments can be made timely. To date, approximately 90 Housing Authority households have reported a loss of income. Over 80 of those households are currently vulnerable to evictions when the national eviction moratorium ends. In regards to our repayment agreements, during 2022, the Housing Authority continues its program to assist residents with the Helping Hands program. This is a program which the objective is to gradually help residents pay down any delinquent rents and remain in good standing. I'll now discuss the maintenance and service requests. Our work orders. In 2022, we will have approximately 1,700 open work orders. We receive approximately 350 work orders monthly, and we complete about 300 health, safety, and emergency work orders every month. During our modified work schedule due to the pandemic, we are completing emergency and priority work orders only, or we were completing emergency and priority work orders only. In February, the Housing Authority maintenance staff returned to a full work schedule and will achieve a net reduction of work orders during March 2022 and beyond. In regards to hurricane repairs, as of February 2022, FEMA has written over $235 million of project worksheets in categories A, B, E, and Z for the Housing Authority. The total FEMA funding, the $235 million, is all obligated to date. Those funds include emergency work for St. Thomas and St. Croix in categories A and B of approximately $3.5 million. Funding for the Estate 22 high-rise buildings 10, 11, 12, 14, and 22 of approximately $79.9 million, and other obligated PWs for other properties in categories E and Z of $151.6 million. VIA has completed 4 significant disaster recovery projects: the demolition of the 5 buildings at Estate 22, roof repairs at Corwin Terrace, Phase 1 and 2, the Knolls at Contant roof repairs, Paul and Pearson Gardens, its community center and Building 25. Roof repairs have also been completed at Joseph E. James Terrace, Wilford Pedro Homes, and continue to be completed at Marley Homes and Addition and the Williams Delight communities. Our resident wellness and empowerment in the last section will describe our new resident services action plan. The Housing Authority is working with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor to target and enroll low-income individuals in the Skills for Today program. 215 individuals have expressed interest in receiving training via the Skills for Today program. Of those who expressed interest and enrolled, 23 are currently enrolled in training, primarily in the construction field. Another 15 participants have completed training, and 2 have become employed. The Housing Authority staff have been engaged in regular meetings with the Department of Labor team to develop strategies that target both public housing residents and the Housing Choice Voucher program participants to improve training and employment placement outcomes. The rehabilitation of community technology centers. The Housing Authority has partnered with Virgin Islands Next Generation Network to implement the free community Wi-Fi signal project at all public housing community centers. The activation of the Wi-Fi signals at our community centers is completed. This project offers residents internet connectivity at the community centers and the immediate area outside of the community center buildings. In the next phase of the implementation, the Housing Authority has started working on its purchasing and installation of other necessary equipment at each center. Residents will soon be able to access the labs in their communities for connectivity to further their education and preparation for workforce, conduct job searches, and of course to do homework. In regards to our economic opportunities for residents, through the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, the Housing Authority staff functions as as a case manager to assist residents in identifying their goals and offering resources and support, which will lead to economic independence and self-sufficiency. Approximately 25 head of households are in the program, which allows individuals to establish a 5-year improvement plan for their household. Any salary increase during that time allows our residents to offset the rent into a savings plan for economic advancement. Also, our Section 3 program allows the Housing Authority and its contractors to hire our residents for construction and other jobs in our developments and offices. The Housing Authority currently has 23 Section 3 participants on St. Croix and 9 participants on St. Thomas. The next section provides an overview of our Resident Services Action Plan, inspirationally named Brightpath. The Housing Authority has reorganized and expanded its Resident Services Division to aid individuals and households in achieving holistic wellness and laying the infrastructure for generational transformation, which we can all agree that our families deserve. The mission for the department we now call Resident Wellness and Empowerment is to ensure individuals and families will have access to comprehensive services and resources that are instrumental in promoting health and wellness, housing stability, economic mobility, and personal self-sufficiency for every household. The new team will now consist of 10 available positions with specialized talents, skill sets, and an understanding of evidence-based best practices. The first result of this reshaping of the department has a new comprehensive strategy entitled Brightpath. We are confident this new approach to putting our families on a path to success as it seeks to ensure that residents achieve 6 primary goals. The first, knowledge is required to help shape their academic and employment futures while increasing their capacity to make better decisions regarding their health and improve their ability to secure vital resources for good physical and mental health. We will increase their confidence about economic futures as a result of connections to opportunities that places them on a path to financial stability. We will be changing the individual behaviors and are living a healthier lifestyle by improving knowledge of and access to quality health services. We will give them the ability to build strong, trusting social networks that positively influence behavior and lead to better access to health-enhancing resources. It will improve the residing in safe, opportunity-rich communities, which will shape their behavior positively, influence their health, and work towards preventing loss of housing. And last but not least, these families will be having better relationship with themselves and their chosen divine leader while experiencing life according to their life purpose. The Housing Authority's new human transformation efforts will be intentional, innovative, collaborative, data-driven, and strength-based. In collaboration with functioning resident councils, the Housing Authority development partners, and various community-based nonprofits and government partners, the new department will develop strategies and seek to roll out programs and services that will be customized for each housing community, and thereby ensuring to meet community needs down to the individual level. The intent is to not work in silos while engaging all partners and stakeholders in the effort of transforming the lives of the residents who have all been entrusted to serve. With the implementation of this new strategy, the immediate focus of the rollout is to conduct critical needs assessment. Thereafter, employees from other housing authority departments with transferable skills in line with the new mission will be reassigned. After exhausting all our in-house options, additional talent will be recruited to fill available positions within this department. Workforce training will be conducted for the entire staff, including the existing departmental team. A communications campaign will then be implemented to engage our residents and build critical relationships with community partners. The final phase will be to reestablish, moreover, the goal, which is to establish resident councils in every housing community, both existing and new. In closing, the Housing Authority plans to accomplish these goals by effectively managing our public housing assets and utilizing all funds received from FEMA, HUD, and the private sector to deliver lower density, energy independent, and attractive affordable housing for our residents in the territory. We are grateful for the continued support of this body and our dedicated staff. And we surely look forward to answering any questions related to this testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pell, for that comprehensive testimony. There are so many questions, so in terms of processes, etc. So as we go through, I'll be following up, and my colleagues will also. I know, Senator Francis, you're ready to go. So before I even say anything, Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. But before you start, I want to recognize the President of Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Thank you, Senator. Committee member. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to the folks from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I first of all want to wish Director Graham a speedy recovery, and and also to thank Ms. Lydia Pell for presentation of the testimony today. I also want to commend them for the work that has been done at Louis Brown. And the work that had been done certainly by Benton Construction is one of those communities that will be envied. And I truly believe that we can continue to develop our housing communities similar to what we have seen over at the Louis Brown Community Center. So I hope that we continue to do that. I wanted to ask you, you spoke about the $6 million for Williams Elite. CO Pell, is that $6 million will be dedicated to the entire Williams Elite for the purpose of, you have explained, home ownership, repairs, and improvement? That entire $6 million will be done there for that improvement?
Good morning, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, the entire $6 million will be going towards assisting residents, approximately 75 residents, with financing, as well as improving the infrastructure there, sidewalks, street lighting, curbs, drainage in that community.
How much of that $6 million have already been expended or earmarked to be expended?
None of that $6 million have been expended to date. We are currently working with the civil engineers and designers to complete the drawings associated with the revitalization of the community.
And what is the timeline by which you intend to execute that? Because again, we have the funding and we want to make sure that is put to use, and certainly to improve that community. What is the timeline established for expending that funding? The timeline, as we submitted to the Department Office of Management and Budget, was 18 months to have it all completed. Very well. And we're in a state of emergency, and I want us to be in a state of urgency and the utilizations of these funding as well, please. So you spoke about I I wanted to ask you before I go to that question, in regards to your inventory at the VIHA, all living housing at this time is currently being occupied?
Senator, no. We do have vacant units that we are currently rehabbing. All the units are not. We are approximately 83% occupied.
So I'm speaking specifically to the livable housing units. Are all of those occupied at this time?
No, they are not.
They're not. And why? Why not? If we have a waiting list?
The units need to be rehabilitated. So
they're not. So they're not livable.
They're not.
Correct. Okay.
Right.
So I really wanted to narrow in on those as livable to make sure that we're making best use of the housing inventory that we have available. So if they're not livable, then certainly they can be occupied. So no problem. Transitional home inventory. How many do we have?
Transitional home. We do not do transitional homes unless somebody else on my team can correct me.
Good morning, Ms. Pell. You're correct.
Do you have any emergency homes?
Senator, no, we do not.
No transitional, no emergency homes. Okay.
No, typically that is run by the Housing Finance Authority.
Very well. No problem. So out of the CDBG, and I know that there's a $292 million earmark, how much of that have you received and is committed at this time?
So for CDBG-DR, we have 35 million at DUNO. That's the amount that's committed. We just got an award of 22,650 for the Walter I. M. Hodge community.
Okay. And moving along, you spoke about your collaboration with Sports Park and Recreation in regards to the build out of basketball courts in our park areas. What does that mean? In terms of collaboration, what is the mechanics that's occurring to ensure that this happens?
Currently with Sports Park and Recreation, Commissioner White and I collaborate a lot on what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and how it needs to be done. So each of our agencies will fund certain things as we discuss and collaborate on those efforts.
And I'm trying to narrow in on what's collaboration, because we're not short in collaboration and conversation around here. What is being done to then execute and implement?
Well, currently, like right now, we've coordinated with him to make sure all the basketball courts are resurfaced in the territory. So he has collaborated in his courts, where currently we just awarded a contract to custom builders to do our courts. We're consistently in conversation as needs arise. We fund some stuff, he funds some stuff. We collaborate a lot on everything. Basketball court nets, games, everything.
Very well. And also you mentioned about your work with VINGN, with the community centers. How many computers have been ordered thus far now that you do have connectivity? How many computers have been ordered?
Senator, I'd like Ms. Eunice Bartholomew, our Director of Information Technology, to respond to that question, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Senator. Eunice Bartholomew, Director of Information Technology for VIHA. We have actually procured 50 computers for our community centers.
And can you just define prepared? Have you ordered? Have you
procured? We have
purchased?
We have received them. They are configured. We are waiting on some furniture to be delivered, and then we will be implementing the installation of the labs.
And this is 50 for the entire territory?
Yes.
Okay, and are they evenly divided between the districts and we placed at the community centers?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, had my time been called?
No, continue. No.
Okay, very well. Ms. Pell, CEO Pell, what happens in respect to your roads within your housing community? Who is responsible for repairing those roads?
Department of Public Works.
Okay. Have you been having collaboration with them? I see several of the housing communities, particularly here in St. Croix, where the roads are really in deplorable condition.
Yes, we have had discussion with Public Works in specific areas like Marley, Walter I.M. Hodge, JFK, those particular areas in regards to those roads, but they are public roads.
Okay. And in regards to surveillance cameras, I know that we have worked over the years in, some surveillance cameras in the housing community. Where are we with that?
Currently, we are getting ready to start a new contract for several sites on St. Thomas. The sites on St. Croix, when the redevelopments are completed, the design of the security cameras are integrated into the new redevelopment design. So those will come as those communities such as Walter I.M. Hodge, John F. Kennedy, those communities in St. Croix will receive those then.
Okay, and in respect to your waiting list for the Housing Choice Program, how much do we have on that waiting list currently?
I'd like Director Anthony to respond to that question, please.
Director Anthony? Please hold the senator's time.
1 minute.
Good morning, Akila Anthony. We have several types of waiting lists, and just to give you a general picture, we have about 4,000 families waiting for assistance, but that is in combination with our tenant-based waiting list and our project-based waiting list. So project-based is the community similar to the Louis C. Brown community, and then the tenant-based subsidy is a subsidy that allows a family to find a unit in the private market outside of the project-based sites.
Okay,
and that's evenly distributed.
Okay, very well. And I know, Ms. Anthony, over the years, we have had issues because of our limited housing inventory with being able to execute those vouchers in a timely fashion. Have there been any assistance with allowing for extension on that allotment?
So, Senator, you're correct. As Ms. Pell stated in our testimony, one of our greatest challenges is families being able to find suitable housing in our community. What we did to adjust to that issue is we've allowed families to hold vouchers for up to 1 year. Typically, families were only able to hold vouchers for 4 months, but we've adjusted that to 1 year in order to help families with a better chance of finding affordable housing in our community.
Very well. Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. I'd just like to wrap up and ask whether or not there have been any increase in the amount, again, recognizing that there have been significant increase in rentals right now, albeit that they're limited. Have there been any adjustments with the vouchers in respect to increasing the amount that's given to our residents?
Currently, families are able to find upwards of rental units, upwards of 130% of the allowable fair market rent from HUD. So we've made that adjustment. And then, of course, we are complying with the governor's mandate as it pertains to not allowing rent increases to landlords. This is one of the toughest battles that we fought throughout the pandemic because we know that the cost of housing has been going up. However, landlords are not allowed to increase rents, but we have, as I think our senator stated in his testimony, families are rent burdened in the territory. And I really would say that at this point in the territory, as we've had in other discussions, we need to take a look at what we would consider to be our rent statute. Yes, we agree that the rents have gone up, but we really need to take a look at why and how we should address that issue in the territory. Because, as much as we would try to increase the rent on our program, we're still going to have the issue with families not being able to find units because that's just continuing to increase in the territory. So we need to stabilize our rents and figure out why or how we can do that. And I would suggest that we sit at the table and have the discussion, because it's affecting our program in a tremendous way. And I hate to continue, but as Mr. Graham stated, while our funding is set at over 2,500 families, our budget doesn't allow us to help those families because of the cost of rent in our territory. We're going to use our entire budget, but we're not going to meet the maximum amount of families that we can help.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm open to that. As you know, I have a rental control legislation that's pending. Of course, we want to work with our community in this respect about we're seeing where individuals are being forced into homelessness as a result of this very increasing rentals in the Virgin Islands, associated with the pandemic as well as post our hurricanes and FEMA coming into the territory. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time. Thank you to VIHA for the responses.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis, for your line of questioning. And Director Anthony, we will be meeting. All stakeholders will be at the table. We'll have a further discussion because it's critical. But before I go to Senator Whitaker, CEO Pell, I know in your testimony you mentioned disaster recovery project that have been completed, which is Building 5 Estate 22, the roof repaired in Corwin Terrace, Contact Knolls, Piercing Gardens. Roof repaired also have been completed in Joseph E. James Terrace and the Wilfred Pedro Home. Let me ask you, though, in respect to those projects, number one, who from VIHA is assigned to oversee those projects? Because I know I've been getting a lot of complaints, especially from content in terms of the roofs still leaking and mold, etc. So who does the inspections and how do we hold any contractor accountable and assure that they complete the work that was paid for, because I know you guys always pay on time in that respect? And two, when it comes to contact notes, also I know they removed the playground. They were supposed to put it back and it has not been put back thus far. So can you talk to me quickly about that, please?
Sure. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the contracts are managed and inspected by our modernization staff inspectors in regards to those roof repair projects. So Contact knows if we have residents that are still experiencing leaks, I am not aware of any of those issues, but we please ask that they go to the management office and provide that information, or you can share that information with us. Then we will make sure our contractors and look into the issue to find out what is actually the cause, and if there's some default on the contractor, to make sure that we make the work habitable for our residents. Additionally, any mold that they may have, we need to know about it. So the sooner we can have that information, the better. In regards to the playgrounds, we currently have A&E task order out. The playgrounds are being designed, and we should be getting a contract solicitation prepared over the summer to have them replaced.
Thank you for that. And as I usually say, I believe communication is important. I believe, and I know that when it comes to residents, especially in housing communities, communication is so critical. I know because of the pandemic, there were no meetings being held, etc. But moving forward, do we have a schedule of meetings to start so we can have that more tighter in-person communication? I know communication is usually sent out via electronically, but do you plan to start having meetings moving forward to assure that everyone is on the same page and the information is flowing freely?
Senator, yes. We will be taking most of the time from now through the summer. We are getting ready to put out a solicitation for marketing for the Housing Authority to improve our communications with our residents and the public in general. That will be going out soon. We do need some assistance in that area to make sure that things are being communicated properly to our stakeholders. So those individuals who do marketing and are good at it, please look out for our solicitation. We need you to help us communicate better.
Very well. And lastly, before I just want to put on the record also that yes, I believe my office did share, because I usually share everything with you guys because it makes sense. It's not about us. It's about the tenant and their safety. I believe we did share that information with the situation with the roofs, but I'll follow up and follow through again, okay? And thank you so much for your responses. Senator Whitaker, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and a good morning to our testifiers. First off, I just want to first off begin by thanking the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I would definitely say over the last several months, my staff and I, we field a lot of constituent concerns, and I really wanted this time to really thank you, Director Graham, all of you have been really tremendous. And I give examples before I start questioning. We have the Wim Gardens community, Wilfred Pedro. Started my term, I reached out, asked to adopt the community because I have concerns from my seniors, as we all do. And really seeing the progress with that. We have constituents who reached out to me about issues of emergency rentals. To the view and listen and viewing audience, we have the Housing Authority leadership moving steadfast forward with respect to addressing those concerns. So I do, and then we do have shortfalls here and there, no system is perfect, but I definitely appreciate that. And finally, also just before I ask questions, to Chairman Blyden, who last year we did our housing committee tour of all the housing communities, and take note that Director Pell, she promised that we are going to get Wi-Fi to these housing community facilities and to know of the continued progress. So that speaks volumes. So I want to say that before I start questions. So again, thank you all for your hard work. I want to start off with lower hanging fruit as a follow-up from the previous speaker. Pertaining to the housing police. As you know, Director Graham, Director Pell, and the leadership, that I remain concerned about the situation in our housing communities with violence. As we know, as was learned, that program ended. However, Ms. Pell, can you please explain where we are at with respect to the cameras? As you, of course, well know that the police department has secured both local and federal funds for camera systems throughout the territory. Have you had any recent meetings with Commissioner Martinez in order for there to be more cameras put up into installed within our housing communities?
Hi, Senator. Yes, we have met with Commissioner Martinez in regards to additional security cameras in other public housing communities. At this point, I'm not sure it's a good idea to see where they're planning to go next. Until we're further along in the process. But we do have 2 sites with functioning community cameras, security cameras, that we do assist the Virgin Islands Police Department in giving them footage to help assist with some of the criminal activities at those sites.
Thank you, and I really, sorry, go ahead.
And that has been working very well.
Thank you, and just continue any support that I can render. I am the liaison to the Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, so any assistance that I can render, because I did what I call intervention back in July, where I really pushed the Interior work with our police department in order for us to get the funding we need, because I know sometimes we have serious challenges with the federal government and vice versa, the role that we play in sending information to them. The maintenance of the computer. So we know, of course, last effort, a lot of the computing centers it was an issue of lack of maintenance. So what is this? Do we have a budget for the maintenance of the computers to ensure that they're going to be there as long as they can be and maintained? Do you all have a maintenance budget for the computers?
Yes, I'd like Ms. Bartholomew to respond to that.
Hello. Yes, the computers were purchased with 3 years worth of maintenance on them. Usually in IT, there is a refresh rate of 3 to 5 years on computer hardware and software. So the 3 years of maintenance that was purchased at the time of the procurement of the computer should cover that. And beyond that, we would be looking at doing a refresh of equipment.
Yeah. So I just encourage us to keep on top of it, because I can tell you the last time it was a disaster. And I do have confidence and to give you that opportunity. The Whim Garden community, the recreation facility, I've been, of course, on keeping up with that myself, going directly to them as well. Can you speak of the recreation facility status in that, and then also to what I spent up to now, up to even yesterday, I got an update about providing the seniors with, some basic support, checking their temperature, their blood pressure, just really helping the seniors who are at Whim Gardens. Any status on that?
I'm not sure what do you mean by the recreation facilities, but I do know that we are in the process of starting a contract to repair the kitchen and the community center area. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes, community center.
Yes.
Correct.
So that particular contract, we're just waiting for the contractor to mobilize. There's a series of almost 100 submittals for different pieces for the appliances for the kitchens and major things to put that back in place, including the laundry room will also be renovated. So we expect the contractor to mobilize the first or second week of April.
Thank you. And I just asked through the chair that we obtain information about the contractor awarded to. And I will request it to the chair. And finally, constituent concerns, particularly about the companies. We have Wilder Balter, Pan American, and there are other companies. And I continue to field and even directly engage over the management of our properties. Can you speak to, Ms. Pell, an appeals process? How can a tenant really come to the Housing Authority to address any issues when they have issues with contractors? And that's tenant issues that have reached a point where they need outside assistance.
I think Mr. Graham will probably be the best person to respond to that. And you're talking about the private property management firms, right?
Yes, the private property management.
Rob Graham, Housing Authority Director. Thank you for the question, Senator Whitaker. We are working to ensure that the processes for the third-party property management companies are standardized and consistent. Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. And the process is going for residents in terms of issues and complaints would be to present a complaint or issue of concern to the property management company on site, as with our regular public housing. Their residents would present an issue to that company. If the company does not respond within a certain period of time, then we would ask that resident to inform the Housing Authority in the central office, and we would follow up. So we try to make sure that we keep a track of resident complaints by site and making sure that those issues are followed up. Like when you present any issues of concern, we make sure we log them in and we check them. So there is a process that the residents will use, and similar to what we do right now. In our going forward, we're going to make sure that communication is clear for all residents, as Ms. Pell mentioned, with regards to our marketing efforts in our resident services department. So we're going to increase the communication to ensure residents know what the process is.
Thank you. My time was called. Chairman, I just wanted to close off.
Proceed and wrap up. No problem.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to conclude here, because I wanted to put out to you, Director Graham, and in dealing directly with at least one of these companies so far, I'm really concerned as to how our people are being treated. And my staff and I will be forwarding you, because I took it through the whole process. And I will definitely reach out to you, and there are about 2 different constituents in that area. But it was me dealing with the corporate individuals, and it was really, we talked about levels of disrespect, and it was just really, our people shouldn't be allowed to be put through that kind of experience that I experienced directly with them. So thank you very much.
Please forward that information to me.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Kurt Bialy. Good day, Senator. Before I go to Senator Cardion, I need to follow up and piggyback on the CEO Opel, what we spoke to a little while ago when it came to contact nose and the roofs, because I know that many units in contact nose have tiles issue in terms of tiles, cracked tiles coming up as a result of water coming in many of those units, etc. So I'd like to follow up with 2 things quickly. Because I know your testimony spoke about the different amps, etc. How many foremen do we have throughout the amps? Are we short of any foreman in any of the amps?
Senator, we are very short of foremen and amps. I need some foremen very badly.
How many?
3. 3 on St. Thomas and 3 on St. Croix.
So we need 6 foremen. Which sites do not have foremen in each district?
I'd let Mr. Farmer respond to that for me, please.
Okay.
To be clear.
Good morning, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. Oswald Harris Court, St. Thomas. Sylvani currently has an interim foreman, St. Thomas. Paul and Pearson Garden, Lucinda Millen, Berg's Home, that's considered AMP 14, does not have a foreman.
Wow. St. Croix?
St. Croix.
And for the St. Croix District, R.O. Diaz. I apologize, R.O. Diaz does have a foreman. Wim Garden, Williams Delight, that's considered AMP 25.
That's it?
And that is it.
Because I thought you said...
Let me make an, I apologize. I apologize. I'm looking at John F. Kennedy, AMP 22. John F. Kennedy and Joseph E. James. And that is in the District of St. Croix.
Okay.
And I stand corrected. AMP 11 does have a foreman here in St. Thomas District. Oswald Harris Court does have a foreman.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you for that. So, Ms.
Apology.
CEO Opel, the reason why I asked and I'm going in that direction is because, first of all, have we been advertising and pushing for foremen in those amps, because that's a very good position and we need them. You need them desperately. And secondly, staffing in the amps. Are we properly staffing the amp, or do we still need more workers, maintenance workers in the amps?
We do need more maintenance workers. Like a lot of the government agencies, we are short-staffed. We have approximately 64 vacancies throughout the agency.
64?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, sir. We do desperately need, what we're finding a lot, we have a lot of individuals who they interview that they can perform. And then a lot of times what's ending up happening once they're in the position, they find out they can't perform the duties as were explained to them, required by the job. A lot of what we've seen over the last couple of years, individuals have actually asked to be demoted because they can't do a lot of the supervisory Even with training.
Even with training,
Even with training.
we have a problem.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Let me ask you a question because I'm going to go back to the tiles and that situation. In the interim, what is being done to assist or augment on those situations? When it comes to, because to me that's a safety issue, you know, what's being done in the interim?
Tiles, broken tiles, floor tiles in units of the contact nodes.
Yes.
I am not aware of those issues. Mr. Farmer, any update in regards to that? May I ask Mr. Farmer to respond if we have the condition?
Good morning again, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. Currently on my radar, I'm not aware of issues relative to towels. Once you provide that information, Senator, our next steps would be to do the assessment. And once the assessment is completed, if it's work that our in-house maintenance staff are able to do, we will task them to do that. And if it rises to the level that's above their skill set, we will have those issues contracted out.
Okay, and I don't want to really burden this situation, but it is clear that staffing is a big issue because it affects, you know, many health and safety issues. Number one. Number two, it affects the turnaround time of the vacant unit, and it affects your bottom line because I know for a fact, if you're short staff, you're going to have to bring in contractors to fix the units on a regular basis. So that's going to affect your bottom line. So it's important that, you know, we try and find ways of hiring and be creative in hiring individuals, bringing them on. I know you had Section 3 workers. I know that youth bill made a big difference at that time. I don't know what's going on, if that program can come back. But at the end of the day, many of the guys still asking me about work in housing communities. So I'm going to have an offline discussion with you guys to see how we can onboard some of those talented individuals who wants to work and needs to work and will assist in terms of contributing toward the rent, etc. So I'll follow up when it comes to me. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your line of questioning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the team at Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Thank you, Ms. Pill and Mr. Graham, for the testimony that was provided today. Just to continue what my colleague was sharing, that same line with regards to maintenance. Based on your testimony this morning, I heard with regards to the section that speaks about maintenance and service requests, you have the work orders there in 2022. It says you are estimating you would have approximately 1,700 open work orders. Do you have any work orders from 2021 that you have not completed?
Senator, we do have work orders that are from 2021. A lot of them we have moved forward as we do annual inspections. So if something wasn't completed in 2021, it rolls into 2022 so that we keep it on an annual basis. So annual inspections are done, unit inspections are done annually.
So this 1,700 number is what you're estimating that you would have in this current year, right?
That is correct.
So do you have a number of how many were incomplete from 2021? I know you said they're rollover, but what was that number?
I will have to ask Mr. Farmer to respond if we have that information. If not, we can get it to you.
Yeah.
Director Graham, Senator Carrion, the carryover is the 1,700 that's referenced, and you might recall that during the pandemic we had alternate hours for workers, and we were only processing emergency and health and safety work orders. And so on an ongoing basis, we may have 1,500 work orders as a base. As approximately 350 come in each month, we can get to approximately 300 of those units each month, work orders, and repair those. So there's an ongoing balance. We hope to have that cleared up as much as possible by the end of the year, but there's an ongoing balance with work orders.
Gotcha. So that's what I thought. That's where I wanted to reach to, because yeah, it says approximately 1,700 this year, but I had a feeling that was those that the rollover from last year. So what's the plan then? Because it's a high number to address the ones that you have currently with what still comes in every month. You do have a shortfall, like our colleague in his line of question was presenting, in staffing. So how is the agency, the authority, planning to address this issue? You have a plan in place?
Clearly, the ongoing plan for maintenance is preventive maintenance. When we can get to it, we have returned the staff to regular work hours. So we'll be able to, for those sites that we have full staff, we'll be able to deal with the emergency work orders going forward. And as staffing is brought on for other sites, we'll be able to get to the routine work orders as well, work orders driven by the residents and or inspections. So the plan is to continue to deal with health and safety work orders as a priority, but also deal with routine work orders, particularly if we can get to doing the 4 or 5 work orders that are work that needs to be done in the unit. So the plan is to continue applying our resources, our staff to those work orders that we can get to. And if it's more work than the staff can handle, as Mr. Farmer mentioned, we'll contract that out. So we do have several contractors that are doing vacant units for us. And so the concentration is on the vacant units, but we can also have staff do work orders for residents that are in the units if we have to relocate them out of those units. So the plan basically is to keep going forward.
Yes. And do we know then from the 1,700, how many of those are health and safety emergency work orders?
We have the breakdown, and Mr. Farmer can add to that. We have the breakdown that we can share with you.
Okay. Mr. Farmer?
Pulling up the information. Give me 1 second, please.
All right. And clearly, I know we have a shortfall in staffing and finding the skill set necessary for the work that needs to be done. So the department is working on aggressively increasing your marketing and maybe expanding in your recruitment?
That is correct.
Okay, very well. While Mr. Farmer seeks those numbers, with regards
I have
to
the information.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. For emergency work orders, there are currently 0. There are open, urgent, 33. And currently for health and safety, there are no health and safety work orders open.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Pell, with regards to the roads, one of my colleagues questioned, you said public work is responsible for the roads. And also, is that the parking area for the housing communities?
Yes. That usually includes the parking areas.
And you're having conversation with the commissioner, with the department in regards to those roads? So you have a list of projects that have to do with roads and parkings, housing community?
Yes, there are basically the projects that I mentioned earlier. Wim Garden, that needs to be done, Wilford Pedro, John F. Kennedy, Marley Homes and Additions, Walter I. M. Hodge, those are the ones on St. Croix.
So where are these in the priority list in your conversations with Public Works? When can we see work being done, and what's the status on this?
I don't have that information right now. Commissioner Gabriel and I, we speak constantly. He's challenged with funding and other priorities in regards to the road repairs, but he has us on his radar.
Kindly, through the chair, can you submit that list of roads to the committee, please?
Time.
And we could be able to assist with that.
That would be great.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in closing.
You may.
I'm not sure if we have a second round, but with regards to the Williams Light community, okay, what are some of the barriers that the authority have encounters with selling these homes? We get in my office calls from individuals that used to live there, individuals that live there, individuals that don't and have never lived there, but all three of these categories have an interest in purchasing and owning one of the homes at the Williams Delight. So you have residents waiting. I understand some have been waiting for decades. What are some of the challenges and how can we assist you?
Well, those individuals that are quote unquote waiting for decades, we have a robust program right now where we have a consultant that's helping us, and we have gone through every single family that currently resides in the community. We know exactly everybody's status, their income, what they could afford, what they can afford. So we've done that homework. So we know the status of every individual. We've sent out letters requesting them to contact us, and we've been working with each one of the families. We have about 30 families that have stated to us they're just not interested in purchasing the homes. We're still going to try and convince them that this is the best way for them to go as much as possible. But we're focusing on those individuals that currently reside. The individuals that don't reside or previously resided at Williams Delight, they will also have an opportunity to purchase the homes. We also are providing the option for those individuals that either have already purchased, in the process of purchasing, or a future purchase. When we do the demolition on the east side, where we plan to subdivide and sell lots so that those individuals could also have opportunities to have home ownership.
I'm glad to hear that. And where can they call if they have any questions?
They can call our office on St. Croix. Our main office number, that's 778-8442.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your leniency. I will hold my other questions for second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Director CEO Pell, as we were stating, with the issues you're facing with staffing when it comes to maintenance, etc., and timely repairs of the units. I know back during a hurricane and moving forward, you had abatements for certain units, etc. Who is managing that process, and what's the status with those units, if any?
We are still doing rent abatements. We are evaluating each family within all the communities between our district manager and Mr. Farmer, our director of asset management. Each one of the property managers, they're responsible for doing the initial abatement, and then there is a quality control to check those abatements. So abatements are being applied to our residents' accounts currently for damages that may have been caused by the storm.
Very well. Thank you for that. Senator Payne, Senior, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. We have a second round.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning to the listening viewing audience. Good morning, testifiers. Before I start, Director Graham, you online today?
I'm sorry, sir?
No, I was just inquiring if you're online. I got some line of questioning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, thank you. Before I start, I just wanted to say, as it relates to, you said we need 6,000, according to your testimony, 6,000 affordable housing units across the territory. Can you break that down as it relates to each island?
We have that information is detailed in the 2015 housing demand study. So I wouldn't have those numbers off the top of my head, but clearly that document can be shared. And to further update you, that study, the housing demand study, Housing Finance Authority is going to update that. It's dated at this point in time, but they're going to update that demand study to have a current picture of the unmet housing needs in the territory. So, but I would guess that the distribution is probably half and half, since there are approximately 25,000 housing units per district, St. Thomas, St. John versus St. Croix. So it's almost evenly distributed, I would say, the demand.
The reason why I was asking for island per island, if it took into consideration even Water Island and also St. John, that's what I was asking for a breakdown. So if you can take it to that level, I'll appreciate a copy of that, please, through the chair.
Certainly.
All right, thank you. As it relates to housing, my team, we have been pounding the pavement now with the Housing Finance Authority, especially guys like Darren Richardson and former Director Griffith, as well as property and procurement now for like the last year and a half, to address the issues of development housing opportunities in the Virgin Islands. We have a lot of professionals actually who reside on the mainland that would love the opportunity to return home to live. However, we have a serious shortage of living quarters, and the living quarters that we have here presently, people are actually opting out to turn them into Airbnbs. But I'm happy to say that on the big island of St. Croix, my team, we brought in investors to the territory that we're building 75 beautiful homes in Frederickstead as part of our phase 1. And in phase 2, we're moving to over 60 homes in the eastern area on the big island. We also brought in investors on St. Thomas to completely demolish the Michelle Motel, located in Content, and replace it with 65 apartment suites for seniors with a veteran's preference. Not just regular apartment, but suites for our seniors as they actually deserve to be pampered in their golden age. On Little Big Island of St. John, we have been working diligently with the religious community to build a 40-bed senior assisted living facility in Colby and a homeless shelter as well. This would not have been possible without the dedicated and hardworking employees of Housing Finance Authority and the Department of Property and Procurement, under the watchful eye of my big boy and my big brother, Commissioner Anthony Thomas. I know, but at the end of the day, none of what we set out to accomplish would have been possible without mutual respect and the spirit of working together to benefit our community. And I want to publicly thank all of those agencies for all of their assistance. I just needed to put that one day on the record publicly. Now, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Graham, in your testimony, you mentioned that you have plans to demolish estate, 2 apartments, Ludwig Harrigan Court, and partial demolition at JFK and Williams Delight Villas. Will those structures be rebuilt as housing developments?
Yes, sir. And what I'd like to be able to do, and I mentioned this to the Chairperson Blyden, is that for a detailed update on the housing development, what we ask for is a quarterly meeting, or at least biannual meeting with the Housing Committee, so we can lay out for each development, provide the status of each development, the designs, and where we're going, and which developments are going to be prioritized. So at some point in time, if you allow us to schedule a meeting, we can provide real details into our plans. For instance, Williams Delight, as Ms. Pell mentioned, we're going to do 75 home ownership units as is, and or at the next level, the price point that individuals that are a little bit higher on the moderate income scale can afford those homes. And so for the developments that are being demolished, clearly for 300 units, we're going to replace it in 3 locations. All 300 units will be replaced. Phase 1 is Duno, 84 units. Phase 2 is 22 North, that's 92 units, including a 60-unit senior building. And of course, 22 South, up on the hill, Turnkey is called, will have units. That design is not there yet. But for instance, JFK, we're still in the planning stages with JFK. We're also in the discussions with the territory on the land swap for the Deesha Bird land. That will impact the number of units that we can replace at JFK. Ludwig Harrigan, we will have a replacement for the same number of units, or approximately the same number of units, perhaps senior units at that development. So again, this forum doesn't allow for really detailed discussions and feedback from the committee, and we welcome an opportunity to have that discussion and share that information with the committee for your feedback.
Okay, and also lastly, will these facilities be built using like modern scope of work for like buildings to utilize like solar and like green space?
Oh, absolutely. We want to standardize our energy efficient initiatives in each development. We want to have a solar array and similar to Duno, we have that in that development, energy conservation initiatives where you have a solar array with microgrids and storage and battery storage backup. So we want to standardize that for each roughly 100 unit development for each of the developments going forward.
Thank you very much for that answer. With a national park comprising well over half of all the land in St. John, with the rise in property values in St. John, as you mentioned in your testimony, combined with the sharp rise in homelessness in St. John, which we'll get to in Block 2, why hasn't more attention been paid to addressing the serious housing issues on St. John?
Senator, I think that the way to provide affordable housing assistance to families in St. John is by way of the voucher program. It allows for individuals to use tenant-based vouchers for units that they can rent from private sector, from private landlords. And we can increase the attention. There's probably a couple dozen voucher holders in St. John, and we think that that number can increase dramatically, particularly with the program that Housing Finance Authority is gearing up to implement now, is the rental rehabilitation program, where the Housing Authority through CDBG DR funds can provide $50,000 to a private home landlord to put a unit make a unit available for repairs up to $50,000, and have that unit is the fastest way to get units online for affordable housing families. And we believe that attention to that, as HFA prioritized their program, families on St. John will benefit from the housing stock in the private sector from landlords that can utilize the voucher. That's the quickest way to provide to expand affordable housing in St. John. Okay, and let's stay on St. John for one more second. Have there been any talks or discussion with any of the landowners in St. John to purchase land to build homes, affordable homes for St. Johnians? Not at this point, sir. Do you have any intentions to, or any plans in the near future? We will certainly explore that. Again, as we meet with the Housing Committee and these issues come up, we will list those issues and we will follow up with them. And we would like to talk to representative landlords in St. John to discuss the housing affordability issue and the housing production in St. John. It was our assumption that the affordable housing in St. John is a little bit more challenged with residents there. And that's why we thought that the voucher program would be the best option for housing stock that's already in place. But we are willing to clearly have that discussion with residents and leaders of St. John to talk about affordable housing production. Okay, I'll have my staff reach out to your office so we can set something up. Maybe you can come over for a town hall meeting and we set up something in the park or in the legislature in the near future, okay? Yes, sir. All right. And according to your testimony, Mr. Chair, my time wasn't correct? Okay, good. According to your testimony, you stated currently our residents in both districts owe a balance of approximately a little more than 700,000. My district, St. Thomas St. John, has 282 households. Time. With a balance of, Mr. Chair, wrap up, with a balance of a little over 500,000, and St. Croix has 199 households with a balance of a little over $260,000.
That's about 481 households. And you stated also that out of that 481, only 66 have applied for emergency rental assistance. Has your office assisted your tenants with applying with funding through the ERA program? Because you know we have millions sitting down there just waiting to be paid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to have Director Farmer respond to that because he has his staff working with the residents to ensure they have the right information to make the application for the rental program. So, Mr. Farmer, can you just address what your staff has done?
Good morning again, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. Staff has actually pounded the pavement to make sure that the residents are in receipt of the application. In addition to that, if the residents need assistance in trying to fill out the application, our staff stands readily available to assist in that matter. With all of the efforts that our staff have placed in trying to guide the residents to the ERAP program, based on the numbers that we have, there's still a low number of our residents seeking the assistance of the ERAP program.
I think my time was called. I'll catch you in a second one. Thank you very much for the leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Payne. I'm going to follow up though, because I know when the program came out at first, I did meet with the Housing Authority and the Housing Finance Authority and told them they need to get together and see how many of our housing residents can be assisted, because many of them were affected by the result of the COVID pandemic, and that those numbers are pretty low. So, Mr. Director Farmer, what is being done though to really have those individuals understand and have a better understanding of exactly what the program is, why it's there for them, how we can help them? And as a result of that, it will help the authority in so many ways. What is the hesitancy have you found out based on what you're seeing? What's the hesitation in terms of getting help? I don't get it.
Not sure what the hesitancy is. The Housing Authority has actually gone the extra step of engaging with the Housing Finance Authority to have them to come to our sites, to perhaps set up pop-up shops. That has yet not happened, but I think that will be a very effective way to bringing the services to our residents, where they can literally just step outside of their apartment, come to a location at the site, and engage with Housing Finance Authority regarding the application process, providing them documents, and answering any questions that they may have as it relates to their reservation with moving forward with the program that's available to them.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Farmer. Please send out the schedule of the upcoming meetings moving forward. I don't understand that, but God help those that help themselves, you know. So,
Senator Blyden, I'd like to add.
Sure.
Robert Graham.
Sure.
I just want to point out a point of information that in order to be a successful applicant for those funds, that the applicant has to demonstrate that they have been impacted, I believe, by COVID-19 in terms of loss of job or income. And in some cases, if there wasn't a job that was affected, then there may be a difficulty in qualifying for those funds. So there are some constraints related to applicants' ability to be successful in that funding.
And Director Graham, I can somewhat agree with you, but I totally disagree in some other ways, and that's why we're going to have a more in-depth conversation this afternoon, because it also can be COVID-19 related. So trust me, when it comes to that program, there's so many ways that kind of help people, and that's why they have bent over backward, the federal government, to help folks, but we are not doing our due diligence. That's my position. So we're going to have further discussion this afternoon when it comes to that program, and we're going to see how we can have more people and get them on the program, because the money is there, and we should not be sending back a dime unless we can find ways of helping everyone based on their recommendations. They made so many changes because they realized folks were not getting help. But we need to do our part and be creative with it. But thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director Graham, I was looking at your testimony. You have the economic opportunities for residents. Page 9 of 11. Through the Family Self-Sufficient FSS program, VIHA staff function as a case manager to assist residents in identifying their goals and offering resources and support which would lead to economic independence and self-sufficiency. Approximately 25 heads of households in the program allow individuals to establish a 5-year improvement plan. Could you elaborate on this program for me some more, please?
Yes, it's a HUD generated program, and it's a vehicle to allow residents to one, be able to establish goals for them and their household for a 5-year period. Those goals typically should be to remove the head of household from welfare, from federal assistance, and also allow them to plan their direction as it relates to getting training for jobs, and position themselves that if they're able to, say, remove themselves from welfare and get a job, that the difference in the rent that's attributable to the change in income, if you go from zero income to $10,000 and your income is based on 30% of your income, if that rent that you would have paid can go into an escrow account for at the end of the 5 years, once you've demonstrated that you have successfully achieved meaningful goals in the plan. Looking for a job is not necessarily a goal. Obtaining that job is the goal, and so there are 5 to 10 goals that individuals will typically put forward as their aspiration to move forward economically. And so our goal is to help them plan that out, help monitor them, help them relate to resources or refer them to resources that can help them achieve those goals, particularly in education and job placement. And so that while we have 25 individuals on the program now, we intend to dramatically expand that program. As early in the testimony, we indicated that we have revamped our resident services department. We're increasing the staff and capacity of our department, and we do intend to increase the reach of our family self-sufficiency program and encourage more heads of households to participate in the program and make meaningful changes towards economic self-sufficiency. Okay, so it's a good program, and we intend to expand it.
That's excellent to hear. You have 25 heads of household now. How many can you take presently?
We would probably set a goal of 100 households over the next 2 years, and I think that may be a reasonable goal as we continue to expand our capacity.
Okay, good. That sounds very good. Also, the Resident Service Action Plan, the Brightpath, VIHA has reorganized, and expanded its resident services division to aid individuals and households in achieving holistic wellness and laying the infrastructure for generational transformation. Could you expand on that for me also, please?
Senator McGrath, we're going to have our newest colleague that joined the team, Mr. Marvin Nesbitt, our Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment, to address that question. And be mindful, Director Nesbitt, that the Senator has a time limit.
Yes, make the short version, please.
Okay. Marvin Nesbitt, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment. Good morning. So as as laid out in the testimony, what we are seeking to accomplish is to help our residents with getting on that Brightpath with the hope of creating lasting change, not just in the head of the household's lives, but in the lives of the entire household and their family members within that household. So what that means is that we're going to be seeking to understand the needs of not just the head of household, which traditionally in a lot of HUD resident services programming has focused on the head of household. However, we understand that there are issues and challenges that other household members have that prevent them from becoming successful and also leading lives on that bright path. So what we're wanting to do is be more comprehensive in the work that we do, engaging our residents as they seek self-sufficiency, but also, again, change the lives of the young people that are coming behind them, thereby creating a generation of transformation within that family unit.
Okay, thank you. So
I want to add to that, Senator,
yes.
if you don't mind, to
Sure.
put it in context. We have a plan to replace all of the public housing with
1
new,
minute.
attractive, energy-efficient housing. But we also have a plan to engage our residents to improve them. And what Mr. Nesbitt is saying on a case management, from a case management perspective, where we deal with every individual in the household. And we are working with the nonprofits, St. Croix Foundation, and a number of government agencies, including University of the Virgin Islands, to provide those services and to work with us to provide an array of services. And our new developments, we're building new developments, but we also have set aside, working with our developer partners, a annual budget that's completely different from what we have done in the past. So they will have an annual budget for resident service programs in every new development that will be available to the resident council and the housing authority resident services department for the next 15 years. So we have the funding in place for the new developments to make this change in the residents' advancement towards self-sufficiency. So if we have a meeting scheduled for the Housing Committee, we'd like to expand a little bit more in that area so you completely understand the direction that we're going.
Okay, good. I very much am interested in that. These are new, innovative things. I think my time was called. Okay, Mr. Chair. Okay, and again, I support that because again, it makes a more well-rounded resident and the family member. So, and in finally, in regards to that, what type of staffing are we talking about to accomplish that goal in that particular bright path?
Mr. Nesbitt can answer. Mr. Nesbitt.
Sure. So we're building out a team again, looking for specific skills. So we're looking for individuals who understand the role of a service coordinator. We are not going to be direct services providers. However, we're going to be excellent coordinators of services. And so what that means is engaging community partners across the territory, helping to develop a strategy for wrapping the many services that exist in the territory around the households that we serve. So we're looking for individuals who understand the needs of young people. We're looking for individuals with skills with working with the older population as well as those who are disabled. And so we are also looking for individuals that understand the needs and have experience working with the working adults as well. So understanding partnership, collaboration, and those specific needs of those various populations are what we're looking for and what we're looking to build this team with.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Janelle Saru. Welcome, Senator. Member of the committee, and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Good morning, Senator. Before I go to Senator VLA, Director Graham, we're going to agree to disagree again today. Mr. Nesbitt, welcome on board, but I believe the community service specialist, basically his job did the same exact thing. They worked with many non-for-profit organizations. They reached out to assist the whole family with their needs, but I'm happy to see the change with the budget. So my question is, when it comes to the budget, Director Graham, what number are we looking at in terms of the budget per AMP? Because I know even with the last community service specialist, we also had a self-sufficiency portion that we had to deal with the residents on an individual basis. But let's talk about the budget. What numbers are we looking at in terms of percentage per AMP or amount per AMP? You don't have to be exact.
Well, the basic allotment from HUD is $25 per household for each development. So based on the number of units, the resident council will have available to them the accumulation of those funds, $25 per household. In addition, we have expanded the number of our resident services department from approximately 400,000 to 900,000 in our regular operating budget to accommodate the additional staffing. So while we have funds dedicated from low-income housing tax credit equity in our new developments, we're going to circle back into our older developments to ensure that there is a budget available over and above the allotment that HUD suggests that all housing authorities provide to residents. So we're going to find the funds to be able to provide additional for active resident councils, and this is where we would appreciate the leadership of the Housing Committee and other senators to continue to encourage resident advocates to participate in resident councils as volunteers to ensure that their neighborhood, their community is made better by their participation and leadership on resident councils.
Thank you so much, Director Griffith. Let me add on, though, that you spoke to the communities, and I'm happy to see that our residents will benefit as a result of the goal and accomplishment that you put forward. You know what? Let me go to Senator Vialli. Senator Vialli, recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. What is our present livable housing stock, Mr. Graham? How much units we actually have that are livable?
Senator, there's approximately 2,000 units. We currently have 2,100 households, and so that number is between 2,000 and approximately 2,300. We have 700 to 1,000 units that will be demolished.
And in your testimony, you said that we need approximately 6,000 affordable housing units?
For the territory. So that's the combined effort of Housing Finance Authority and the Housing Authority. Between the two agencies, we need to produce over the next 10 years, hopefully 6,000 units of affordable housing.
Okay, and the Housing Authority plans are to provide 3,000 of those units?
Yes, and to replace 3,000 with state-of-the-art housing, and then build upon that for net increase in affordable housing.
Okay, so you're saying 1,500 new units and 1,500 hardened units, correct?
Correct.
Okay, in reference to John F. Kennedy, you said, I read demolition of a portion of John F. Kennedy. After the demolition, are you going to rebuild back in a manner in which you built Louis Brown, or what are the plans?
Absolutely, sir. Again, we are waiting to complete our land swap negotiations with the territory, where the Deesha land will be transferred to the territory for its use. And the land that JFK is on, we do intend to take out all the units ultimately and replace it with perhaps a senior development there.
Great. So John F. Kennedy, you're saying you plan to take out those units?
The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication will recess for 2 minutes.
minutes? Or you?
And we would replace Wim Gardens. We have purchased 30 acres of land, Stony Ground it's called. In 4 phases, we intend to replace Wim Gardens in the first phase, 98 units of senior housing in the first phase. In the second phase, family development. In the third phase, another senior development. And in the fourth phase, perhaps a senior assisted living facility. So families, seniors can age in place. And so we were looking at that model to be the model going forward. If we have 30 acres, we can do 3 or 4 phases of housing, including.
Director Graham, excuse me. When the technology went down, the stenographer stuff went down, so she's trying to get it back up. So
okay.
Continue, Director Graham.
Again, I'd like to be able to have the opportunity to have a sit down so we can lay out these plans and get the feedback from the committee.
Okay, not a problem, and I think that Kennedy also need to be a mixed development. It's close to shopping, banks, etc. So it's a good area, and it's also close to the Juanita Garden School. So it's definitely an area that families should be able to live. I don't know. I agree necessarily with it. Just being all seen as I think it needs to be mixed. I think I like the idea what you said for the Stony Ground area, and the Stony Ground area you're referring to is the old Arthur Richards School site?
Ms. Bell?
No, it is not the old Arthur Richards site. It's the site, I think it's cleared right now, the front of it, across from Stop and Shop grocery store. You can see they started clearing for the survey. Yes.
And then what is the plan for the site you just demolished, the Harrigan site?
That is still on the drawing board, but it will be redeveloped. Exactly senior right now is what we're looking at.
Okay,
it has the potential. It has the potential to mix as well.
Okay, we have a tremendous need for senior homes, but we also can't move away from being able to provide family homes that where family would be able to reside. So I think we need to balance it too, because that is now what 3 different proposed senior development. So we got to make sure that we balance the numbers in terms of the stock that we presently have, how many of them are families. We don't want to necessarily decrease the number. We need to make sure that we have sufficient homes or units for those individuals. In reference to your low number of Section 3 participants in St. Thomas, I saw you had 9 and then you had 20-something in St. Croix. What do you attribute to that low number on St. Thomas?
For the Section 3 participants, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. On St. Thomas, we're just ramping back up the Section 3 program. A lot of the individuals that were on the program before, because of Code VIG, their terms expired, and we had a switch in the property management staff. So once we should be seeing a ramp up of that in the next couple of weeks, next couple of months.
Okay. Did Department of Labor get in contact with the Housing Authority in reference to providing individuals for their workforce development program?
I'll start the response, Robert Graham, Senator. We provided a list of 900 individuals to the Department of Labor. There are public housing residents that are not working, that are not in the education program, and not disabled. And of those 900, we do expect that a significant number will be engaged by Department of Labor Skills for Today program. And so we have been working with the Department of Labor to identify, but also to go door to door in terms of the communities to request individuals to participate. With that, I'm ask Mr. Director Nesbitt to follow up with some of the work that's ongoing with his staff in the Skills for Today and working with Department of Labor.
Okay, and before he answers, when we spoke to Department of Labor, they told us that they went through the housing communities and they literally did not get any responses. to that particular program, because we asked them about the numbers. I know we have an electricity program, and they were trying to start a plumbing, I think, and carpentry, and they said that the numbers were very, very low. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so Marvin Nesbitt again. So yes, there are some efforts that were took place in terms of outreach, and there were communities where the interest was low. However, as Director Graham stated, we also have had at least 215 individuals that expressed interest in participation. In terms of improving the numbers, we have established a routine meeting cadence with the Department of Labor staff. We've been developing solutions for marketing and outreach, as well as promotional materials, taking a hard look at those promotional materials, making sure that they are answering the questions that individuals may have and that may serve as barriers to them taking the next step of enrolling in those programs. So there's a lot of work that's in discussions that have been taking place over the past several weeks. We also there were 4 communities where outreach was not conducted. We have scheduled outreach in those 4 communities. There are 2 in the St. Croix district, as well as 2 in the St. Thomas district. We'll be doing that door-to-door canvassing and outreach as well. So a lot of effort has gone into planning and trying to identify solutions to participation in Skills for Today.
Okay, we have a 2-year window to spend those monies. It's some $9.9 million, and we have less than 75 individuals in the program. So if we can ramp it up as quick as possible. Lastly, in reference to, you spoke about Williams Delight and home ownership. Can you get into some more specific as to exactly what you mean by expanding home ownership opportunities for current residents? What does that look like?
Well, I'll start the response, and Ms. Pell can add to it. Again, we suggest that there are 75 families, so 75 units that we will rehab and repair those units to make them available for home ownership with as is. And so there are set prices for, say, for instance, the 2-bedroom, I believe, is $25,000 for individual households that qualify for the units. So we're going to repair units at the next level. If it requires $60,000 worth of work in the unit or $80,000 worth of work, that's the next price point that we're suggesting, that we will repair those units at that cost, and we will sell the units to the residents at that cost for us to repair the unit. So we want to be able to have units at $25,000, but also $75,000, $80,000, $90,000, so that as the units increase in price, the value of the units increase in price in the surrounding neighborhood, they will be stepped availability, or households at different levels of income can qualify for home ownership at different price points. So that will allow the residents and the homeowners in Williams Delight to pretty much ingratiate the community within the broader neighborhood of Williams Delight. So we expect that the homeownership program will be expanded to those by 75. We already have approximately 3 dozen households that have taken advantage of home ownership, and we're going to add another 75 to that. And above that, we're going to provide lots for sale. So households that were in Williams Delight that are interested can build a house based on the design specifications that Housing Finance Authority already have blueprints for units. So those that can afford that can buy a lot and build a home as well. Do we need to add anything to that, Ms. Pell?
No, Director Graham. That suffices.
And you have had communication with the residents of William Delight to explain all of those options?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, and you're getting a number of individuals who are interested in pursuing the home ownership?
Yes. Of the 106 families that we have occupied, all the families have been contacted. They've been contacted by written letters and phone calls. Those that never responded, we know exactly who they are, and we've given them phone calls. The only thing left for us to do is to go to their doors and sit there and wait for them.
And of the 106, how many are interested in home ownership options?
If you don't mind, I'd like to respond to it a different way. There are about 30 families that are not interested.
Okay, so that's 76 that are interested.
Correct.
And you're developing a plan for those 30 families that you can also, I guess, what would that be? Relocation and then conversion to home ownership?
Right, relocation probably to public housing, another public housing unit, and allow other people who are interested, such as those individuals that formerly lived in Williams Delight or in one of the other priority categories, veterans, etc.
So the overall plan is that after a number of years, 8-10 years, you hope to have the entire William Delight development as private homes.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Sarro, let me piggyback Director Pell to the community center done via NGN. I know we spoke about that for some time ago. I know he has taken some time. When it comes to the computers, because I know it was stated that the computers have been secured. In terms of staffing and contracts, how will it work? Who will run the centers in terms of staffing and our contract?
So those centers are going to be run by VHA staff. We will not be engaging via NGN to run those centers like we did last time. Our staff between our resident services department and our IT department are who are going to manage those centers this time around.
Okay, and let me ask, along that same path, I know we had several meetings and discussion in respect to another contract to bring internet to the units individually. What the status or update on that?
I recently checked on the status. No award has been made for that application.
Okay. Okay, we don't need to go into detail. I just want to know the status thus far. I think that's going to be a game changer for the residents in housing communities and Section 8 residents also. Let me ask you lastly now before I go to Senator Sarro. Earlier we spoke to the abatement process, and for those, you mentioned hurricane damage, but what about those units that have damages that as a result of the COVID-19 you could not get to those units because you were not going into those units? Those units qualify for abatement too, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Yes. And lastly, with those units in respect to having some type of abatement, I know that, well, you know what, for those units that's in those conditions and they have been making complaint, I'll follow those listening to you also. Senator Saru, are you ready? Senator Saru, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was late at an appointment, and I tried to scurry through the testimony here within 10 minutes. 7 minutes, you said, right? Okay. This body continues to have isolated tax. On one end, we scream economic development. And we take the little bit of land that we have and we zone it business, or we say we're going to build a hotel. right? And I'm not anti-economic development. And then on the next hand, we realize we have a housing crisis, and then we have issues with VIHFA and the programs. And then we sit here today and we talk about we have all these housing issues, but the actions of the body indicate otherwise. And the time has come for us to stop acknowledging the issue and do something about the issue. So I'm grateful for today's meeting because we know the issue, but money talk and everything else work. And that's what really happens in the institution. And before we take dilapidated buildings and turn them into boutique hotels, you just clearing land, no green space. I mean, it's stressful to watch, but I just had to highlight that and give my opinion to this august body and how we treat the housing matter. Now, Miss, is there a Graham on the line? Or Miss Pell? Let's talk about our parks. All of our parks in our, if this was asked, please excuse me. Tell me it was asked and I'll move on. What about our parks and all of our housing communities? Are they up? Are they in shape? Because quality of life is important.
So, Senator Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, the recreation areas at a majority of our properties are undergoing renovation. We have removed the damaged playgrounds, in the process of design for new playgrounds and recreations. Sites, we have already awarded a contract for resurfacing of basketball courts throughout the territory. And we're in the process of getting that contract started.
Do you have a timeline for me? Like in the next?
We just received the clearance for their bonding and insurance a week ago. So within the next 2 weeks, we should be issuing and having a pre-construction conference and a notice to proceed.
Okay. Community centers, that's included as well in the rec site?
Community centers are going to be handled a different way. We are in the process of getting those centers inspected. Over the COVID, we took the opportunity to do a lot of repairs that were necessary, whether they were hurricane related or otherwise. So we are in the process of getting up the community centers for the Wi-Fi that VINGN was able to put in place, and then get them inspected to start doing programs probably in the start of the next school year.
Okay, so you're looking at next school year?
Yes.
For all? Territory-wide?
For all, territory-wide.
Okay, now let's go to these lights. You know how I feel about these lights, right? You have a timeline. Let's start with the St. Croix district. They have a timeline on John F. Kennedy. All I see is that assessment has been completed and you'll be getting a quote and have the lights installed by a contractor. You have a timeline on lights?
If you don't mind, I'd like Mr. Farmer to address that question, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. We anticipate the lights for John F. Kennedy being completed by second quarter, end of second quarter.
Calendar second quarter or fiscal year second quarter?
Calendar.
Calendar, so the second quarter will be March? The end of the second quarter, sorry, June? June, July?
June, correct.
June? Okay. What about
June?
What about Diaz Heights?
That is currently a work in progress, and we do anticipate the lights being completed by end of June as well.
Same for Guadalupe, Candido Guadalupe?
That is correct.
Wilford Pedro Homes, same?
That is correct.
Let's go to St. Thomas, St. John District. What's your timeline for Oswald Harris Court?
Oswald Harris Court that is still currently work in progress, and I do anticipate the site being able to complete that before the end of May.
Okay. The end of May for 2 stairwell lights out? You need till the end of May for that? Because your comments for Oswald Harris Court is Building 15 has 2 stairwell lights out. That's all you have for this light issue. So you're telling me until May for a stairwell to get some lights?
My apologies, Senator. I was looking at the wrong line. For Oswald Harris Court, those 2 stairway lights, we should look for resolution before the end of the month.
1 minute.
March?
That is correct.
Tell me about Bovoni timeline.
For Bovoni, that should be by the end of June.
The end of June for stairwell and more okay, let's talk about when will the stairwell lights be replaced in Bovoni?
So the stairway lights have been being replaced. There were issues with the contractor, so we anticipate the contractor finishing up by the end of June.
For the stairwell?
That is correct. Stairway and building lights.
Oh.
Time.
Exterior building light.
Mr. Chair, can I have one more? And then what about Burke's home and the additions? They seem to have the most work. They have the community center building 3B and repairs to building 21. What's that time frame?
We're still looking at the end of June.
So when I call you in June, everybody's supposed to be late.
Things happen, but that is our goal.
Yes.
Okay, and my last question, if it was answered earlier on the way here, I didn't get to tune in. But Ms. Pell, what about the, you have a timeline on hurricane repairs? Because I've had to send some emails. Like, let's look at Current Terrace, for example. I had to send an email recently on Current Terrace, and that situation was prevailing way before the storms. And the storms only exacerbated that. And I'm not a contractor, but Current Terrace roof, it looked like it's connected to the top for the whole building. Am I wrong?
And in some cases, yeah.
Okay.
In the configuration of some of the buildings, yes.
Okay, so you have a timeline, or you could finish answering. I asked you about the timeline, or what are you looking at for the hurricane repairs? Because I do know some homes are really leaking bad, and it's lending to mold and other stuff. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude.
The current contract where we're doing those 5 buildings, it should be completed by the end of April with Lamartec. Then those will cover those buildings that had extensive damage. There are some other buildings that have some isolated damages, and then we'll go back and we're going to do those. So really, we plan to by October through December of this year to get those repairs wrapped up.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask one more relevant question too. Some of those roofs in our housing communities still have tarps on them, and I know that the tarps have undergone tremendous weathering, and from 2017 to now. Are there plans in the meantime to replace those tarps until you get to fixing those homes? Because when we catch a seaplane a lot, and when you look down, there's so many tarps that are ripped up and they need to be replaced. Is there a plan in the interim to replace that? And lastly, through the chair, I'm requesting some information or an appendix or a listing of all the repairs and the timelines, because it looks like you have them tiered out: severe, priority, tier 3, tier 2, tier 1. I don't know what's your labeling of your categories, but if we can receive through the chair a copy of a timeline and how you have the repairs listed, the contractor that you've hired and what's not. And if you could answer the question on the tarps, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the extra latitude.
Thank you, Senator Saru, for your line of questioning. Senator Francis Halligan, you recognize for your... Ms. Pell?
Hi.
Yeah,
Senator.
respond to the Senator's question in terms of the listing
okay.
to the chair.
Okay, so the timeline is a continuous timeline. Those individuals or those sites that you see currently with tarps, the tarps should be minimal at this point because all the contracts that we recently did covered any huge or major roof damages. We're doing Williams Delight currently, Joseph E. James. We just completed Wilfred Pedro. The one site we do have coming online next is Burke's Home, and some more repairs at Pearson Gardens. So we're doing it all simultaneously. And like you said, they're in different tiers, so to speak, and categories of priority. So we can share that information with you. But the goal is to have any major roof damage repaired as early in the hurricane season as possible. That's always been our goal.
Thank you so much for your response. Senator Francis Halligan, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the testifiers and the people of this territory. The first set of questions I want to ask, as I have been listening for quite a bit of time, a couple hours, to the testimony from VIHA, I want to find out from you, in the last 20 years, how many units or homes that you guys have brought online in regards to the people of this territory? Do you have a rough estimate? Just in the last 20 years. Okay.
Senator, we have a listing of information for you on each development and when that development was brought online in the last 20 years. And I believe that there have been approximately 320 340 units that's been brought online from the Housing Authority New Development, Lewis E. Brown 1, 2, and 3, and Sugar Estate. Not to mention the construction in progress now.
Well, the reason why I asked you in the last 20 years is because I've been listening to this dialogue about potentially when think of 1,000, 2,000 in the last 20 years, let alone you attempting to do 6,010. We have a major housing issue here in this territory, but when I sit here, not only as an employee sitting here for over 20-something years listening to these hearings, but now sitting in this seat, I keep hearing a lot of from the testifiers. Processing, anticipate, we believe. And unfortunately, a lot of these processing and anticipations and beliefs don't really turn into the type of numbers that we really need to see when it comes to housing here in our territory. And that's a major, major problem for me as someone here trying to represent the people that need these housing. Now, I want to ask a question. When I was listening about a lot of the need for maintenance, where do you guys advertise for people to come and assist? Because one of the major issues that I get as a representative is, as much as I sit here and I hear what you guys are saying you're doing, when I deal directly to the residents and speak to them, I'm hearing another story. I'm hearing about the falling down sinks and the holes where somebody walked into coming down the stairs with a tile and somebody almost broke their leg. And these are things, when it comes to maintenance, that outside of us even wanting to build and repair major homes, how do we deal with these simple little things that effectuate the lives of the people on a day-to-day basis? And when I hear conversations like we need additional people, almost like it's a sounding excuse. I own a radio station. I don't hear you people advertising on it. I listen to radio all day. I look at television commercials. Where are you guys advertising for these people to assist with making sure that the maintenance is done at these housing communities? That's what I'm trying to understand in this question. Go ahead. Anybody?
Senator, we understand your concern of wanting to see results of the work that we're doing, and we simply use the channels, the regular channels available for advertising for jobs, the Department of Labor's website, the Housing Authority's website, and other publications. We solicit for individuals to be hired. The same thing with contractors. We solicit that information
do
in
you go to the
publication.
places where a lot of people are? Do you advertise, say, on Facebook? I get Indeed ads every day on my phone for jobs in the Virgin Islands. They pop up on my phone. Do you run things where people now are utilizing their smartphones? There are over, 90,000 plus smartphones in the Virgin Islands. These are ways that you get direct access to people. I'm trying to figure out the quickest way to get your information out, to get the necessary maintenance people in place to help the people of this territory within our housing communities. So it's nice that we're having these nice conversations, but when people are living this day to day and I have to get the phone calls, it boggles me when I'm having the dialogue with you, because what you're saying and what they're dealing with is not matching up, and it's a concern for me.
Senator, if I may, it can't match up. It cannot match up. For every position that we've interviewed for, that we have vacancies, we have roughly between 20 and 30 applicants. Right? Of those 20 and 30 people, we may end up in an interview with 4 people.
Okay.
Believe you me, we use Indeed, we use DOL, we use everything there is to use. Mr. Silcott just recently did a Facebook post for our maintenance vacancies. But the individuals are not qualified.
Quick question.
So it's not going to match.
Okay, quick question. When you say a post, do you just put up a post on your page, or do you actually pay to advertise it to thousands of people on Facebook within the territory? Because that's a huge difference.
Right. So, and for right now, we're doing posts. So earlier in the testimony, we talked about we went ahead and do the marketing solicitation that's coming out to help us broaden the communication for the Housing Authority in all aspects of what we do on a daily basis.
I'll do y'all a favor. Send me a radio ad and I'll run it on my station. How about that? Because let's see, you do me that and I will do you guys that favor. Because I need to figure out how to get people the help they need. And if I just have to do that to see if we could reach out to more people, we'll figure it out. Okay?
We appreciate that.
No
Thank
problem.
you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed day, guys. My time is up.
You finished, Senator? Okay, thank you so much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Director Graham, you can see the frustration from my colleagues. Let me ask, HR, we have enough staff and proper staff in HR to assist with these critical vacancies? Do we have enough staff in the HR department?
We do have enough staff, and I believe there is a request for one additional person in HR, but we have sufficient staff to process the individual vacancies that we have.
Let me go. You know what I'm going to do, because I know VIHFA should have been here this morning also. I believe they are online. What I'm going to do is do a mic check quickly, and then I'll have them read the testimony, because some of the line of questioning. Okay, so what I'm going to do is do a mic check right quick, and then I'll have them proceed with the testimony after I ask a couple questions, because I've asked many questions throughout, but I have a couple burning questions I need to ask via HA. But let me have do a quick mic check because I know they've been there for a while, and then I'll have the Sean, and then I'll have them do the testimony, and we'll proceed. Okay? Via HFA, let me see who all is there from via HFA. Can you just put on your mic and introduce yourself and let the next person proceed?
Senator Blyden, good morning. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richardson. Next.
Good afternoon. Valerie Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon. Anyone else online? Who will be reading the testimony this afternoon?
I will, Senator Blyden, Darren Richardson.
Okay, until Acting Director Clendenin will be on shortly.
Yes, she is in row.
Okay, what I'll do is give you a little time. Let me ask a couple of questions, then I'll let you do the testimony, and by then she should be there. Okay, so just hold tight for a couple of minutes. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let me go back to VI HFA. Director Pell, I want to go back to you. I had a couple of concerns in respect to the Housing Authority, and I want to go to the hot water issue. I know there were many complaints and concerns about hot water throughout the housing communities. Where are we up with that process in respect to bringing those units back online when it comes to hot water?
Any particular property or just in general?
In general.
Particularly at the Oswald Harris Court community, we've been challenged with getting the repairs done to those solar water heaters, but we have secured a FEMA mitigation grant to allow more funding to assist us with that. In addition, the other sites, we're constantly replacing water heaters. Once our residents inform us of the issues, they're being replaced. There was a material stock delay for a little bit during COVID, but since then we've been able to either switch out a size that may not have been the exact size that was in the unit, but we've been able to supplement that.
Okay, very well. And you spoke to COVID, and I know many of the funds, I know you received $3.3+ million for as a result of COVID to assist with those activities within our housing authority. And I know that just those funds were used for computers, etc. But what else were those funds used for? Can you speak to what else the funds were used for? And what is the balance of those funds? Do you have any funds remaining?
We do not have any funds remaining. The funds were used, majority of the funds were used for helping to keep the residents and employees safe. So the personal protection, equipment, mask, we did care package for all the residents in the territory, in the public housing communities. Again, the kiosks that we mentioned in our testimony, those are actually being transported to the sites, each property today on St. Croix, and has happened on St. Thomas. They're being launched shortly. In the next 90 days, those will be available for residents to utilize. We've done numerous things in regards to that, and we can share a list of the breakdown of what we utilized the $3.2 million for.
Okay, very well. And lastly, moving forward, supplies, stock, etc. How will you be able to fund and procure those?
We actually made sure that we had a 9 months plus supply for all our properties and locations at the public housing sites.
Okay, very
So
well.
enough PTPs are there and available.
Okay, very well. COO Richardson, you may proceed with VIHFA testimony, please. Mr. Richardson?
Good afternoon, Senator. Senator, can I request a 5-minute recess? I think my interim executive director is about to log in a couple minutes, so can I get that? I would rather, can I get a 5-minute recess?
That's okay. We won't take any recess. We'll just do wrap up a quick line of questioning, a second round for VIHFA. So that's okay. No problem. And I have many questions. I can
All right, thank you.
take some serious time. I don't see anyone saying quite. Senator Graff, do you have any further questions for VIHFA? I'll give you a 2 minutes. Yes, VIHFA, yeah. We're still there. So you can proceed. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to know in regards to maintenance. You have how many individuals in the maintenance in the VIHA? In the territory? Housing?
Mr. Farmer, you can address him.
Good morning. I'm currently looking at the report to get that number. Give me 1 second.
Okay, the breakdown with individuals and how much supervisors. You have 12 amps. How many assigned per amp? You know, like that right now. And then also you have a management group called Pan American Investment. That is, I guess, is subsidized by HUD.
It's Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Pan American Investment is not under the purview of the Housing Authority.
Right.
I think the Housing Finance Authority could better speak to that.
Right. I got that. For the property management, that Clearview doesn't come under you guys, under housing.
No, they do not.
Okay,
Clearview
good.
is
Okay, good. Okay. Now, okay, so for while you work on your numbers for maintenance, do you have sufficient maintenance operators or staff to cover these 24 amps that you have?
We do not. We currently have about 64 vacancies throughout our portfolio. So across the entire housing authority.
So are you subcontracting work out?
We do subcontracting as necessary.
How much of the work are you subcontracting? How much of the work are you subcontracting?
It's hard to quantify, but we do contracts for groundskeeping, for landscaping. We do contracts for concrete repairs. We do contracts for painting. We do electrical, mostly electrical and plumbing.
Right. So again, your maintenance staff, based on the volume of work that you have, and having 64 vacancies. Again, it goes back to the numbers of staff. Yeah, how many maintenance supervisors do you have?
Let me address it, Senator McGrath. The way to look at the housing staff is to the 10 amps or 24 developments. We have approximately 10 to 12 individuals for each of the 10 amps. So that's about 120 individuals. That includes the maintenance and the technicians in the office. So 10 to 12 individuals per amp, approximately 120 individuals that would be considered maintenance and support staff in the office. For each of those amps, there's one project manager,
Wait,
and one
excuse me again. Excuse me, Mr. Graham. Again, it boils down to how many are maintenance. I'm specifically just asking. I have 2 minutes. It probably almost ended. I was specifically asking about maintenance. Maintenance is one of the major factors. So I'm trying to get numbers on maintenance.
Good morning. Jimmy Farmer again, Director of Asset Management. For the territory of St. Thomas, there's 49 maintenance staff. For St. Croix, there's 40 maintenance staff. That includes your maintenance mechanic 1s, maintenance mechanic 2s, equipment operators, and foremen.
Okay, and that's what I say. So specifically for lighting, like one of my colleagues was mentioning, then you shouldn't have a problem if you have 49 individuals on St. Thomas for maintenance. Lighting shouldn't be any problem. Then it should be where, I guess, what is the supply the issue? You have 49 individuals, a light goes out, they go and they change a light. It shouldn't be problematic. Roofs are leaking. Those things should be jumped on. But we are seeing where it seems like they're not being done, or you just have a shortage in staff. Where is the disconnect? I don't know if my time was called. It seemed a little long. I do apologize, Mr. Chair. So you could just answer in the chair's time. Where is the disconnect with the maintenance in regards to reality, what needs to be done? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good answer.
Good morning again, Senator. You hit the nail on the head. It relates to a shortage of staff and also supplies of materials, whereby we do engage outside vendors to help shore up some of these deficiencies.
So like, for example, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. For example, on St. Thomas, we do not have a licensed electrician on staff. We do not have a licensed plumber. We have one person on St. Croix and one person as an electrician and one person on St. Croix as well for a licensed plumber. So we do have challenges. A lot of it has to do with the salaries and the ability of individuals who do have the expertise to want to be paid and be a government worker. There is a difference.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. And CEO Pell, that's exactly where I was going. I was going to ask you about the salary. If that salary is an issue when it comes to the workers, do you believe that's part of the issue in terms of bringing onboarding individuals?
I do, and especially now that we're in a recovery phase in the territory, it's easier for individuals to work in construction on a lot of the recovery projects and make way more than what we would be able to pay them as an employee.
And I know in our last hearing, I asked you about a preventative maintenance program and seeing how we can how you can streamline that process. Since you have a shortage of staff, what's the status with that program? Are you still planning to do the preventive maintenance program to assist with the work order workload?
Yes, we are. We have secured a lot of the materials to put that plan in place, and we will be launching it off shortly, hopefully within the next quarter.
Okay, sounds good. COO Richardson is Acting Director Clendenin online. Mr. Richardson?
I'm here, Senator. Good afternoon, Senator.
Yes.
I think she is. 1 second, let me confirm that.
Acting Director Clendenin, are you there? If not, what we'll do is, I know Senator Carrion have a couple of questions. I'll give him his 2 minutes, and we'll give you 2 more minutes to get yourself together. Senator Carrion, I'll give you 2 minutes to line of questioning before we go to the testimony from VIHFA. You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wanted to also go back to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Ms. Paul, you noted that your goal for 2022 is to give about 200 individual vouchers for the units to lease. That's correct?
Yes, I think Director Anthony, she was discussing that goal. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me how many vouchers were dispersed in 2021 and in 2020? And I also want to compare to see where we are also, because prior to 2017 storms, how many vouchers were distributed in 2015 and 2016? Because I did note that you mentioned also the part of heart of the new administration Biden is to really increase the voucher programs and also expand, the rental assistance also. So I want to see where we are and how we're measuring this.
Sure. Director Anthony, I'll let her respond.
Good afternoon, Kayla Anthony. I would have to definitely send you that information about the prior years. I can roughly say that in fiscal year 2021, we distributed almost close to 250 vouchers to families in the territory. We are poised to distribute about the same amount for the 2022 fiscal year. In order to increase the number of persons searching, we have approximately 300 families with vouchers in their hands as we speak. So those would be families who got vouchers in 2021 and new families who received the vouchers for 2022.
Time.
Okay. I would request that through the chair, if you could submit those numbers so that we could have an idea how that is going. And what percentage of those clients are actually found homes? Do we know?
It's a very small percent. We would say about 30%, 20% of those families have found homes. As we've discussed in the past testimony, that's one of our biggest challenges. While the families have the vouchers in their hands, they're unable to find suitable homes.
Gotcha. Okay, very well. I don't want to abuse my time. Mr. Chair, thank you. But before, I do know that, Ms. Pell, those vouchers can also be transferred, right? Like you could go to another jurisdiction if possible.
Yes, that's correct. I think the term is called porting.
Okay, well, we have to have further discussion, and we're open to try to assist and see how we could work together to really solve the housing crisis we have in the territory, because we really don't want to lose. We saw in our census, our population has been decreasing. We don't want to continue decreasing our population due to the housing crisis we're having. So we would love to have further conversations and collaborate. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time, for the time given.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion, and good line of questioning, because I don't want to hear in terms of them going elsewhere. Director Anthony, let me ask you, for those individuals, you said 30%, especially with the housing crisis we have right now. Do you have any data in terms of follow-up or follow-through when it comes to your communication with those individuals as to why they have not found a place, and we know why, and what happens to them? What becomes of them? Do you have any data in that respect?
Yes, we would have the data, and I could tell you that most times is that they just have not been able to find a suitable unit, as we've been saying throughout the morning. We can quantify that. Then there are those families who may have a change of heart, and then we have the families, and as we just talked about portability. When we look at the census data at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority through the Housing Choice Voucher Program, we are confident that the data is correct as it pertains to the loss of residents in our territory, because we've seen the families take the vouchers off island and find housing elsewhere, or they just simply move off island and become a part of another housing agency. So that is a part of what we see here in the voucher program.
And what percentage of that becomes actually homeless or stays with the other family members, etc.? I'd like to see that data. It'll be interesting to see that data.
We could see what we have on. We could see what we have on that. Normally, if a family declares that they're homeless at the beginning of the process, we would have that. If they do not throughout the process, then we will not have the data. But we could certainly take a look at what we have and share that with you.
I'll appreciate that. I'm sure my colleagues and I will appreciate that. Thank you so much. I see the, Acting Director Clendenin online. So, Acting Director Clendenin, you may introduce yourself with a mic check and and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. Good afternoon, and I apologize for my delay, just very conflicting schedules. Dana Clendenin, Interim Director for the VI Housing Finance Authority.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Dana Clendenin, and I serve as the Interim Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you accompanied by Ms. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer, and Ms. Ann Hanley, CDBG-DR, Director of Programs. On Friday, March 18, 2022, my team and I appeared before the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure and provided a thorough testimony and engaged in a robust and productive discussion of disaster-related projects in the territory that fall under the purview of VIHFA. This includes the administration of the Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery, CDBG Mitigation, CDBG COVID, the Emergent Solutions Grant, and the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We appreciate and honor the opportunity to provide, as it allowed us to inform the public and this body of our recovery progress. Today, we are grateful for yet another opportunity to appear, this time to speak to our housing and home ownership initiatives. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority was created to ensure that all Virgin Islanders are granted an opportunity to obtain safe, sanitary, and decent, affordable housing. Over the years, VIHFA has addressed, to the best of our ability, the shortage of low and moderate income housing in the territory. The VIHFA uses low-income housing tax credits, home funding, community development block grants, and local subsidies, and other funding to stimulate the development of affordable housing throughout the territory. To accomplish our mandates, the authority currently has a staff complement of 43 employees, 28 in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 15 in the St. Croix district. Since its inception, the authority has completed the development of nearly 700 units at 22 developments territory-wide and sold nearly 400 lots, including the following: St. Thomas Home and Lot Sales, Windberg Heights Condos, Spring Hill Condos, Hillside Village Condo, Water Bay Condos, Demerara Homes, Blue Watercrest Homes, Fortuna Townhomes, Fortuna Lot Sales, Dorothea Lot Sales, Santa Maria Lot Sales, Mariandal Homes and Lot Sales, Annisville Condos, Nazareth Homes and Lot Sales, Hospital Ground Homes, Anna's Fancy Lot Sales, and Whispering Hills. On St. Thomas, we have also had scattered developments in communities such as Altoona and Savon. On St. John, the Calabash Boom Townhomes. On St. Croix, St. George Villas, Work and Rest Homes, Concordia Villas, Concordia West Homes and Lot Sales, Mount Pleasant Home, Phase 1, 2, 3, Herman Hill, Queen Street Townhouses, Renaissance Townhomes, Strand Street Townhouses, Bon Esperance Homes and Lot Sales, Estate Solitude, Cotton Valley Lot Sales, and Morning Glory. Thus, as is expected, the housing needs of our community have expanded way beyond our starting point in 1981. Over the years, our supply has not kept up with the demand for safe and affordable housing, in fact, compounded by the 2017 storms and the large population of residents displaced and are in dire need of assistance. Senators, you know as well as I that at this point, the need to replenish the territory's emergency housing stock and build homes for our people, the people of the Virgin Islands, is more critical than ever. I want to take this time to assure you that the VIHFA is working in coordination with a range of stakeholders to secure the resources necessary to move the needle in these areas. Fundamental to the success of these efforts is the continued development of an affordable housing plan, which is updated every 3 years. We anticipate the VIHFA Board of Directors to act this week on the latest iteration. Within this blueprint, we have identified the following priorities. Affordable home ownership opportunities. Maintain and expand VIHFA-sponsored programs that provide direct and indirect assistance for first-time home buyers. Affordable rental housing. The cost of rent has increased dramatically. Creating additional opportunities will help bridge the affordability gap. Emergency housing. Replenish the number of units that can house residents in the event of a natural disaster, catastrophic incident, domestic violence, and financial hardship. Over the next 3 years, VIHFA has sought to put in place a portfolio of projects to address the varied housing needs that strategically outline the next step to realistically meet our housing objectives. While we understand the urgency to have more units built now, VIHFA is plagued with the same issues delaying recovery efforts: capacity, human capital, and available contractors, coupled with the increased cost and availability of building materials. Thus, we have looked at our recruitment strategies and have identified areas where we can supplement our labor force while also looking at best practices for sourcing materials to meet our demand. Along with looking at the development and construction of affordable housing in the territory, the plan also looks at refinancing available for each project category. Senators, since assuming this role a little over 3 weeks ago, I've engaged the leadership team in discussions on developing a new vision for our way forward, once again putting the focus on outcomes instead of efforts. This has to be our mantra if we want to get anything done. I offer my gratitude to Mr. Darren Richardson for his leadership over the home ownership, planning, and construction programs, along with procurement and human resources, and to Ms. Valdez-Shelford, who manages collections and services, accounting, and federal programs. Emergency housing. Hurricanes Irma and Maria significantly impacted the territory's limited emergency housing stock. To address the needs of the community, existing facilities must be brought back to pre-storm conditions and the resilience of those facilities increase. There is also a need to expand facilities to accommodate requests for emergency housing. The VIHFA currently manages 4 established emergency housing communities throughout the territory, which initially included 27 units in St. Thomas and 44 units in St. Croix. Unfortunately, Hurricanes Irma and Maria reduced the numbers to 22 units in St. Thomas and 20 units on St. Croix. The VIHFA has worked with FEMA to allocate funding for the repairs at each of the emergency housing communities. FEMA has obligated funding for all territory housing communities. Currently, all projects are in various stages of the solicitation process. Within the 2022 to 2024 plan period, the VIHFA will rehabilitate each of the emergency housing communities. The renovation of the Anna's Hope Emergency Housing Community and the Campo Rico Emergency Housing Community on St. Croix will increase the emergency housing units on St. Croix by 24 units. The VIHFA intends to expand the quantity of emergency housing units in the territory with the development of the Tarnenberg Emergency Housing Apartments on St. Thomas, which will include 11 newly constructed units and the renovation of 18 units at the Coronagata Inn on St. Croix. I'll take this opportunity to discuss the other projects at the forefront of our development portfolio. For St. Croix, the Meadows at Bonne Esperance. Bonne Esperance has turned out to be a very popular community with its location in Mid-Island St. Croix. Currently, the authority is constructing homes in the second phase of this project with plans to start the development process for phase 3 in the third quarter of this fiscal year. There remains approximately 4 home sites of the 66 home sites that were offered within the first 2 phases, and where over 40 families now call home. This community of mainly quarter-acre lots consists of multiple offerings for clients to achieve their dream of becoming first-time homeowners. These programs include the construction of turnkey homes for sale, lots for sale, and the Buy a Lot, Build a Home program. Phase 3 of this much sought-after community will utilize CBDG MIT funding and yield an additional 32 home sites. We anticipate completion in 2025. Once the CDBG MIT funds
Director, you're frozen. Media? The Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunication stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're back. Acting Director, we apologize for that. You may continue from where we stopped you, okay?
Okay, I will start at Estate Mount Pleasant.
Yes.
The authority is proud to announce that all 10 turnkey homes contracted and built by North Shore Partners Incorporated within Phase 4 in Morning Glory Ridge at Estate Mount Pleasant West on St. Croix have been sold, with the last homeowner awaiting a closing date. This is one of the many successful partnerships that VIHFA has fostered in providing homeownership opportunities to residents within our community. The authority is also in the process of reissuing for a third time an invitation for bid to construct 6 homes from the remaining 13 lot. The previous 2 times the bids submitted were non-responsive. To ensure better response the third time, we revised our RFP and the required documentation. The community, which consists of 40 quarter-acre home sites, will have 7 lots constructed upon and sold as turnkey homes, utilizing $1.6 million in disaster recovery funds and another 6 lots using local funds. Currently, the project is in the environmental phase as required by HUD. Upon completion, VIHFA will move to procurement and an RFP will be issued. We anticipate a completion date in 2024.
Director Clinton, after completion date in 2020, you're frozen again. We wait a few seconds, see if you come back on. If you did not, we'll have to go to our next quick break. So we'll wait a few seconds. And Ms. Shillingford and the other young lady, can you please turn off your camera for now? Let's see if it makes any difference. Director Clinton, Acting Director? I think you're good
She's
now.
back.
Yeah, I think you're good now. You may proceed.
She's leaving.
Acting Director?
She looked like, Senator, I think she logged out. If you could give her 1 minute.
Acting Director?
It looked like.
Okay, we will stand. Thank you. We will.
If you could give her 1 minute.
We will stand in recess for 2 minutes. We are back on the record. I apologize. We are back on the record. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but it's just the sign of the times. We must adapt and, keep it moving. Acting Director Clendenin, you may proceed with testimony, and please next time try to be in person so we don't have to go through this. Thank you.
Absolutely, Senator. And again, just conflicting schedules. It's why I'm not there in person, but thank you again for the opportunity. Estate Solitude. This community on the far east side of St. Croix will consist of infrastructure development and construction of 20 turnkey homes on 7.3 acres. The VIHFA procured an engineer who developed the subdivision plan for DPNR's approval. The authority has applied to the CDBG-DR program for the funding of this project. Procurement to acquire a developer to construct both the infrastructure and homes within the community will commence shortly after approval, with an estimated start date later in the fourth quarter of 2022. The estimated completion date is the third quarter of 2026. The Fritz Loetz Complex, Lagoon Complex. The VIHFA has commenced its redevelopment plan for the repair and enhancements of the Fritz Loetz Complex using a combination of insurance proceeds and local funding. This first phase works includes repairs to hurricane damaged units, with phase 2 being the redesign of the facade and rear porches. Additionally, the bathroom in each unit has been redesigned to give more space. This first phase will also see the addition of 2 handicap accessible units. We anticipate completing this project in the second quarter of 2023. The total amount for both phases is a little more than $2.1 million. Coolangatta Inn. The VIHFA has recently submitted an application for CDBG-DR funding, totaling a little over $2.2 million for its emergency home project at the entrance of Christiansted Town. This project will include the remodeling of 18 units for emergency housing. The project is vital in providing much-needed emergency housing units on the island of St. Croix. Our anticipated completion date is the second quarter of 2023. St. Thomas, Whispering Hills. The authority is redefining the scope of work, and an invitation for bids will be issued within 3 weeks for the construction of 8 of the next 16 homes to be built at this subdivision utilizing local funds. Once this is complete, we will begin the procurement process for the remaining 8 homes. The overall vision includes 38 homes with supporting roads and infrastructure financed by CDBG MID funds. We anticipate completion in 2025. Estate Nazareth. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is continuing to develop home sites in Estate Nazareth on the eastern end of St. Thomas. Last year, we closed on 3 home sites that were developed on this property. The VIHFA also intends to issue a procurement for the development of a 30-home site subdivision plan for submission to DPNR later this fiscal year. The authority had expected to complete the plan by November 2021, but this date has been pushed back due to the realignment in our development schedule. Anticipated completion, December 2026. Estate Fortuna, Wild Pineapple. Construction of infrastructure has been completed on the first phase of this project, which includes laying electrical and low voltage utility conduits, resurfacing of the road to the community, and constructing a finger road within the development. The VIHFA has recently submitted an application for funding to CDBG-DR and expects the first homes to commence construction in October of 2022. It is the authority's intent to only offer turnkey homes for sale within this community. Final prices will be based on the appraised value of the units. The project is expected to be completed in May 2025. The requested CDBG-DR funding is in the amount of $28.6 million. Ross Tarnenberg. The Authority three-story mixed-use building, for which architectural plans have been completed, will incorporate moderate income rentals on the third floor, as well as serving as the VIHFA's new office on St. Thomas. This project is currently in the advertisement phase of procurement, and we expect the project to break ground on the estimated 18,000 square foot building in August of 2022. The mixed-use building concept will afford the Authority the ability to provide much-needed affordable rentals in St. Thomas while contributing to the revitalization of this area. The project will be funded by the VIHFA's infrastructure funding and CDBG-DR. The approved CDBG-DR funding is a little over $2.9 million. Tannenberg. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has also submitted an application for CDBG-DR funding totaling a little over $3.8 million for the development of 11 emergency housing units in Estate Tannenberg. The Authority has undertaken preliminary drawings in-house and will finalize the architectural drawings within the month of April. The Authority expects to break ground on this project late this calendar year. As we work aggressively on these projects, our homeownership team, through additional initiative, continues to engage the public. Mortgage-ready client listing. The VIHFA maintains a mortgage-ready listing of clients who have successfully met the pre-qualification standards and demonstrate the ability to acquire real estate at present. A mortgage-ready file will be given first preference on any projects available for purchase by the Authority. However, these clients are not limited to the purchase of VIHFA products. Homeownership staff continually communicate with mortgage-ready clients to maintain their readiness to purchase. Contact with the clients is also an opportunity to provide current information on the status of projects and services, and an opportunity for the client to update contact information. Currently, the Authority has a mortgage-ready pool of 134 clients in the District of St. Croix and 252 clients in the St. Thomas St. John District, for a total of 386 mortgage-ready applicants. This is another area of focus in which we are taking a hard look at our rules and regulations, along with opportunities for improvement. Homebuyer Education Program. The Homebuyers Education Program, which is also referred to as the Pre-Purchase Education Program, is an instructional guide for first-time homebuyers to learn about the entire purchase process step by step. Since the pandemic, the Authority has suspended in-person classes, but continues to meet this vital need utilizing the Zoom software platform for 6 weeks of instructional offerings. This course requires a minimum of 9 hours of structured training. Topics covered are money management, understanding credit, shopping for a home, obtaining a mortgage loan, and what you can do to protect your investment. The curriculum incorporates lectures by guest presenters from lending institutions, insurance companies, housing inspection services, local and federal government entities, as well as the Authority's support staff. These lectures serve to empower future homeowners to make positive decisions to achieve their housing goals and ensure long-term success. An alternative offering to the Homebuyers Education Program is eHome America. This course is available to all clients interested in an online self-paced option for an additional cost of $99. A link to this course can be found on the Authority's website at vihfa.gov. Applicants must attend either the VIHFA Homebuyers Education Program class or eHome America course to earn a certificate of completion. The Housing Counseling Program. The goal of the Housing Counseling Program is to provide one-on-one counseling to help clients resolve problems that prevent them from acquiring affordable mortgage financing. Concerns include, but are not limited to, bad credit, excessive debt, income requirements, insufficient savings, and delinquent accounts. Through this counseling program, the authority's HUD-certified housing counselors assist clients in making informed decisions to meet their housing needs and goals. The authority does not offer refinancing options, but will work with its existing mortgage clients to provide loss mitigation options as needed. The authority received $63,000 in HUD housing counseling grant funds to supplement its housing counseling program. These funds will be used for counseling, education, and outreach services. Outreach activities. The Home Ownership Division conducts outreach activities to government agencies, labor unions, retirees, nonprofit groups, civic organizations, public, private, and parochial schools. Topics covered are based on the audience and include similar material provided within our home buyer education program. We believe this program to be vital as it provides valuable information at the entry level, at every level, from early lessons in saving for our students to budgeting for a new home for adults. We would also like to take this opportunity to share with the public the information on financing options available through VIHFA. These includes the home program. The federal home funds are used to provide secondary financing, including down payment, closing cost assistance, and mortgage buy-down subsidies for low-income households. Funding through the programs provide the most significant benefits to the local economy on a house-per-house basis. The program is typically coupled with the federal USDA Rural Development Direct Lending Program, but that has been limited by the maximum home purchase price. These limitations have resulted in us being able to provide numerous opportunities for residents of St. Croix, but limited opportunities for the St. Thomas St. John residents due to the disparity in home prices in both districts. For the benefit of the public, what this means in its simplest form is that houses are less expensive on St. Croix, while fair market values have driven up prices on St. Thomas and St. John. In addition, the cost of housing, homeownership is typically only possible for households at the lower end of the income scale if there is a supply of affordable, for example, subsidized units for them to purchase. As a result of the lower construction costs and land which is more buildable, VIHFA has historically produced more units on St. Croix. For these same reasons, there also tends to be more spot loan activity on St. Croix, with clients utilizing USDA financing coupled with home funds to build on their own lands. In the 2022-2024 three-year plan period, home program funds will continue to be a significant resource required to meet the needs of our clients in financing the gap between USDA RD program funding and the home program maximum sale price. Low-income housing tax credit financing. The Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program provides much-needed housing for those of lower incomes in the territory. The units produced are to be rented to income-qualified residents whose household income does not exceed 60% of the area median income for the initial 15 years of the program's compliance period. At the end of the 15-year tax credit period, in accordance with the federal regulations, the property must remain affordable for an additional 15-year extended use period. The LIHTC program provides affordable rental opportunities that would not otherwise be possible in the territory. Some of the projects to date that have benefit from or utilized our LIHTC, which is also the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program, are St. Thomas St. John, New Redevelopment, Megan's Junction Apartments 1 and 2, Love and Land Apartments 1 and 2, Amalia Terrace Apartments, Altona and Grandview Apartments, Grandview 2 Apartments, the Sugar Estate, the Celestino White Senior Housing on St. Thomas, Patriot Manor, Calabash Boom Apartments on St. John. On St. Croix, the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion, That's a recent award. The Louis E. Brown Apartments, Anna's Hope Apartments, the Sugar Mill Villas, Orange Grove Villas, Carrot Villas, Troyville Apartments, Breezewood Villas, Concordia Manor, Princess Villas. The Homestead Loan Program. Our gratitude to this body for appropriating $4 million for the existing Homestead Loan Program. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority received that funding in late January 2022 and is currently finalizing policies and procedures to govern the disbursement of those funds. Within the month of April, we will be able to advertise and start to accept and process application. This program provides mortgage assistance to first-time home buyers to purchase or build a home and to acquire land for the purpose of building a home. To be eligible for the Homestead Loan Program, the following criteria must be met. Must be a first-time home buyer, must meet the established income requirements, must be a resident of the territory for the last 3 years, must have the ability to make a minimum earnest deposit of $1,000. For qualified veterans, no deposit is required. Must be pre-qualified for a mortgage loan based on nationally accepted underwriting standards, must attend the VIHFA Homebuyer Education Program and obtain a certificate of completion, must occupy your property as your primary residence. Property must be a single-family dwelling. Additionally, the granting of affordable housing developer agreements and the associated tax benefits to developers that participate in the construction of homes for our clients will continue to be a method to mitigate the cost of construction. Senator Blyden, thank you for the opportunity to appear today to speak to the monumental task before us. We appreciate your partnership in helping us meet our housing goals. The accountability and progress that you seek is important to us as well. We look forward to our continued collaboration. Homeownership in the Virgin Islands should not be a luxury reserved for select people. Having a piece of our island paradise should be an attainable goal for all citizens for generations to come. Our people must have a stake in the ground. The staff of the VIHFA wholeheartedly believes this and is committed to our role in making this a reality. My team and I are now available to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Acting Director Clendenin, for your testimony. You kind of was going in and out at the end, but at the end of your testimony, but nonetheless, we managed to understand what you were saying, and yes, our people must have a stake when it comes to your mission, unlocking the doors to homeownership opportunities. And I believe the agency have strayed away from the mission. They have been focusing on everything else, which I understand. They have been focusing on many issues as a result of the hurricanes and the COVID-19 pandemic, etc. But I believe the agency needs to stay on course with its core mission in terms of unlocking doors to homeownership opportunities. So my line of questioning will be along those lines. Period. I know you were here last week, Friday. We focused on many disaster recovery issues, but I'm going to focus on your core mission and how we can assist you in accomplishing your goal moving forward. But at this time, I know Attorney Gaddy, you have to leave for 2:30, so what I'm going to do is take a quick 15-minute recess in order for staff to get something to eat right quick, and we're going to come back online and get into it in terms of our line of questioning from the senators. Okay, so we're going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. We're back on record. What I will do, good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. What I will do, I will have legal services put the testimony on record, Catholic Charities and Lutheran Services, and then we're going to continue with our line of questioning for my colleagues. Okay, so what I'm going to do is do a mic check. Attorney Gotti, you're here, so just say good afternoon. Good afternoon. See, no interruption when you come in person, guys. Ms. Shillingford, good afternoon. Mic check, Ms. Shillingford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And lastly, Lutheran Services, good afternoon. Ms. Good afternoon. Lutheran Services. She was there earlier. Okay, nonetheless, we'll come back to her. Attorney Gotti, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Blyden and other members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. Along with the listening audience, I am Attorney Shelby King Gaddy. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. It's commonly known as just Legal Services. Legal Services has offices on the islands of St. Croix and St. Thomas, with the latter office providing services to the residents of both St. Thomas and St. John. While Legal Services has always provided legal assistance to the eligible residents of the Virgin Islands for housing and a variety of other matters, since March of 2020, Legal Services has specifically been providing emergency advocacy assistance for persons who have faced eviction and foreclosure due to circumstances that arose due to COVID-19. Legal Services also has continuously represented clients with legal issues that arose from disaster repairs stemming from the 2017 hurricanes. The following statistics represent the types of housing matters handled by Legal Services since March of 2020 related to this discussion of housing and affordable housing in our community. Federal subsidized housing, we've handled 34 cases in St. Croix, 7 cases in St. Thomas. Private landlord-tenant issues, 30 cases in St. Croix, 70 in St. Thomas. Public housing, 30 cases in St. Croix, 4 cases in St. Thomas. Mortgage foreclosures, 12 cases in St. Croix, 5 cases in St. Thomas. And then the cases that we opened during COVID for FEMA, Envision, and other disaster-related issues, 2 in St. Croix, 4 in St. Thomas, for a total of 198 cases that were handled related to housing matters since March of 2020. As Legal Services is constantly seeking ways to ensure that our services are brought to those residents in need of our services, in 2020, Legal Services implemented an enhanced service delivery system whereby we provide intake via telephone, online, and in person. We found that some residents also faced challenges with transportation that hindered their ability to reach our offices. And so in September of 2020, Legal Services launched the Mobile Justice Units, which are just wholly contained mobile legal offices, to provide legal assistance in remote locations. On a weekly basis, the Mobile Justice Units are parked in various community locations that are more readily accessible via public transportation. Our Mobile Justice Units are located on Tuesdays in St. Croix and on Thursdays in St. Thomas. We located at Mars Hill in Frederickstead in St. Croix and Tutu Mall in St. Thomas. As well, two Thursdays, 2 Tuesdays of each month, we also locate those vehicles near the Superior Court Magistrate Divisions. That's where landlord-tenant issues and cases are heard. With the expectation back last June of 2021 that the eviction moratorium would expire, the volume of cases we expected also would increase substantially. Legal Services implemented the Summer Tenants' Rights Clinic to train volunteer pro bono attorneys so that we would expand our resources to handle eviction cases. And while the CDC eviction moratorium was extended to October 3rd, 2021, it became apparent that the persons in the territory who were intended benefactors of the Virgin Islands Emergency Rental Assistance Program that was launched in March of 2021, in accordance with the Treasury's program funds authorized by the American Rescue Act that we all know as ERAP. They were either unaware of the availability of ERAP assistance or they were uncertain of the requirements for obtaining that ERAP assistance. In response to these circumstances plaguing our community, Legal Services began developing the Eviction Prevention Services Program. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the CDC's eviction moratorium was not legal, and thus landlords could resume evictions. Legal Services formalized the Eviction Prevention Services Program with the intention of partnering with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, which is the agency that administers the ERAP funds, in order to enhance the delivery of eviction prevention assistance to the eligible persons in the Virgin Islands. The Eviction Prevention Services Program is designed to be a one-stop shop for meeting the needs of Virgin Islanders to obtain necessary eviction prevention legal assistance and related housing stability services. The Eviction Prevention Services Program employs a holistic approach to bring to bear the required level of assistance to obtain the full range of services under emergency circumstances that addresses the social and legal needs of individuals to bring about stability in their housing situation. Through the Legal Services telephone or online intake, the mobile justice units, and office walk-in contact, residents of the Virgin Islands can seek assistance from Legal Services for all of the above referenced legal assistance services and needs. We call this the kiosk approach. That kiosk approach would connect individuals desiring assistance with who we would name as a navigator. That person would be able to evaluate the particular circumstances for each individual and then direct them to the necessary resources that would be specific to their situation, providing the contact and location information and tips for obtaining a successful outcome in obtaining the necessary services. Due to the urgency required to resolve these housing issues, it's anticipated that attorneys, with the assistance of navigators, would be able to provide assistance on site at the Superior Courts or remote locations in both the St. Croix and St. Croix districts through the use of our mobile justice units. The Legal Services Eviction Prevention Services Program would also provide a single point of contact for those persons seeking assistance to navigate through the maze of eviction prevention and housing stabilization related services. With this holistic approach I described above, the goal is to assist the client to move beyond the immediate crisis of paying the rent, the past due rent, to avoid eviction, by also addressing their other legal issues that prevent the person from attaining housing stability. This could include enforcement of the tenant's rights under a lease, representation in employment or other economic benefits related matters, so that when resolved, the person would be able to contribute to the stabilization of their housing situation, not only for that individual, but for their entire household. While partnership has to date not materialized, Legal Services still stands ready and available to assist in the delivery of these eviction prevention assistance services to those eligible persons in the territory. There is a great need to be responsive to the prevention of eviction and stabilization of housing for the people of the Virgin Islands during this pandemic recovery period. As the Eviction Prevention Services Program is a one-stop shop, its success depends on the collaborative partnerships with other agencies working as a coalition to meet the needs of the community in this pandemic recovery environment. Hence, some of these collaborative partnerships would be engaged to do the following. The Eviction Prevention Services Program, in collaboration with other agencies providing rental assistance and housing stability related services, include, but are not limited to, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority with their ERAP funds, the ERAP intake sites, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, the Housing Choice and Public Housing Programs, the Department of Human Services for food stamps, SNAP, Medical Assistance Program, Adult Protective Services, the Department of Labor for unemployment and wage disputes, Department of Health, American Red Cross. All of these would engage in public service announcements and community outreach activities and events in a variety of locations to provide information about and access to the eviction prevention and housing stability services for persons who may not have knowledge of what is even available to them. The Eviction Prevention Services Program, in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Bar Association's volunteer or pro bono attorneys, will conduct walk-up clinics to provide direct services to residents with eviction-related legal challenges. The Eviction Prevention Services Program, again in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Bar Association, could provide the training for the legal volunteers that would provide the assistance to persons seeking eviction prevention-related services. Ultimately, the Eviction Prevention Services Program would require the pooling of eviction prevention and related resources to produce the most effective and efficient means for assisting the residents of the Virgin Islands so that they might obtain relief from eviction and attain housing stability. Consistent with the mainland legal aid organizations, Legal Services has requested and has a response pending from the VI Housing Finance Authority for financial resources from the ERAP funds in order to bring about the full benefits of the Eviction Services Prevention Program. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Shelby King Gaddy.
Thank you, Attorney Gaddy, for your testimony. Ms. Shelby Gaddy, Ms. Irma Chase Dewima, ED for Methodist Outreach Program. Are you online?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the 34th Legislature, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. Committee members, all members of the 34th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Irma Chase, Executive Director of Methodist Training and Outreach Center, DBA, meet the needs of our community. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization providing service to the community since 2001. Before I get into my testimony, I must share for the record that MTOC is not affiliated with the Methodist Church.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you? I think you're too close to the mic. You're coming across. Yeah. Try again.
Okay. MTOC's name came from the founding members and past board members of the organization, being members of the Methodist Church. In an effort to acknowledge our identity, the current board members of the organization voted to change the name in 2019 to meet the needs of the community. I will now read for the record my written testimony. The fight to end homelessness is a community effort and will always be a constant uphill battle. It will take the entire community, including the governor, Department of Human Services, public safety, senators, public-private sector, behavioral health, and community stakeholders that share interests to collaborate and find a solution to this problem. Each homeless case is unique. The common denominator is the hardship that comes with being homeless, and it highlights the lack of resources within the community. The circumstances of homelessness could vary from mental illness, bad decisions, drug abuse, and economic hardships, to name a few. The staff of MTAC know this too well, as our offices are located at the center of Market Square and St. Thomas, and Times Square and St. Paul, places frequented by the homeless population. MTAC provides housing for women, men, and families throughout programs, support services for veterans and families, housing opportunities for persons living with HIV/AIDS, transitional housing for women and men, and permanent housing throughout single-room occupancy. We are committed to assisting the clients in obtaining a safe, clean place to call home. During the 2021 year, a total of 36 veterans and their families were served through the SSDF program, 28 families for the HAPO program, 5 for our transitional housing, and 8 for the single-room occupancy. To ensure all needs of each client are met, we provide extensive case management, counseling, transportation to appointments, referrals, and weekly check-ins. The agency's mailbox and telephone number is used as a point of contact for many of the homeless, not only enrolled clients of our program. We continue to provide hot meals every Thursday of the month, and we are excited to see that our feeding program will be expanded to weekly from May 1st of 2022. Through our monthly hot meals program, we provided over 12,000 meals, and throughout the various programs, we've assisted over 620 families. Our homeless management information system. The homeless management information system is managed by MTAC under the Virgin Islands Continuum of Care Homelessness and the collaborative applicant, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The HMIS system is designed to collect data to assist address the critical problems of homeless within the territory through a coordinated community-based process and identifying needs and building a system of housing and services to address those needs. MCAC office reports the results from the point in time mandated by HUD biannually of all homeless persons counted in the territory. In 2021, there was 174 persons counted, with 111 persons being unsheltered. This count was done during the peak of COVID with very little or no volunteers. The HMIS system is the host for all HUD-funded programs in the territory, where all agencies utilizing the system for reporting to the collaborative agency, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. During the coronavirus pandemic, MCAC experienced an uptick in intake and assessment due to families experiencing hardship due to layoffs. We were able to assist the clients through COVID funding, through Community Foundation GI, veteran clients needing assistance and service through the COVID funding received through the Supported Services for Veteran Families program. Our offices in both districts serve as an intake center for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, managed by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, where we have processed over 242 families and continue to do so. We were able to expand our outreach assistance by providing PPE, provide shelter for persons needing to quarantine into the homeless and less fortunate in our community. MCAC partnered with the Department of Health to provide monthly outreach, providing COVID testing, COVID vaccination, and HIV testing in the market square. As a community, we can do better in providing better service and assistance to both the homeless and mentally ill. This mission speaks of far more than the programs we currently have. More effort and funding are necessary to get the homeless off the streets and refer to the services that we need. These services include general health care, mental health care, counseling, general hygiene, a place to take a bath, get out of the elements are all necessary components that should be available for the homeless. MCAC participated in a recent walkthrough in January of the downtown area of the Market Square and Lower Savannah area, organized in conjunction with public safety that unveiled an in-depth view of the homeless population that seems to have shifted since the Irma Maria hurricane. Help us to help the community. Help us to bring regulation to one area at a time. MCAC has the vision, the template for a great program, and most importantly, a willing, capable staff to conduct this mission. We need your help to meet the needs of the community. On the journey to provide programs that will help us reach the goal of providing services that will meet the unmet needs of our housing programs within the territory, MCAC proposed to create a day shelter, providing hot meals, showers, and clothing during the day, and provide emergency shelter for the homeless and or at-risk individuals. This will be the first in the St. Thomas and John district. The project will allow us to provide 7 emergency beds to our lacking inventory. These funds are being sought through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, CDBG-DR. MCAC has submitted to the VA government grant for funding through the Department of Human Services to assist in the operation of the day shelter program. The approval of this grant in whole or in part will aid us in fulfilling the need to operate a program that is well desired for our community. Our mission is to meet the needs of our community through service, bridging the gap to our community and the population in need. Bridging the gap to an area that has gone unmet due to the loss of DI care and Hope Inc. MCAC has partnered with the Department of Health as a sub-branch to fight against HIV and bringing an end to the epidemic. We once again realize that it's not only left to the Department of Health, but to stakeholders in the community. To help meet the mandate of the 340 Get It Together campaign, MCAC will be opening the first of 2 HIV testing labs in May of 2022 in St. Thomas and later this year on the island of St. Croix. MCOC is working with the Virgin Islands Agency Council to plan the Project Homeless Connect to be held in May. At this event, we will be providing showers, clothing, haircuts, and meal health care for the homeless. This event is being held to give us the opportunity to count and connect with the population to aid us in better planning and executing programs to better help in bridging the gap and bringing an end to homelessness. On our wish list of things, the MCAC wishes to continue the work of providing service to our community following is needed. To finalize the purchase of the buildings to create our day shelter, to locate and obtain funding to purchase and rehab a building to provide transitional housing for clients in transition to permanent housing. Transitional housing is the biggest missing gap on the way to permanent housing. And finally, on our wish list, a vehicle for both islands to transport clients and expand outreach services. I would like to take this time to personally and publicly thank my staff for their diligence and their work during the COVID-19 pandemic, putting themselves at risk to help the homeless community as well as our board members and volunteers. To you, Honorable Senator Blyden, and thank you for allowing me to come before you today to share the view of my agency. Submitted by Amit.
Thank you, Edie. Thank you, Edie DeRema, for your testimony. Edie Shillingford, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, testifiers, and other individuals listening. My name is Andrea Shillingford, and I am privileged to serve as the Executive Director of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, an agency of the Roman Catholic Diocese of the Virgin Islands. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and again report to you on our ongoing efforts at Catholic Charities to address homelessness in the Virgin Islands. As you know, there has been and continues to be much community discourse on homelessness and its impact on health and quality of life of Virgin Islands residents. Housing, of course, is a major determinant of the health and well-being of our people, and we need to develop strategies to move people off the streets that are logistically effective, financially feasible, and supportive of human dignity. Every homeless person lives his or her own situation with its own story. So it is important to pursue strategies that address their perspective. For this reason, we at Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands maintain the daily contact with those individuals through the services of our soup kitchens, street outreach programs, emergency shelters, and transitional housing programs. We could today provide you with statistical data regarding homelessness in the Virgin Islands. However, keep in mind that statistics do not tell the whole story of homelessness and other housing needs. The best way to understand this is to pursue and use federal standards to break down the problems. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has several categories of homelessness. One, literally homeless, and that would be individuals who live in a place not meant for human habitation, including but not limited to the streets or in their car, emergency shelters, transitional housing, and hotel stays paid for by a government or charitable organization. Two, imminent risk of homelessness, individuals or families who lose their primary nighttime residence within 14 days and have no other resources or support network to obtain permanent housing. Homeless under other statutes would include unaccompanied youth under 25 years of age, or families with children and youth who do not meet other categories but are homeless under other federal statutes, have not had a lease and have moved 2 or more times in the past 60 days and are likely to remain unstable because of special needs or barriers. And fourth would be individuals fleeing domestic violence. Be assured that the COVID-19 pandemic has not led to Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands closing our shelters, our soup kitchens, or outreach program services. We fully recognize that we serve a segment of the population that depend on us for their daily sustenance and support. In 2021, Catholic Charities served 113,828 meals and provided 9,205 nights of shelter throughout the Virgin Islands. An unduplicated total of 716 individuals received assistance through our various programs. Our fundamental principle at Catholic Charities is the preservation and enhancement of human dignity. Homelessness is not a choice. We must not judge homeless persons because we do not know their stories or experiences. Should we take the time to listen to them, it will make a difference in the way that we deal with homelessness in the territory. There are currently several programs designed to alleviate some of the stress and uncertainty that comes with homelessness and imminent homelessness. Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands is one of several agencies working with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority as an intake center for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. To date, we have submitted 136 applications, and we are aware that some landlords have already been paid. We are also the lead agency for the Emergency Housing Voucher, which is administered by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority. This program provides 20 vouchers for permanent housing to homeless individuals. And this is basically a Section 8 program so that those vouchers would remain with the clients. 29 referrals have been received from different agencies, and these referrals have been evaluated by the Virgin Islands Continuum of Care. Of those, 20 referrals have already been made to Virgin Islands Housing Authority, 8 from St. Croix, 11 from St. Thomas, and 1 from St. John. The Continuum of Care continues to receive referrals from member agencies. Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands continues to operate several housing programs. Bethlehem House Shelter for the Homeless St. Thomas with a capacity of 40 beds. Due to the pandemic, we have not been able to use all the beds. The male section is full to capacity now, but the female transition more easily as sometimes relatives open their doors to them, although most times we see them returning. St. Teresa of Calcutta House of Hope on St. Croix provides a transitional housing program which has 11 fully furnished studio apartments. Catholic Charities has received funding through the Community Development Block Grant for new emergency shelters on St. Thomas, and St. Croix, and work will begin on those projects shortly, quite soon. In conclusion, I will conclude my presentation by informing this body of the current trend of homelessness in the Virgin Islands. Housing displacement or couch surfing is now trending as the new normal condition for many individuals, and as can be expected, has now become a source of concern. Individuals who lost income as a result of their permanent housing have been living with family and friends. It has been at least 18 months, so it is time for them to leave. The existing housing stock, especially on St. Thomas and St. John, is inadequate to meet the needs of the community. A significant portion of the residential supply has been converted from full-time tenancies to short-term rentals in Airbnb programs, and this is our current situation. Thank you, Senator Blyden, for this opportunity. Thanks to all those listening. Thank you, Senators, for your continued support of Catholic Charities and the efforts that we make towards alleviating the homeless situation in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, E.D. Shillingford. Colleagues, Attorney Gotti have a flight to catch. They have to leave at 2:30. So what I'm going to do quickly, Attorney Gotti, let me ask you, in respect to the ERA program, I know after the program came out and Tranche 2 came out, in particular, they spoke to funding for assistance to renters and homeowners when it comes to legal services, etc., and the program pays for those services. I met with you and the VIHFA to see how you can move forward in terms of expediting that program and utilizing the funds to help our people. Based on the testimony, what has transpired since then? Based on your testimony.
Based on what we did back in August of 2021, I believe we were asked to turn around an application, a proposal, if you will, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We did that, and we have not received a response to date.
Really?
Because we determined after some research that funds would be available, whether under the first round or the second round, the funds that expire in 2024, we were told, and some of our other legal aid organizations that we talk to regularly disclosed that, in fact, those funds could be used to assist persons with their legal issues as well as the stability issues, housing stability issues. But we have not received a response to date, unfortunately.
Okay, my recommendation is you do have a new, that's why I have you here, Catholic Charity, Lutheran Services, and all other stakeholders at the same time. You have a new interim executive director, Ms. Dana Clendenin. I'm going to have you reach out to her and see what can be done moving forward. Because it's critical and important that, like I stated in my opening statement, we utilize those funds and do everything possible to help our people. That's what it's for. So I recommend that you do that, okay? And
we're happy to do
try
that.
Again.
We're happy.
Senator Francis, I'm going to recognize you for your 7 minutes. Senator Francis, we are not hearing you over here. Media, we are not hearing that Senator at this end. Can you try again, Senator? No, we still are not getting anything over here.
1 1 1 1 1 2 3.
Very well, very well. You're good to go. Proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Please, you can stop my time now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I really want to say a big thank you to the entities that have testified this afternoon. Certainly, Ms. Clendenin, the acting Executive Director of VIHFA, Attorney Gatti, Ms. Derima, and Ms. Shellenford, and thank you for all that you do for our vulnerable and often neglected population. We truly appreciate your efforts. So I think it was Ms. Derima as well as Ms. Shellenford that mentioned that there are several entities, nonprofit organizations that provide services for our homeless population. I wanted to ask each of them if they could quickly weigh in and what is the collaboration that's occurring between those entities, so that we don't either we don't neglect providing services or that we duplicate services. Can you speak to what's the collaboration as a non-profit organizations and entities providing services for the homeless?
Thank you, Senator. This is Andrea Shellingford. The non-profit organizations that deal with homelessness, we all come together through the Continuum of Care, the Virgin Islands Continuum of Care. We meet monthly, and there we discuss different programs, everything that agencies are allowed to report on whatever activities are happening within their agencies and what's been happening. We talk about the applications that we have made, and we try at all times. I have Catholic Charities and MTOC. We have a very good relationship, and Miss Derima will constantly call, or I will call her, what are you doing about this? And she would ask me, I will tell her. If it's something that I am already dealing with, she will not touch it. If it's something that she's already dealing with, I will not touch it, because we are very close. Our agencies are located very close to each other, and sometimes we end up having to serve the same individuals. So we collaborate on a regular basis. We collaborate with other agencies, but I think my strongest, the agency that I have the strongest or the best relationship with as Catholic Charities would be MTOC.
Okay, Ms. Derima, you want to weigh in on that? I think you're on mute, Ms. Derima.
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I totally agree with Ms. Shellingford in terms of the St. Thomas district. We work very closely together on a lot of our programs. In St. Croix, I work with Catholic Charities along with collaborations with Mr. Scott Hensley and Women's Coalition. So here in St. Thomas, Catholic Charities at MCSC, I would say, is the stronger of the organizations who's really out there doing a lot of the work together in our selective area.
So as nonprofit organization, can you speak to how you provide the level of wraparound service? Because of course, from where I sit and I see this, there's a need for transitional housing, of course, or emergency housing initially. Then we go to the transitional housing, and then permanent housing, as well as the wraparound service. So, I heard Ms. Shellenford spoke about the continuum of care, and which really talks about those three components. So can you really address how do you ensure that there is a complete wraparound service so that we don't have any additional fallouts?
Okay, Senator, presently the Continuum of Care is working on creating the coordinated entry system throughout the Virgin Islands. We are using the emergency housing voucher program as the pilot for that coordinated entry system. And through that system, we have what we will call the no doors bad. So if somebody comes to me and the person needs any assistance that I cannot provide, I would recommend or refer the person to another agency, so that the people we ensure that our clients at all times feel comfortable, feel that their needs are being met. So the continuum of care of the Virgin Islands through the coordinated entry system will ensure that we have a no doors barred, no doors closed to any of our clients.
And I would imagine that you're all part of the interagency council on homelessness. Is that correct?
Yes, as a matter of fact, Ms. Derima and I will be traveling on the same flight to St. Croix on the 29th to attend the interagency council meeting.
1 minute.
Very well. When was the last meeting prior to this one on the 29th?
Oh, Lord,
The last meeting was last week. Also,
the interagency council?
Yes, we're now working in subcommittee, Senator Francis, where we're planning, the one thing that's at the forefront of our mind now is the Project Homeless Connect that I mentioned in my testimony that we're working on for May. Also, we're working collaboratively to work on a plan to come together and do some strategic planning between all agencies to find out those unmet needs within the community so we could really make sure that we focus on those and build on those.
So what I'm hearing is that the nonprofit have a well-oiled collaboration going on. Can you speak to then your collaboration with the government agencies, Department of Human Services, Department of Health? Those are areas as well. Can you just quickly speak to that? I heard my time call, but if you could just touch on that real quickly, I appreciate it.
Sure. MCOC, Director of State, we are well working with the Department of Human Services on a daily basis with all the clients that we have. In terms of wraparound services, we make sure that the clients are connected with Department of Human Services to ensure that they have, for instance, food stamps or medical assistance. We also work with Human Services in terms of getting clients assistance with security deposit if need be. We've had times where we've had to collaborate and work with them to get clients back to the mainland that wanted to return there. So we do work with the Department of Human Services very well.
Very well. Thank you very much. I didn't get to Ms. Attorney Gotti, but maybe on the next round I'll get to her. Mr. Chair, if I could just ask the Acting Executive Director if she could speak to the amount of actually emergency houses, transitional houses that's available right now through VIHFA. If she could just put on the record in terms of the inventory that's available, I'll appreciate that. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Very well. Acting Director.
Good afternoon, Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director. I believe on St. Thomas we have about 23 existing units. I'm not sure the number on St. Croix, but I do have Mr. Richardson on the line. And if he could respond, that would be helpful. Mr. Richardson?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. To your question about on St. Croix, we would have 8 units in Campo Rico and another 8 units in Profit. So we literally have about 16 units on St. Croix available. One building we're going to have to kind of shift around some a person because we need to do some repairs in that building from hurricane. So we do have about I think we have about 16 units on St. Croix.
What about St. Thomas? St. Thomas?
What about St. Thomas?
St. Thomas, just like Ms. Clendenin said, we have 23.
Where?
Thank you. Before I go any further, ED, Derima, can you reboot your system, please? Because the stenographer is having a hard time hearing you. You're coming across muffled. So if you can reboot, we'd appreciate that. Reboot your system.
Would you, 5 minutes, or would you like me to come to the well?
Please, we will appreciate it.
I'll be right there.
Thank you.
I'll be right there.
Thank you. He said thank you very much. Acting Director Clendenin, I am asking that Attorney Gaddy, please meet with Attorney Gaddy, at least respond, because as we stated, communication is critical, and for her to reach out and have got no type of response, that's unacceptable, especially when people are suffering, they're being evicted, and she's trying to reach out and assist, and no response. That's a problem. So I'm asking that you please get with her and communicate, and let's see how we can move forward. I know you're a forward-thinking person. Let's get it done, okay? Appreciate that. Acting Director, you're muted. Your mic is muted.
I said absolutely, Senator. While I cannot speak for the former executive director, I do want to believe it was never intentional not to respond, but I am happy to meet and have the conversation and help in any possible way we can.
Thank you so much for that. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. First of all, to Housing Finance Authority, Legal Services, MTOC, and Catholic Charities, thank you for what you do. It's a human job that you do, on a Herculean task, and I appreciate it. It isn't easy, uphill battle. Attorney Gaddy, evictions. Again, how many evictions have you represented thus far since they have gone through the process of being lifted?
I can't tell you how many since the moratorium was lifted, but I can tell you how many people we have assisted during the time that that COVID began in March.
Okay.
And that's what I've represented in the numbers that I've given you. Out of 198 cases, I can tell you that we had 34 for federally subsidized properties in St. Croix, 7 in St. Thomas, 30 with private landlords in St. Croix, 70 in St. Thomas, and then public housing, we had 30 in St. Croix and 4 in St. Thomas. Those are eviction related, and most of those were prior to the moratorium being lifted, because they were for non-rent types of violations.
Okay, and they all were resolved based on the numbers you gave?
They have all been resolved one way or the other.
One way or the other, okay.
Correct.
Again, thank you for assisting with that. For Interim Director Clendenin, now that you are the new kid on the block, as you stated, you have 3 weeks in. Housing Finance Authority over the years since the hurricanes have dealt with, for lack of a better word, a lot of money. A lot of federal dollars. How much money do we have? Are we talking about for FEMA monies that you are finding that still exists? How much money are we talking about that still exists for CDBG, DR programs that still exist since you have arrived in your assessment?
Sure. For the CDBG DR, we have some $1.9 billion. And a lot of that funding is still available. CDBG MIT, which is $779 million. We don't have that allocation as yet, nor do we have the 67.7, I believe, million for electrical grid. But the money we do have for DR, that is there. We are working through the process with the various entities to spend that money, such as I think with Lutheran Services, we have the Sister Emma's Cottage. They recently submitted an application. We spoke about that somewhat on Friday. So there is still money there to be spent. I've already begun engaging, of course, the leadership team to strategically and systematically address the needs and the money we have.
And how much FEMA monies do we have?
The FEMA, what's allocated for FEMA, let me get you that number. I saw it yesterday, but let me get that right back to you.
Okay, because again, it would be easy to say that we have been sitting and waiting for years. And to hear from 2017, if my math is correct, 2017 to 2022 is 5 years. And we still have 1.9 billion with a B to be spent in CDBG DR funds. And FEMA funding, I still don't doubt is as much. What is your plan going forward in the next 6 months to a year? Again, I'm not asking you to work a miracle because we had a director there before, worked for years, and he may have encountered issues. Now that you are there, what is your timeline for yourself? 6 months to a year out in accomplishing some of these tasks that already have been completed and ready for to have them executed and going forward?
Well, Senator, again, it takes engaging the leadership, the staff. We've already begun, we've put a number of these projects out to bid, and that's the first step. Our mixed-use project, I believe our Whispering Hills, a number of projects we've already within this 3-week timeline started to put out to bid. It's just really working with the team, underscoring the importance of getting these projects done. And I also want to make mention the funds for some of the CDBG mid and electrical grid are not yet in our coffers. So what we are planning, we are putting into place the current measures now, so when they do become available, we have expedient spending of those dollars. There's a lot of lessons to be learned from on the DR side that we want to take into mid and or electrical grid. And just as the executive director has faced before, there are just so many challenges before us, and we do just have to get creative in moving these projects forward. So the team and I are meeting. We huddle every Monday morning just to get some strategies in place as to make this a reality.
Okay, thank you. For ED Shillingford, quickly, do you have outreach vehicle in the territory?
Yes, we do, but we do need another one, Senator. We do have 2 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix, and 1 on St. John.
Okay, good. I hear you say you need another one.
Yes, we do need another one on St. Croix.
Put it in writing and send it to the chair through the chain of command so we could keep it in mind at least. Thank you for it. I wasn't making fun of you, Chair. I was just saying that we could keep it in mind that Catholic Charities need another outreach vehicle, and I'll ask the question to MTOC when they arrive. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator VLA, the next speaker, let me remind my colleagues that we are discussing the status of housing opportunities, home ownership opportunities, the status of the First-Time Home Buyers Program, Act number 8465, and plans for the future of housing in the Virgin Islands. Senator VLA. Well, before I go there, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Javon James. Welcome, Senator. I just saw Senator VLA. Okay, well, you know what, let me ask, before I go to you, Senator Sabu, let me ask Acting Director Clendenin, in respect to Act number 8465, the First-Time Homeowners Program, and the $4 million that was appropriated by this body, the 34th legislature. What's the status of that program?
Thank you, Senator. As stated in the testimony, The team, we're just currently finalizing our policies and procedures. We anticipate within the month of April, we'll be able to do a nice robust advertising for the program to process applications. That is where we are, but I'm also happy to let Mr. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer, expound even more.
Please have him do, because I have some further follow-up questions. And I'm sure all of my colleagues have other follow-up questions also.
Of course.
Yes. Good. Thank you for that, Interim Director. Senator, the funds are in our coffers. Right now, we don't have any applications specifically for the funding of that program, but in our advertisement, as Ms. Clendenin spoke to, the banks and everything would refer those clients to us. And this funding is primarily a secondary gap funding that will be utilized for these clients.
Have the agency constructed rules for the program? What will it look like?
The rules for the program has already been adopted. It's just added to our homestead. The funding came into our homestead program. So that program was already in existence. There's just some small parts that the legislation stated, such as any individual who qualify for a rural development loan or a veteran administration loan will not be eligible for this funding through the homestead and home loan fund. So those small little parts, we need to make sure that we kind of hold the fund in a separate account so we can make sure that none of that funding is used in error. Everything else is in place.
Director Richardson, what I'm going to do, I'm going to let Senator Vielle do some deep diving because he's been asking for, update. So, Senator Vielle, I won't hog the mic. I'll let you go ahead and deep dive into those programs. You're recognized for your 7 minutes. And thank you so much, Edie, the women, for making it here. Thank you. Senator Vielle, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Richardson, let's go over the program so that the listening public and those individuals who are first-time home buyers can have a clear understanding as to the process.
Okay.
What is the process? Is a part of the process that they have to take the class that you offer on a regular basis?
Yes, to be a client of the authority, yes, that would be part of the process.
Okay, so step one is to sign up to take the class that is offered by the Housing Finance Authority for first-time home buyers. What is the cost of the class?
$100.
$100, and it's offered every what?
They can do it online through eHome America at any time, but our other classes are about every 10 weeks.
Okay, every 10 weeks, or they could do it online on an expat farm?
Correct.
Okay. After they have completed the class and they want to purchase a home, what is the step? Do they come to Housing Finance Authority, or do they go to the bank and apply at the bank and let the bank know that they want to fall under this subsidized portion of the down payment?
What they would do is go to the bank and basically qualify based on the bank standards. What this legislation, I think your intent with your legislation, you were stating that they would come to us for the required down payment that the bank would not give. The bank would usually loan up to about 80%. They can come to the authority for the additional 20%. But they will, I just underscore that, but the bank will base their underwriting on the 100% of the loan as usual.
Okay, and the banks have been informed through correspondence from the Housing Finance Authority that this program exists for their clients that does not have this down payment.
Through the process of hearings on the program, they were aware of the program, but we haven't done an actual flyer or any communication documents directly to the bank. That's something that we're going to do within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. And how is the Housing Finance Authority going to communicate to the wider public that this program exists?
Just like the interim director Clendenin just spoke, that we will be doing a vast media campaign about the act and the program.
Okay. And based on your analysis, you have you made a determination as to what else is needed?
Basically, they would fall right under our regular criteria for the program that was stated in the director's testimony.
Okay. And what is the income? This is supposed to be for the middle income. What's the income level that you have determined?
The income level would be those who wouldn't qualify for a USDA loan. So it would be on St. Croix for 1 to 4 person home. It will be incomes above 48,500 for 5 person to 8 person home. On St. Croix, it will be incomes above $64,000, which would be household income. And St. Thomas, it would be in 1 to 4 person homes, income above $56,150. And for 5 person to 8 person home, it'll be incomes above $74,100.
Okay, and that is who would qualify, income above that, correct?
Correct, because the incomes below that can qualify for the home program, which in the
hold up a minute. Hold up 1 second, because I want people to be clear on that portion because they heard the numbers. I know in hearing the numbers, they're saying, oh God, I don't qualify again. The numbers that Mr. Richardson just referred to, if you make less than that, you already qualify for programs that fall under the Housing Finance Authority, whether it is rural development or other programs. So it is income above that, because you would not qualify for the other programs. It is income above that threshold that would qualify for this particular program. So for St. Croix, you said income above?
Up for 1 to 4 person household, incomes above.
Newton.
No, it's not.
Okay, St. Croix, income above?
For 1 to 4 person household, incomes above $48,500.
St. Thomas?
St. Thomas for 1 to 4 person household, incomes above $56,150.
St. John?
St. John, 1 to 4 person household, incomes above $76,150.
Okay, thank you so much. And since you have the rules and regulation, you're ready to roll this out. So individuals can begin, if they have already taken the course, they can go to the bank and then visit your office. You have an application process and everything in place.
Yes, it'll be the same application, and we will actually note it as a Act 8465 loan to utilize that funding.
And your staff has been trained that they understand how this particular program has been constructed.
Yes, our home ownership director, Ms. Frida Webster, is fully aware of the requirements and the act.
Okay, so about 3 months from now, I'm going to be asking you how many individuals applied and how much were you able to assist? And then we need to have a discussion as to how we're going to continuously fund this First-Time Homebuyers Act. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to put it on the record and so that the people of the Virgin Islands can understand how this program is going to work. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Vieira. That's why I let you drill down, because I know you was eager to ask the question. I wanted to have that information put out there. And I'm glad you asked that question, because I was about to ask CEO Griffith to submit to other guidelines that they share with the banks. And
point of inquiry.
1 minute, Senator Francis. COO Richardson, let me ask you, in respect to the program, do you believe you'll have everything done by the date that was given in the testimony, so it can be up, the program will be up and ready to go? And how will it be advertised?
Senator Blyden, good afternoon again.
Afternoon.
It will be ready to go by the date in the testimony. Advertised, we do have a team that does a lot of our public relations, and I'm sure they have, I can't speak to exact, but I know it'll be at least on our line, online on our webpage, Facebook. And if Acting Director Clendine would like to add anything to that, she could add the other means is what she was thinking about.
Please.
Certainly. So because this program is so well sought after and very, very important to the community, we're going to do a pretty large scale advertising. So as Mr. Richardson mentioned, of course, your social media will tap in as much to that as we can, as well as our traditional sources such as the newspapers, the radios, etc. But I want to underscore it's important to us that not only do we do a good job advertising, but we do an even better job processing the applications as they come in. So that's very important to us when we talked about just making sure procedures are in place so that we can receive these applicants and be able to get them the information, approvals, whatever is necessary back out quickly.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Francis. Point of information, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a point of inquiry, I wanted to follow up with Assistant or COO Richardson, in respect to the first-time home buyers. Are we considering individuals that may acquire a property via a deed of gift? A deed of gift as a first-time home buyer, if in fact that person, this is the first time, however, they have been able to assume the deed or the property via a deed of gift from a family member, will they still fall in the realm of a first-time home buyer?
Senator, if I understand your question, you may have to rephrase it for me. If they already received the deed of gift and is already on a deed, already, they don't qualify for this program. This will be someone who is actually a first-time home buyer. They can't have their name on a deed for a house or anything like that. Previously.
Very well. Thank you. I'll follow up with you offline on that particular concern. But it was a question raised to me in respect to that. But I'll follow up with you.
Wait a second. Thank you for your point of inquiry, Senator Francis, because there are many texts and information coming in respect to the program. But I believe the two programs are basically shadow each other, because you do have another program that you mentioned that was mentioned by the acting ED last week Friday, the $12.5 million that's going to help individuals who already have property moving forward. Am I correct, Acting Director Clendine?
Correct, but that serves low to moderate income, and that's part of the disaster recovery.
So, and for those individuals, what was that cap? $80,000?
I can get that. I don't think we put a cap on the record, but let me get that for you, or if I have Ms. Hanley on the line.
And while you're looking for that information, let me ask you also, because I got several other inquiries. For instance, if someone on the program, and I believe CEO Richardson might be able to answer this one. If someone is on a program, right, but they wanted to transfer the land to another individual, do they allow that, or they do not allow that? That's another inquiry I received. So you have two inquiries.
Good afternoon, Senator. To transfer their property?
Yes.
The method, I hate to say a blanket statement, it really goes by what their deed says. So I would refer them, if they have a specific question on a specific home or piece of land and a deed, I encourage them to call our office because there's deeds with different stipulations on them, so I don't know which particular piece of property you're talking about. So I encourage them, before I give a blanket statement, I would rather them call our office at 340 on St. Thomas 777-4432, or on St. Croix at 340-772-4432.
Okay, very well. Senator Saru, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm a little taken aback today by the discussion. Mr. Richardson, you're saying that people that have a deed of gift do not qualify for the program?
If they have a home through a deed of gift right now and
what about just land? What about just land?
Oh, if they have land, they can qualify for home construction on that property.
So if you have a land through a deed of gift, you do qualify?
Yes, you do,
but
not a home.
You see the kind of barriers we have to home ownership? And I say that because I own a lot, build a home in a hearing on Friday. The cap was $80,000. When you find a professional that in a moderate income area, many of them are not making $80,000, coupled by student loans and everything else. But if they could afford to pay rent for $2,000, pay a car note, pay WAPA, and our utilities, I promise you they could afford a mortgage. But the barriers that we have to home ownership in this territory are unconscionable. From the banks, to the insurance companies, to the appraisers, it's like the mafia. And we have locked our people out of the vaults of opportunity, and then by reverse osmosis, we hope to bring people home to live in their parents' bedroom, the house that they grew up in. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. Now, let me go to this, back to home ownership. The gap, it was $80,000 for the own a lot, build a home. I get that that's a federal program. I get that we were able to lobby them for the St. John threshold using St. John. Have we been able to speak to the delegate to Congress to lobby for that? Because that $80,000 cap, still, people will be missed. You're only going to impact a few. Have you looked at the salaries of the government employees? Just starting as the largest employer. Have you looked at salaries for those professionals? We'll realize that they are not at $80,000. We have young principals. Go ahead, Director Clendenin. I'm sorry.
No worries. We do have some. I do have some inclination as to what those salaries are.
Yes, you come from personnel.
Right. Have we yet had the conversation? Not to my knowledge. It doesn't mean it hasn't happened. It's just not to my knowledge.
Okay, good. Just as long as that's on your radar. Now, let's talk about I have some sticky notes all over. The home buyer education program. When was the last time you had a class? What was the last date?
Mr. Richardson, if you could respond to that.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to unlock my notes right here. The last class, there is a current class right now. The last completed class was February 16th.
What was the last one before that?
It ended in December. I don't have that information. I just have the class and the class schedule for this year.
How many applicants do you have?
Each class have been seeing approximately about 40 to 50.
No. How many applicants do you have?
For the classes, Senator?
How many people have applied for the class? I didn't say how much in the class. How many applied?
I will have to get that information for you, Senator. I can get it from my staff and get it back on record.
I need a number of applicants versus the amount of people that's in the class. Now, when this program is done, do you have a percentage of how many move on to home ownership?
I don't, Senator.
Anybody on the call would know? Because you can't have an education program if you're not going back to reassess the outcomes or the success rate of the program. So if you're having a program and it's futile or it's mute to just put people through a program and then they still don't have any home. So what's the success rate of your program?
What I can tell you, and I'll find out, Senator, is that every home that we close to the agency, that client did successfully complete
Okay, that doesn't answer the question, Mr. Richardson. I need to know what's your success rate. So you have two things for me: your applicants, the amount of applicants you have for these programs, the number that you actually have in the program, and who was the percentage that moves on to home ownership. In the housing counseling program, how many how many clients have you seen in the last 5 years for the housing counseling program?
I will have to get you those totals as well, Senator.
Because if we're giving updates, right? If we're giving updates on all these programs, I need to understand, okay, you have touting the programs that you have, they're on your website. You click on a little tab and it tells you what the program does. So for a senator like me, I don't need you to give me a description of your program. I need to understand in this housing counseling program of the last 5 years, you've seen over 80-something clients, and as such, the outcome is this. That's how you measure success. To read descriptions to me is quite insulting at this juncture, because we have been talking about home ownership from the land before time. So excuse my passion in the subject area, but we continue to lose qualified people because home ownership has almost become impossible in this territory. Between Airbnb, Vrbo, VRBO, hotels, and if you can't tell me the success rate, this would indicate whether or not your program should continue, whether or not you should make changes or assess the program. Now let's go to, go ahead, Director Clendon. I see your head nodding because you want to talk to me. Talk to me. Help me.
So just so you are aware, you're absolutely right. We should provide updates with numbers. But I do want to say, based on the program, we have at least 386 mortgage-ready applicants. So they went through all those programs. Now, did it happen in the last 5 or 10 years? That number will certainly get to you. But I wanted to put on the record, do have 386 mortgage-ready applicants who does not have to wait for VIHFA product, but could go out in the open market as well to purchase a home.
1 minute.
I don't know how they could go in the market, because we just established earlier that we still haven't even told the banks via writing that there is funding available for the first-time home buyers program. Am I off in that? That's the response I heard 2 seconds ago. So we have 386 applicants that could go to the bank, and the bank don't even know you have $4 million over in VIHFA to help them. So how useful is that?
But Senator, it doesn't have to be limited only to that $4 million program. That's all I'm saying.
I am agreeing with you, Director Clennon, but can we agree today that there is room for improvement? I think I see a mountain absolutely. That's what you're saying to me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Always room for improvement. Absolutely.
Okay. Just saying. Now, are we communicating with, Mr. Chair, I have two pressing questions. Are we communicating with UVI on the hazard mitigation grant? Because UVI has a grant and they're talking about water study, the housing stock, the natural flow of water. Because if we really were doing a mitigation study, we wouldn't build homes in Nara years ago. Because the natural runoff for Old Tutu to get to the water is through Nara, hence why the homes have been undermined during the hurricane. So while we identifying all these lots across the island for homes, have we looked at the UVI's hazard mitigation study insofar as, you know, the natural flow of water? Would homes be undermined based on the weather, natural disasters? What is the best area for homes? When you put in the infrastructure, what's the because we're getting all this grant money for mitigation. Are we utilizing that plan to the best of our ability in VIHFA?
I do believe, Senator, that we've had some conversation. However, I was recently approached, I think within the last week or so, by members of UVI that say mitigation. So I believe I have something on my calendar within the next week or so to meet with them.
I think that's critical information, because if we, in the territory, we have 32 square miles, St. Thomas, and everything can be to clear land and build a house. I don't know what's the creativity, and I don't know what's the legality of it, let me say that, in looking at some derelict properties that we have purchased, taking them at eminent domain if they've been in probate for 30-something years, you know, reselling those homes to moderate income. I don't know if we're looking at home ownership in a very, very creative way, instead of clearing new land, because we're going to clear until we have no more land to clear for new homes, where we have so many abandoned properties from hurricanes, Marilyn. And Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I have to leave today. One more question. The last one, are we connecting the dots on disability and housing? And I say that because when I go to Emancipation Garden, I said in the last hearing, I have 4 or 5 classmates in Emancipation Garden. They are not, they're not abusing any substance, but going through school, they were already in the 504 program. And then when they finish high school, that's it. That transitionary phase for them to get a little job bagging groceries, or if they like to pick up trash and work on with waste management. So as a result, because there's nothing for them to do, they congregate in Emancipation Garden with no life skill. And then we talk about homelessness as an issue. Are we looking at building communities where we can service a population where it's like a halfway home? They have a little 1-bedroom that they stay in, they have their little kitchen, and they go to work in a job that fits their capacity? Any studies on that? The amount of students that come through 504 program in high school, of course, they have to meet with labor, because there's an exit. You do an exit IEP. This is just coming from education, and through the exit IEP with labor, you're able to point them in directions of jobs that fit their capacity. And then, are we looking at that population and that number? Do we have those numbers from labor and education to justify via HFA using CDBG funds to build a small apartment complex to fit that need? Are we connecting the dots in that area to give you the data so you could have a compelling argument for that type of project, Director Clendenin? Thank you for the latitude.
If I could have perhaps either Ms. Valdez-Shelford or Ms. Walwyn respond to that. So we are looking with our board's approval to look at some property, see if it's conducive for that type of transitional type housing. So, so yes and no to your question. Yes, that we are looking at the type of detail you want. I do not have for you right at this moment, but if Ms. Walwyn or Ms. Shelford has anything to add that has been prior to me being interim,
You don't have
that
to have
would be helpful.
You don't have to have a definitive answer today, but if that could be something that you put on the radar of information so you can have a really good compelling argument when utilizing those funds for a project as such. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. COO Richardson, can you clarify for me, please? You spoke earlier to the Homestead Loan Program, and you said that the first time home buyer program is going to be run under that mantra? CEO Richardson.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Clarify for that,
Yes,
please.
it's the Act 8465.
Yeah.
Referred to the funding was for the Homestead and Home Loan Fund, which is the Homestead Loan Program that we have at the authority.
But in the act, it was specific in stating that the first time home buyers program was to be administered by HFAs in accordance with regulations issued pursuant to Title 21, Section 668 and 145. So if you look at
correct, and that is the Homestead Loan Program, Senator.
Okay, well, because one of the reasons why this legislation was brought forward, because we know that we had issues with the other program because they were under hard rules and regulations. So that's why it was drafted the way it was drafted. And basically, I believe that when it came to that legislation, the guideline that was established on Act 8465, I don't think it was based on HUD area minimum income information. Was it?
Senator, it was.
It was not. So I'll get back to you. You can get back to me with that, okay? Senator Francis Halligan, I see you itching. You may proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon once again to the people of the territory, as well as the testifiers. Earlier in the conversation, we touched a little bit on the $4 million in regards that this body passed to be able to assist homeowners here in the territory. Unfortunately, for public education, one of the things we continue to be dealing with is this 20% down payment. I want to know if any of the housing authorities have done any due diligence in trying to get private mortgage insurance here in the territory. That has been one of the major reasons why we have to do this 20%. Have part of any of your programs been to reach out to banks through the Lieutenant Governor's office or even outside of the territory to potentially actively recruit private mortgage insurance lenders here to the territory to potentially get to the point where we could reduce this 20%? Because with some of the lending programs to the government, etc., this is a requirement, and that's why we suffer here so much with this 20%. And can you imagine how that $4 million could go a long way if our individuals here in the territory was only paying 5, 6, 8% like you would see done nationally? And a lot of the reasons that bar us from doing that is getting private mortgage insurance. Is that something that you guys recognize as a major issue, and are you actively pursuing to really reach out and get that part of the market situated?
Senator?
Yes?
CEO Richardson, that conversation has been held with both the banks and the Lieutenant Governor office previously.
What did they say?
Exactly.
Having the conversation is nice. I want to know what the result of the conversation was.
The banks have been working to see if they can get the private mortgage insurance through the banks. And if a private mortgage insurer comes to the territory, they would have to go through the whole registration process with the lieutenant governor's office.
Well, I get that. That's why I brought it up. I'm saying, what is the actual effort? Because you guys present as one of the largest potential dealing with home ownership here in the territory. That is a major part of why people have to come up with this 20%. What kind of strategic plan do you have that you're actively really pounding the pavement to really see if we could get private mortgage insurers here to the territory? Having a conversation, I could get up right now and have a conversation with somebody. That doesn't mean that it's a priority for me to really get home ownership to be something that people could actually get done here in the territory. And that missing component is a major problem for us here.
Senator, I think that conversation should be held with the lieutenant governor's office as well, because they and the banks both stated in their conversations with PMI banks or PMI offerers that they view the territory as being too small to come to the territory to offer PMI insurance. So
for them to even see it as feasible. Okay, I didn't hear the response earlier when we talked about people applying to utilize some of this $4 million, and apparently, the banks wasn't aware of it. Is there a reason as to why they want to?
I'm sorry, Senator.
Go ahead.
The banks were in all the conversations with Senator Bailey in constructing this bill. The conversation have been had that the act has been signed, the bill has been signed, it's now an act, and it's just to formalize any advertising materials that we want the banks to carry for itself. But the bank
how long do you think something like that is going to take? Because I'm in the advertising business, so it takes me sometimes an hour, days just to get it done. What is the plan, or is there a specific time frame or timeline to get these advertising completed and put out to the public? Do you know?
As we mentioned earlier, the authority intends to have a vast campaign on Act 8465 within 3 weeks.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I will be looking forward to hearing those ads running. When it comes to homelessness, Continuum Care, what do you guys do in order to work with the nonprofits to make sure that they're fully tied in and a part of anything that you're doing, specifically with our homelessness and Continuum Care?
Certainly. Ms. Brenda Harrigan-Walwin, if you could go ahead and respond to Senator Heiliger.
Good afternoon, everyone. Brenda Harrigan-Walwin, Emergency Solutions Grant Coordinator. VIHFA is very active with the Continuum of Care, and this is the the body through which we collaborate. We have a number of government agencies, nonprofits, faith-based, and we meet monthly to plan and strategize for using the funds that we have available for housing and assistance with homelessness. So
when you plan and you strategize, what exactly do you execute? I'm an execute kind of person, because when I sit here and I hear a lot of we're processing assessment, we intend to, we're strategizing, we're planning, I like to hear what exactly have you actually gotten done? That's kind of important to me too.
Okay, so VIHFA is the collaborative applicant for the Continuum of Care, and that means we have responsibility oversight over the MTOC manages the HMIS, and we have oversight of that as well. And we coordinate the process of applying for COC HUD funds annually. We manage that process, which allows the various agencies, member agencies, to apply for funds, and then those funds are awarded through HUD annually. We also assist in executing the coordinated entry system, which is designed to facilitate the process of residents actually receiving services. It's supposed to streamline the process so that people have access wherever they turn up for services. We have a no wrong door policy so that they can get services. And so we network with the various government and nonprofit agencies to ensure that the individuals who have the most critical needs, that they are prioritized. And so we direct them through that process, we direct them to the various services that are available. So we do needs assessments and look at the applicable funding that's available so that we can meet those needs.
Thank you so much.
No, we have a lot more.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Could I ask my final question, please? Thank you. I wanted to know, and when it comes to this state of emergency, this is one of the things I try to ask of many of the different agencies that come before us so I could better understand. Are we going to lose any money or funding if we are no longer in a state of emergency? And if so, can you please share with us what areas will be affected in regards to that? Well, the director, anybody in regards who can answer me. I'm okay. I'm open to
yes. I'm
whoever
sorry.
knows the answer.
Senator, can you repeat your question, please?
Okay. What I wanted to know, when it comes to the state of emergency, if we are no longer in a state of emergency, what areas are going to be affected? Is it going to stop the flow of certain aspects of funding, and is it not going to? Please share with me what you're aware of.
It's not going to.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, it's not going to affect our funding capabilities.
Okay, so we could be out of a state of emergency, but we're still covered based on what we have already been obligated to get.
From what I understand, yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Halligan. Point of inquiry, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a two-part point of inquiry. With USDA, they gave you a certain amount of time with your certificate, and they gave you 2 months and then 2 30-day extensions, which is roughly 4 months. But via HFA, it's taken entirely too long to close. You're taking about 10 months to close. You're taking a very long time. And then you highlighted areas or lots that you can sell, but USDA requires for some level of infrastructure to be in place. So these people aren't qualified. They are unable to get that loan from USDA to purchase the areas that you have highlighted in today's testimony. And an example of that too would be even in Mount Pleasant, where residents are still waiting for portable water. So can you highlight the two parts of that question? The fact that you're taking entirely too long to close, which far surpasses the deadline for USDA, and then you are advertising lots that have no infrastructure in them, and those who are going through USDA cannot, they don't have access to purchasing those those lots. And then the second question would be, what's the status in Mount Pleasant and St. Croix with no portable water to those homes? Are you aware of that?
I will take your second question first, Senator. The infrastructure is run for the water line to the homes in Mount Pleasant. The only homes that don't have public water to those are, I think, about 6 homes that are on an upper elevation, and they are having full systems built, but the infrastructure and water lines are in. It was an issue where an employee there was an internal issue at WAPA, and we are working with WAPA to get them to certify and turn on the water service to the residents in Mount Pleasant. Your first question was the amount of time to close. Unfortunately, the referral comes from rural development, and then that client has to provide information to us. Additionally, there's some external issues that are taking place. For instance, we do have to get appraisals, and of the like. Right now, appraisers are at least 90 days out. So we're trying to work through some of those issues, but we are trying to condense, and we've met with rural development to try to even see how we can reduce the timeline, and if we could have them collect some of the information that we need as well. So that's the issues that we have on hand.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the point of inquiry, but it serves us no use if our people go through a class, get approved by USDA, the time frame is 4 months, and then via HFA taking 10 months. Mathematically and logically, it makes no sense. We have a few calls, Mr. Chair, and a lot of people are called with the timeline. The timeline is entirely too long for that process.
CEO, you want to respond?
Just in terms that the referrals come from USDA first, so they're not really a client of the authority. It usually comes from USDA first and then comes to us. And we have to go through the same process of collecting the documentation and everything on our end. So in light of some of the issues that we had in the past, we've met with USDA to find a way to streamline the paperwork requirement. But like I said, there's some external forces as well. There is instances that if taken too long. There's additional instances that it hasn't taken long, but there's additional forces as well, including us getting access and the clients submitting information to us as well.
And CEO, what you saying about the timeline for the Mount Pleasant resident with the water and WAPA? You didn't give a timeline.
We've been having a discussion and meeting with WAPA for about 4 or 5 months right now. And we're going through that. One of the issues was the person that dealt with that subdivision left, and they didn't have access to the information, so they're working through that with us right now.
Point of inquiry, Senator VLA.
Thank you so much. I'm going to relish the day when somebody say we work with WAPA, it's resolved, and we have moved forward with a solution. Because everything with WAPA is, we're working on it for 6 months now, and it's just a water line. It shouldn't take so long. Well, Mr. Richardson, Mr. Richardson and Ms. Clendenin, in reference going back to the First Time Home Buyers Act, the monies appropriated to fund that particular act was from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, some $4 million, so it's not federal money, it's our local money. If somebody goes to the bank and it's pre-approved, but they don't have the down payment, why should we mandate them to take the class when they have already been pre-approved by the bank? Shouldn't we just let them fill out the application and assist that individual?
Senator, that's a requirement. We could actually look at that, but to be honest with you, the banks actually require him to take a home buyer's class as well.
No, but the bank has the bank has pre-approved the applicant that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And the applicant then go through taking the class, etc. They just went and they, as a regular client, applied for a mortgage loan and was granted the loan, but now would need a down payment to offset. I'm just saying, if possible, let's try to be as creative as possible. If you already have pre-approval from the bank willing to give you the money, I think we should be able to expedite the case for that particular homeowner, that we don't require them to go through a class when the bank have already pre-approved them. Just a recommendation for yourself, Ms. Clendenin, if we could look at how we could do that. I'm not saying they just come into you and they're not pre-approved. If they went to the bank and the bank said yes, based on your financial factors, you are pre-approved for the loan, that we work with that particular client.
Yes, Senator, understood. Just so you could know, if I could put it on a record, the home buyer class as well. It's not, there's a lot of valuable information in the class. We do budgeting, we do maintenance on the houses, we cover a lot of areas as well. But I understand what you're saying, and we will look into it if we could streamline it some for that.
And you could still, recommend them, or you could tell the home buyer, hey, yes, you do qualify, we're going to give you this, but we would recommend that you also go ahead and take the class while we're giving you this money. It would be for your benefit because you just explained it well there. But I don't want it to be a process that is held up.
Understood, Senator.
Last one, have you made a decision as to how you're going to utilize the additional monies you're going to get from the stamp tax? Or are you guys going to have a meeting in the future, make a determination as to what you're going to do with that additional $3 to $3.5 million that you're going to receive?
If I may, I would like to have Ms. Valdez Shelford, our CFO, answer that, because there were some stipulations on the stamp tax dollars, how it can be utilized. So I'll actually let her speak to that. Ms. Shelford?
Good afternoon, Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer. For the stamp tax dollars that we receive, we have restrictions in terms of the monies. It has to go into the infrastructure account. So what we have to do also is decide where else we can use the funding for, or get permission to use the funding for. We use 12% of the job is done for admin, and so the additional funds, we as a team will get together and decide how else we could help with that funding and make sure that it's with regulation. We haven't had a chance to do that as yet.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to have that discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fiala. Before I go to Senator James, I have a point of inquiry by Senator Francis, and then you recognize for a point of inquiry, Senator Francis Halliger.
Through the chair to the CFO, I would like to know, earlier during the process, we had funding and lease agreements and stuff for different nonprofit organizations. I want to know, how do you guys partner? When I asked earlier about continuum care, you gave me an outline, but for example, one of the organizations was Hearts in Service that I know. I had an opportunity to do a tour of their locations. They have 3 brand new buildings that could accommodate individuals that are homeless. They have a building, I think they're by Four Winds, that is multi-story, that they're trying to fundraise in order to build a 35 homeless location to renovate that building. How do you deal directly with organizations like this to assist with homelessness directly? I need to know what the tie-in is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Again, I believe that question might be best answered by Ms. Harrigan-Wallen.
Senator, could you repeat the question, please?
Okay.
Senator Halliger?
Yes, I'm here. I was talking about organizations that currently exist. For example, I spoke about Hearts in Service. They literally have 3 buildings that are completed. I got a chance to see a tour of them that could assist with housing. the homeless. They also have a building across from Four Winds that I know that they're fundraising and doing stuff to try to renovate to potentially hold or house an additional 35 people that are homeless. I'm asking you, how do you guys directly tie in with organizations such as these in order to help our homeless population?
So a couple of ways. One is through our CDBG program, and they can apply for CDBG funding to either acquire properties or to do renovations. And those 3 buildings, I think that you're referring to, that would be in Smith Bay on Cassie Hill. Those buildings were built through CDBG funds, and so they are awaiting completion. And once they're completed, Hudson Service can, for example, apply for ESG funding to assist with providing the services for the individuals, for the residents who will be there. So it's two-pronged. You can apply for funding through CDBG to build and renovate, and then you can apply for program funds to assist in running and providing some services. And for those services that we cannot provide through our ESG, we collaborate with other agencies to provide the services.
Mr. Chair.
And thank you for your line of questioning. You beat me to it, but at the same time, let me follow up. Ms. Walwyn, can you speak to, put back on your camera, can you speak to the CSG program, what it is and what it does? I think that's good for the community. Ms. Walwyn?
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Yes, can you speak to the program, exactly what it is and what it does, the CSG program?
The ESG?
Yes.
What the Emergency Solutions Grant Program is?
Yes.
All right, so it's federal funding that we receive from HUD, and entities, organizations can apply to provide services like street outreach, shelter, emergency shelter, homeless prevention, and rapid rehousing. And we have a number of agencies on St. Thomas and St. Croix, and who offer services on St. John as well, who apply annually for the funding. And so they're able to provide, the services, outreach to individuals who are homeless, provide shelter for them, assistance, short-term and medium-term rental assistance, and also for rapid rehousing as well.
Okay, thank you for sharing that information.
We have agencies like Catholic Charities, MTOC, Women's Coalition, St. Croix Mission Outreach, The Village. They benefit from those funding, and then they're able to provide the services to the community.
Thank you for that. COO Richardson,
you're welcome.
COO Richardson, and let me piggyback based on what you stated earlier with the conversation you had with the female senator from the district in respect to USDA. I have an employee here at the legislature who actually came to you guys, was sent to you guys, and you send the individual to USDA. And then the USDA send them back to you guys, and now they're stuck in the middle. So you need to clarify what you're saying, because what's happening on the ground is different from what we're hearing. So we need to be clear of exactly what's going on the individual works right here, and we send them to you guys. So can you expound on your statement and clarify the process, please?
Yes, Senator. I'll be glad to do so. If a client comes to us and we notice or we see through their paperwork that they would qualify for rural development funding, we would then tell them to go to USDA and apply for funding through USDA. Once if it's a low-income person, they apply for funding through USDA and they approved, what VIHFA can do is up to the maximum home price that the maximum home sales price that we could do, we could offer the remainder up to the amount that rural development would grant them. We could offer up to that amount to them in financing. The good thing about that is because they are rural development client and low income, and we're using the home funds, we're able to grant them a grant for 75% of our portion, and 25% would be loan. So what we do is try to assist as much as possible in identifying the clients who could utilize funding through rural development and then actually qualify for grant funding, partial grant funding through the authority. So that's really what we do.
So COO Richardson, now if they do not qualify for the USDA loan and they come back to you guys, is it not where the down payment come in with the program that we passed in that act, the $4 million?
If they do not qualify as a low income client,
exactly,
that's when they qualify. Yes, they would then qualify, possibly qualify for us. So at that time, we may tell them, hey, you know what, you may need to go to the bank to get approved, and then you can come to us. The reason we do that is because there's a maximum loan limit of $250,000.
Okay.
So even if we were to fund them, we could only fund them up to a $250,000 loan, which may not be enough for them to purchase the home.
Okay, I will have that individual return back to you guys, okay? Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator James, Javon, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator Javon James. You're recognized for your 7 minutes, sir. Senator James.
Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, I know on the website it has a certain level of transparency, but I'm not sure how often you update that website. But I know each year the territory is required to develop an annual action plan. And the document that I see here on the website is an outdated one. It doesn't have the recent one. Can you speak to the status of the annual action plan that speaks to homelessness, home ownership in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the status of the funds, whether it's federal or local?
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Senator James, for your question. Online, we are, through legislation, through code, we are supposed to submit a 3-year plan to the legislature. The last 3-year plan, I believe, was 2018 through 2021. Right now, we have the next 3-year plan awaiting approval at our next board meeting before we could submit it to the legislature.
It's a 5-year consolidated plan. The last one that was done was for 2015 through 2019. And the next one should be up in line is for 2020 through 2024, if I'm not mistaken. Is that
Senator,
correct?
I'm not sure about that. We do the 3-year action plan. So if we want to, I could look into that. But we submit a 3-year plan to the legislature every 4 years.
Okay, because based on what I'm seeing here on the website, it says each year the territory is required to develop an annual action plan which describes the activities to be undertaken during the current program year to implement the strategies identified in the consolidated plan. So there are 2 plans, the consolidated plan and the annual action plan. So
Right.
what I'm asking about is the annual action plan.
And we are going to let Ms. Valdez-Shelford respond to that. That is led under her federal programs team.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. We have submitted the action plan, HUD, and we're in a We submitted it, and we're going through some reviews through HUD for some questions they asked us, but it has been submitted in addition to the consolidated plan. So as soon as they're finalized and we get what answers we need back from HUD, we will post them.
I thank you for clarifying that. I don't want to waste all my time speaking about that, but if you want to talk some more on that and clarify, you could do that on the chair's time, because I have a lot of questions. When it comes to home ownership benefits and programs for military veterans, can you speak to how that program is being rolled out and how many individuals are signing up, how you're going about getting that information out there?
Yes, Senator. Good afternoon. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer. Most people that come to, veterans that come to the authority are coming looking for a construction loan. We don't have that funding in right now in our VA loan program. They would actually have to go through the banks, and the banks are not doing VA construction loans in the territory. So it's like a catch-22 that's happening. We've made multiple presentations about our programs to the VA and their staff and veterans, but almost all of the veterans that come seeking funding come for a construction loan, and we don't have the funding in our accounts to suffice that.
And if you was to post a magic number that you would like to receive to be able to accommodate those military veterans, what would be that magic number?
Senator, as much as we can get. I don't have a magic number. Whatever we could get appropriated for it, we'll be glad and we'll be able to utilize it. But I would leave the body to come up with an amount of what they would like to get to fund that program.
Okay, say no more if you're listening. So that there's a dedicated staff ESG program. Can you speak to how many individuals run the ESG program?
Sure. With the ESG under federal programs, I believe we have maybe 1 or 2 individuals committed to it internally.
And can you speak to any assessment that has been done to find out the effectiveness of the ESG program where we can evaluate as the senators?
To my limited knowledge, I do not believe an assessment was done of the program, but I will yield to Ms. Shelford if one has
1 minute.
showed up.
Good afternoon, Senator. You're asking about an assessment to the program?
Yes, to find out the effectiveness of it and how we can improve in areas.
Yes, we continually meet for the ESG program. We also meet, we have technical assistance from HUD as we try to make sure we're in compliance. We're doing everything that we can do to assist the people of the Virgin Islands based on what the funding is was obligated for. So based on our grant awards, we do meet with them.
And can you place on the record how much funding goes towards the ESG program? Because I know the intent of the program is for the implementation of the ESG program and implementation of policies to reduce homelessness and increase services available to persons who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. So one of the key things they mentioned is the development of policies. And I know most of the time in government, we always say we need funding. So can you speak to the funding that you do receive, the total amount?
Yeah, this funding, and this is one of our grants that we don't receive a lot of funding. So we get like $150,000 annually from HUD for the ESG.
And I'm not sure if my time was covered, Mr. Chair. I really want to clarify this before I end.
Please.
If you're saying that we're not receiving a lot of funding, then it goes back to my question of the importance of having an assessment being done to find out how we can advocate for more funding and improve the program, especially knowing that we're working with a limited amount, to place that focus on there for helping individuals, specifically those who are homeless in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
We also received some coronavirus funds for ESG, and it was for $2.2 million. So we have already started work preparing for the programs. We have started with some recipients, and we are also working on using that fund that were awarded to us towards homelessness.
And last question, somebody could have placed on the record what is going on with the home ownership program in Williams, like how is that coming along, and how many applicants have been benefiting from that ever since 2020, 2021, leading up to this year? Anyone?
Mr. Richardson, can you take that?
Yes, Senator, can you repeat your question, please?
Yes, I'm asking my question specifically for the home ownership program in Williams. I want to know how many applicants were able to benefit from this program. How have we been proceeding with the community outreach to get individuals involved specifically for the Williams home ownership program?
Senator, I'm glad you asked that question, because I have that as well, because similar to, I have a response for Senator Sarah on her question that she asked earlier, but the authority accommodated the William Delight Housing Authority clients. The only thing we were required to do with them, they actually came and took the home buyers education class. That's the only thing that was required through the Housing Finance Authority. Everything else was handled by Housing Authority.
I don't want to abuse my time. I can ask questions, but I will end right there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You could have completed your thought, Senator. You could have completed your thought.
Okay, so the only obligation that the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has is to put them through the classes. What I would like to see is, and I don't want you to discuss it on the floor, but at a later time, if you could just, through the chairs, send that information to us, how many individuals from the Williams housing community or individuals who are interested in the home ownership program in Williams who came to that program, passed the program, and they are being helped.
Senator James.
Okay, I can get it, Senator.
Excuse me, Senator James, the Housing Authority is still on the line, They could have responded to your question. I think Ms. Pell is still there. I'm seeing her up there, I think.
Yeah, we all are still here, Senator Blyden.
Can you
Ms.
respond to the
Pell will
question?
address that question.
We
can provide the additional details for you.
Yes, we can. Hi, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So of the 106 households that we have occupied, and you're asking from 2020, so we have 16 homes that were sold, and 2 of those families are in process currently for closing on their homes. 15 families have completed the required home buyer class. That's held by the Housing Finance Authority. 55 of the families have submitted their letters of intent to purchase. 27 of those are enrolling in the online home buyer education course to be taken and completed based on our last update was the February 17th class. 31 of the families, which we discussed earlier in the testimony, the 30 families, but it's actually 31 families, have not submitted a letter of interest. 1 family is not in good standing, and we have 1 family that we are working with to identify a category of their status that's still outstanding, because we haven't been able to contact that individual.
Thank you. so much. To you,
To the
Opel.
chair.
Proceed.
To the chair, to Senator Sorrow. I do have some fiscal year numbers for fiscal year 19, 20, and 21. There were 694 participants in the homebuyer education class, both in online and through eHome America, of which 312 received certificates. And just to note as well, sometimes the bank require their clients, some of their clients, to come through our homebuyer education class. VIHA require their clients to come to our class. Also, USDA require their clients, even though they're not funded by the authority, to come through our class. And I would like, in the same span of time, we have closed on 26 loans at the authority in turnkey home and land.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I have a point of inquiry from Senator DeGraff, but before you go there, Senator DeGraff, I just want to announce that VIA said they have to come offline. They have other engagement. They were in block 1, we are in block 2, so your release, VIA, and thank you so much for staying with us all day. Senator DeGraff, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Derima, I know I had you here waiting a while, but I had a question for you. You mentioned in your testimony about the day shelter, transitional housing, and needing of a vehicle for your wish list. Could you elaborate on what population, what amount of people you serve with the daycare, the day shelter, transitional housing, or what's your projections in terms of that? Where you gonna get the funding from, and what you're looking at?
Irma Chase, Executive Director, Methodist Training and Outreach, meeting the needs of our community. Our projection for the day shelter is approximately 75 people a day. And that projection came from the number of persons around the community that we're at. We have the gut next behind of our agency that we serve that population as well. We have the population that comes from the Emancipation Garden, and we have the population that dwells under the bungalow of the Market Square, which is a sore eye for us daily. So that would be 75 persons per day. In terms of the transitional housing, that would be combined numbers from all agencies that we receive referrals from. So that can be anywhere from maybe 35 persons. The building that we're hoping to get for the transitional home that we've been looking at can definitely house at least 35 persons. And of course, the transitional program is anyway between 18 to 24 months.
And funding, finally.
Funding is always such a big thing. For the day shelter, we've made a proposal to VI Housing Finance Authority through the CDBG DR funding. We're hoping that that would be successful. Once we can locate a building for the transitional program, again, we would be looking for funding through VI Housing Finance Authority, being that they are the main funding source right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. The committee will take a 2-minute recess for the changing of the stenographer. You good? Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. He's good to go. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for yours. Senator Whitaker, 1 moment, please. Point of inquiry, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not really a point of inquiry, it's a point of information. Because if you have 694 in the class, 312 received certificates, 26 loans offered, that's 0.083 of the total amount of people that have actually gone through this. And I don't like the approach of VIHFA where this is our box and we're going to stay in this box. Housing Finance Authority, there's a broad scope. I looked at the code and I looked at their mission statement, it's a broad scope. If they are seeing that they have 312 certificates, only 26 loans given, where is the conversation to say, hey, between them, the board, and say we need to probably bring in banking and insurance. We need to bring in some reps from the Lieutenant Governor's office and say, how can we collectively come up with something to address the overarching issue of home ownership? But the responses today, and that's me being as diplomatic as I could be, because I have a little hot head at times. The responses today cannot suffice. That's the Lieutenant Governor's office issue. That's this person issue. If we are seeing an issue, bring the stakeholders to the table and say, how do we move from 26 loans to 150 something? That would actually, 156, that would actually be half of your 312 of those who receive certificates. The attitude, the culture and the attitude at the VIHFA has to change, where those who testify before us, they have to sound eager about home ownership, wanting to push the whole idea of people having their own. And that attitude is absent in today's discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. And in the hearing Friday, I spoke to empathy and thinking outside the box. That's why I told the acting director, Clint Dinning, that I liked what I'd heard in terms of the pathway forward, because you're correct in your statement. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you, Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to staff. Good afternoon to the listening viewing audience. Good afternoon to our testifiers. Interim Director Clendenin, I want to first on the outset say that I really, from our initial communication, it's a breath of fresh air. I tracked back months ago. I reached out about ESG, CDBG, BR, mitigation, list goes on. And certainly as we're driving home first time home buyers program, I want to start off from the onset. Interim Director Clendenin, has the Housing Finance Authority Board met to promulgate the rules for the program? And if not, is there even a process being started in order for the rules to be promulgated for the program?
I'm sorry, Senator, just for clarification, which program are we speaking to? The
first time home buyers.
So the first time home buyers program under the CDBG-DR?
No, under the recent legislation, as you asked to testify today.
Okay, let me have Mr. Richardson come up, but I think as we spoke before, we are rather in the process of just finalizing the policies and procedures for that one. But if I could have Mr. Richardson come up, turn his camera on.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for your question. The rules for the Virgin Islands First Time Home Buyer Program Act, which appropriated $4 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund to the Homestead and Home Loan Fund, which is an existing program, has been the rules have been in place. They're waiting some minor tweaks to the program for the actual funding and some of the limitation on what was described in the law. We should be ready to roll everything out within 3 weeks.
So through the chair, I request the rules and of course this is pursuant to, for the public's knowledge, again, we're talking about Act 8465, and I've asked about the rules. It's good that it's for several months now, but it's good to know that we are moving forward with that. And what about the public commentary period? Would the public have an opportunity to participate in the rules process? You guys promulgate the rules, the board and the
Senator, as stated earlier, this is part of an existing program already. The only thing we need to do
I hear you. I understand what I clearly know it's already existing program. You legislated 4 million towards a program to also require that you all update the rules. And what I'm saying is, what is the level of public participation in the rules? As you promulgate the rules and share it with the public, how can the public also be in on the current rules?
We'll make the rules public as far as it is, but the rules follow the law. And that's basically what the rules are.
Thank you for that. And I just encourage more effort in terms of the board reaching out to the public and getting public commentary. I know for the CBGDR and mitigation plans and other federal plans, you are mandated by federal law to do that. And while there was not a full mandate for this act, it's by way of just transparency for the individuals who would like to give input. I move on now to the ESG, and I did reach out a number of months ago as well. Of course, I copied you at that time, Term Director Clendenin, on the specific concerns over the application process, or even some of the essential understanding of how one, not the application process, but on real, I would say, advertising and clear information about the program. How do you currently advertise the availability of these funds to providers as well as potential providers?
Sure, Senator, and I will let Ms. Harrigan speak to that. But I just want to put on the record, one of the things I recognized early on is that at VIHFA, we do need to do a better job of communicating to the public in terms of the availability of the resources, funding, etc., that we have, that the public can indeed apply for, etc. So we're really shifting our focus to get that information out there. I do hear, hey, I didn't know about this program, I wasn't aware, etc. But I want Ms. Harrigan up and just talk about some of the outreach activities they do to get that information out where this ESG is concerned. Ms. Harrigan?
Yes, Brenda Harrigan Walwin, Emergency Solutions Grant Coordinator. We have, well, as we've been saying, some of us have been saying today, there's always room for improvement. But we've used various methods to inform the community and organizations about funding, and we've done that through the newspapers. Ads have been published in the newspapers. We also share information through our monthly COC meetings and any other meetings that we have where all the agencies are invited and they participate. We share that information as well that way.
I would just encourage it to be a lot more robust and to remove some of the barriers. There are a lot of barriers to our organizations being able to access the funds. I'm happy to see a number of organizations. Of course, I also highlight particular 10,000 helpers, which I do, and like that it was incorporated into the testimony, because there were times when I did not see them incorporated among the other organizations that typically get funds. It's remove some of those barriers, and I think we have to work harder at that. The barriers to going through the program for first home owners, and the barriers for nonprofits. Interim Director Clendenin, have you ever thought about involving some of these nonprofits to assist you with the program and the rental assistance, even help working with these organizations to market the program? Those who have received benefits, have you thought about even involving nonprofits to help with the application process? You're muted.
Thank you. I said a whole speech. Senator, thinking at this point, this juncture is just to get these payments out the door. And with that, I believe early on in the ERA process, and of course I have Ms. Valdez Shelford here who could speak to it as well. Early on, did use the nonprofits as intake centers, etc. That may have been one while a very good idea, it was still improvement there, where we could have perhaps received more completed applications, just better application. At this juncture, not necessarily looking at nonprofits, I'm just looking to get it done, and that's by way issuance of that RFP I spoke about on Friday's testimony, to actually source it out, just get somebody in here to get them paid.
And even what about students? I remember back in my law school days where what we did to help with the tax tax process and annual filings, they recruited students to actually assist. Have you thought about engaging University of Virgin Islands with any students?
Sure, but at this point, that would be helpful, but at this point too, there needs to be no learning curve in terms of the rules and what applies and all the questions we are finding when individuals, does this qualify? Does this make sense? Kind of need some experts to get in now to provide some immediate relief. So that's kind of the direction in which I'm headed.
Thank you for that. To Miss Shillingford, the question I have for Catholic charities, and it really talks about, we've had this conversation before about subgranting, and is that something that you're still not, you still hold the position that you won't be subgranted to any smaller groups for some of the programs to work with Catholic charities? We had this conversation last year, basically providing funds to other organizations who did not get the, because Catholic Charities consistently gets large sums of money to facilitate homelessness, right? In terms of the large share, actually not large so much, the lion's share of the monies, and those who don't receive it. Have you still hold a position where you cannot subgrant to organizations that have not been successful with CDBG?
Senator, we are always willing to work with any of the other organizations. The only problem is the agreement that we have with our grantors. If they allow us to subgrant, we'll be willing to do it. But we are always, as I said, always willing to work with any of the smaller agencies. The problem is that sometimes smaller agencies don't really want to work. Everybody wants to be on their own and they don't really want to work with us. But we are willing to work with any agency that's willing to work with us, if our grantors will allow it.
Thank you. And my time was called, Chairman. Can I close out?
Please proceed.
Thank you. And just to close out, so back to Interim Director Clendenin, that's a clarion call there. How can we look to address that? You're granting the funds both federally, of course, locally. How can we do that so that we can support? There are very hardworking organizations, grassroots, smaller, who don't get the CDBG monies. They are definitely helping with our homeless population, and they work tirelessly, actually, and sometimes on bare threads. And they're just, I've seen this in firsthand. I've engaged them firsthand and watched and witnessed some of these organizations just needing some funds to help do the work that they are doing.
Senator, what I do believe I can do as serving as interim is really have a discussion with these entities, just to kind of understand what they need in conjunction with my team, and then we can see what's available for them, other ways that they can help, or we can help them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Point of inquiry, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interim Director Clendenin, when the residents first moved into Grandview on Amali Terrace, it was promised that at some point they'll be able to achieve home ownership there. Can you can you tell me where you are on that process of meeting that promise? You're on mute.
I said 20 things. I'm going to ask Mr. Richardson, who may have more historical knowledge, to go ahead and respond.
Sure, and it's Bellevue and Loveland. It's Bellevue and Loveland.
through the chair to Senator Soro. I have limited knowledge on that issue that was primarily being taken care of by the former executive director. What I can tell you is that discussions were started with the owner of the property. At that time, I would say maybe about a year ago, with Senator Blyden was part of those discussions, and I am not sure where that is at this point. I was not privy to some closing conversations in the last maybe 6 months, so that's something that we can get back to you through Interim Director Clendening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Soro.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator James.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. My point of inquiry is regarding the testimony, I think is for, what do you call it here? Miss Andrea Schillingford, Executive Director of Catholic Charities. In the testimony, you mentioned that there's a total of 716 individuals who receive assistance to the programs. And I wanted to know, can you break that down by district? Do you have that data available? And once you break that down by district, I want to know, how are we getting these individuals to get back to work, or relocating them with their family if we need to pay the money to have them go back to another part of the world to ease the burden of the Virgin Islands government? Can you provide that information to me?
I could provide that information to you, Senator. I don't have it on hand right now. I can get it to you later. But that information is available, and the 716 is unduplicated. That's, as you know, with our programs, we serve everybody, like most of the clients in several different programs. So the 716, as I said, is unduplicated. I will get that information to you. We work with we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 case managers who work with the clients on a daily basis. We may have some of them who need, many of them, what we have found right now is that especially after the storms, a lot of them have lost their IDs. They have lost their social security cards. They don't have a birth paper. So our case managers work with them to ensure that they get all, they receive all the documents that they need. And we are working, we've developed a relationship with BMV, so we are working now with a lot of the clients to get the real ID. Many of them don't have the funding to pay for it, so we pay for the real ID. As to the individuals who come here and we need to get them back to the mainland, sometimes if we have funding, if funding is available, we will give them a ticket once we have somebody on the other end who's willing to receive them, but we will not give somebody a ticket to go back, just get on the airline and travel back to the United States. We would not do that. We would have to ensure that there is somebody on the other end who is willing to receive them. And as to job, we do some job training through our case managers. We do some job trainings, and we also try to find individuals like companies who are willing to employ some of the clients.
Thank you for providing that information. And my last question to you is regarding military veterans. Do we have military veterans who come to you to provide, and you provide the necessary services to them? And if so, do you contact or have any communication with any veterans agency or military programs that can be able to assist them and get them back on the right path if they want to?
Okay, Senator, as I said earlier on, if MTOC is dealing with one population, we try not to touch that program. Right now, MTOC deals with they have the veterans program. So if any veteran comes to our door, we quickly refer them to MTOC.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. I did not hear when you mentioned that earlier. So congratulations, and thank you for all that you do for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands and even those who are visiting and end up being stuck here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator James. I would like to follow up on the low-income housing tax credit financing. Those properties that qualify under that program, we have been in talks for over a year in respect to, in particular, Loveland and Bellevue in St. John, in those individuals purchasing those homes, and Bellevue being a pilot community in that respect. Before the last director left, we were able to acquire the appraisal, which took over a year, until my staff got involved and we assured that we got the appraisal. They were meeting with the Lieutenant Governor's office in terms of some tax issues, and also they were dealing with other negotiations when it come to the home ownership portion for those residents. I know since the director left, there have been some other inquiries and some other moving parts with some other individuals in terms of not only having those two communities as home ownership for the residents who have been there for 15 plus years, but all the other tax credit properties in respect to them owning their unit. So there's ongoing talks, and at the appropriate time, the information will come forth in terms of solutions moving forward. But nonetheless, I too want to thank all of the non-for-profit organizations that have been on the front line in terms of homelessness and assisting those individuals in their time of needs. Also, I want to thank the Housing Authority and the Housing Finance Authority for doing their part despite their shortfalls in respect to the people here in the territory. Director Griffith and Acting Director Clendenin, the VIHFA has a lot on them. You have a lot on your plate. And I know since not only the hurricane, but COVID-19, you have acquired many, many more responsibility that was not part of your portfolio. And of course, Friday we spoke to the challenges you have in recruiting individuals for many of those positions. And I know myself and many of my colleagues have received calls and resumes from individuals who qualify and wants to work. And I'm sure moving forward, you will be receiving some of those resumes. I know I told you I wanted to speak to you offline in respect to several conversations that I have had in the past in terms of assisting the agency. And I look forward to that follow-up meeting. And I must say that I hope next time you guys come in person, so you don't have all the hiccups we had today. It's a more smoother transition, and we are more engaged in the conversation. I also want to add that the staff at the VIHFA, they are hardworking, but like I stated, some need to have more empathy, and have that mindset, as my colleagues said, have that passion when it comes to, what their role and responsibility is, their main role, which is unlocking the doors to home ownership for the folks here in the territory. It's important, and you must have that empathy. That's part of it. Because no matter how much experience you have, no matter how good you are at your job, if you don't have that empathy, we're just spinning wheels, we're wasting our time. And that's a fact. As you stated, you think outside the box, you're being creative because apparently what we are doing is not working, so you must try something different. I know when it comes to Catholic Charities and Methodist Outreach and all those other non-for-profit agencies and organizations, I rallied and pushed for them to be part of that program after I read the guidelines from HUD in respect to assistance, because I know you're overwhelmed. You should be, because you get a lot of responsibility that you were not signed up for or were not part of your portfolio. So it only made sense to get assistance from those who are already doing it. But it was a challenge. It took some time before they actually onboarded those individuals. And this is what I'm talking about. It's not about me, it's not about my colleagues, it's about the people of the Virgin Islands. And that's all I care about, period. All the other stuff in between really don't matter to me. And we must do what needs to be done in order to accomplish the mission and the goal in terms of whatever the agenda is. I'm going to do a quick rapid round. If any of my colleagues have any other questions. I see Senator James, you're still there. Did you have any burning question? I'll give you 3 minutes. You recognize for 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Blyden. I see here for Ms. Shillingford's testimony, it was made mention that as of today, there have been 200 applications submitted, and he also mentioned that some landlords have already been paid. Do you have the total amount to how many landlords have been paid?
No, I don't, Senator. I guess that's something else I can get from VIHFA.
VIHFA, I think, is here online still. Can you provide that information to us?
Sure, Senator.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Shelford. Go ahead.
So, as we continually process applications, as of Friday, 244 applications have been paid. We have 160 on St. Thomas and 84. So the landlords were paid 84 for St. Croix.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And for those that have,
thank you.
You have those individuals who have been denied. You have individuals who were denied. And if so, how did you handle cases?
Anyone that have been denied we were sent letters to them, letting them know. Some people were unresponsive, were not supplying us with information. They had 30 days, 60 days to supply information, and we let them, if they were denied, some might be ineligible because of the income limit. And so, or it was not COVID, mainly not COVID related. So if they're not COVID related, they could not be a part of this program.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up, because I know recently I had sent hearing, and I think the VI consortium put up an article and some people was in an uproar. But these things do have requirements in order to receive them. I'm happy to know that things are going forward when it comes to the emergency rental assistance program. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All I have to say is, when it comes to, I think it's right there in Strawberry or Barnes area, I can't remember. It was a housing community project, I think, for some affordable homes, and it's a very nice location. How many of those projects are we expected to see in both districts, St. Croix and St. Thomas, anytime soon, or is it going to be later on? Anytime soon? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Right there in Barron Spot area?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. That's the Meadows Bonnis branch you're talking about, right on the other side of Strawberry?
Yes.
Yes. So we have on St. Croix Bonnis branch community, which we'll be moving toward a phase 3 in that community. We're also doing homes in Mount Pleasant West, across Mount Pleasant West. We also have an application in to do some homes out in Estate Solitude. And then we have some property further down. I'm not sure in the next few years, we're going to propose a project to be done in Jealousy. On St. Thomas, continue to build homes in Whispering Hills, in St. Thomas and Estate Dunu. Also, Estate Nazareth, we're putting a subdivision plan together for Estate Nazareth. And on the west side of the island, it will be in Estate Fortuna. We're looking at a 56 home community there as well. On the island of St. John, we are in the process of potentially using some of our ARPA funds to look at the development at Estate Emias and Bethany in St. John.
Thank you for providing that information, and that information can be found online?
not for every community, but it all will be in our 3-year action plan that we're gonna put online as soon as it's approved by the legislature. And just for your knowledge, when you spoke earlier, you were speaking of the 5-year consolidated plan. We also have a 3-year housing plan that gets submitted to the legislature as well. So I apologize in the misunderstanding of your question. I was referring to the 3-year housing plan and not the 5-year consolidated plan.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence, and thank you for a well meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Let me ask a couple of questions before I go to Senator Payne, and then we're going to wrap up. Acting Director Clendenin, I know you just got there, some CEO Richardson might have to respond. The ERA program, let me ask you a few questions, because I know a couple of supervisors quit, etc. And I was told folks are quitting because it's temporary. So are we doing any cross-training or anything like that, whereas, people have an opportunity to go in other areas of the department, of the agency, I'm sorry?
Sure. Actually, we are cross-training, but what we're cross-training for, because ERAP is of the utmost importance to us, we've recently cross-trained some of our permanent employees to assist with that. We've had other folks within ERAP that have applied to some of our permanent jobs. This is a temporary program. It is temporary, but there are opportunities within VIHFA or the CDBGDR program that they can apply to, which goes back to my point, however, of maybe sourcing this out as opposed to keeping it internally, just because of so many of the personnel changes and some of the other challenges we're experiencing.
Okay, how many employees do you have in the ERAP program? Do you know?
I believe the ERAP program at this time, I want to say about 5.
Okay.
5 persons.
Okay, very well. Now, let me ask.
Right, and we've cross-trained. I think the Shelford wanted to say we've cross-trained and added another 5 to help with the ERAP program as well.
Okay, very well. Let me ask, in respect to Whispering Hill, are we having any issues with closing? What's going on with Whispering Hill?
Mr. Richardson, do you want to speak to Whispering Hills?
Yes, Senator, just so that you could know, Whispering Hills, we're proceeding with an RFP for, as the testimony stated, for another 8 homes in Whispering Hills. One of the things that we had as well has been the last time we put out an RFP, we had the respondent, we had one respondent that was deemed non-respondent due to the fact that he missed some paperwork turning in. However, one of the things that we're looking at in the territory itself, before we literally averaged about $165 to $175 a square foot. That one bid that were rejected, I'll just let you know, that was at $354 a square foot. So there's a lot of things going on. There's a carousel going on with, just required, in that instance, required paperwork. But we're also taking a hard look at the prices that we're getting for some of these communities.
$354 a square foot?
Yes, that's on St. Thomas, and I'll just let you know that I met with someone at St. Croix with a proposal as well, and in St. Croix, we're talking St. Croix, where they were doing slab and grade construction. They had public water, public sewer going to the property, and they wanted $409 a square foot on St. Croix.
Wow. Cost of construction these days is expensive, very expensive. The Acting Director Clendenin, I know I spoke to you and we spoke several times since you've been on board in respect to the affordable housing plan and the importance of the plan being submitted, because we have 2 communities in St. Croix that's going to be affected as a result of the plan not being submitted. I know you told me that the board is supposed to meet tomorrow, I believe, the board. And I would
That's correct.
And I would like to see that plan before session so we can I can bring it forward. Session is on the 24th, so it's critical that, you know, which I know they understand the importance of the passing a plan, so it needs to be done expeditiously, okay?
Correct, Senator. So it's on our agenda for tomorrow. We anticipate no hiccups with it, and we will notify you right thereafter.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Payne, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. I do apologize, but I had to deal with a family emergency at the hospital, but I'm returning for a few minutes before I head back up. I really didn't want to miss this block. I think this is something very important to the entire territory. Interim Director Clendenin, how are you? You good? You there?
I'm good, thanks. Yourself?
Okay, good. Earlier, Director Graham indicated in his testimony that he had about 486 or 481 individuals that were behind in their rent in the housing community, and he said 66 persons had applied for emergency rental assistance, and only 5 have been awarded. And Mr. Farmer indicated that they could utilize the housing communities. They could utilize pop-up testing or pop-up sites where persons could go from your agency, could go in the housing communities and meet with individuals in their community centers. Is anything like that being done to assist the persons who live in our housing communities who need to apply for ERAP funds? You're on mute, ma'am. Director, you're on mute.
Thank you so much. Not at this time, Senator, but because we do have the funding, I do anticipate that second round in terms of doing more of an aggressive campaign push, if we will, for people to come and apply. The focus today, the priority today is really to get those applications that are in, a determination, a decision, and then, of course, payment made.
Okay, so you are in the process of attempting to streamline your approval process.
Correct. We have streamlined it considerably, but there is still more work to do, and I really want to keep the focus and the attention of the staff on getting that done and improving those processes.
Okay, and are we at risk of losing any of the ERAP funds due to slow spending anytime in the future?
To my knowledge, not at this time.
I mean, or what about in the future, in the next couple of months or the next couple of...
No, Senator, we believe, no, no. I'm going to say no.
Okay.
We will get these applications processed and out the door, a determination made one way or the other.
Okay. And does your agency have the workforce and technology to accomplish this task in short order? Or does your agency need assistance?
Absolutely. It's why we issued an RFP, because I recognize we cannot just rely on human capacity, human capital. We have to bring technology in place to help us.
Okay, and the RFP that you issued, when do you expect that contract to be awarded?
In very short order. I know the RFPs due back this week, actually, and we're looking for a really quick turnaround time, as well as exploring many other options available to us to get these applications processed.
Okay. And since I have you here at this time, well, you mentioned in your testimony that the Housing Finance Authority built several housing development projects in St. Croix, several in St. Thomas, but only one Calabash Bond St. John since its inception in 1981. Are there any plans to build any additional homes on St. John?
And I'll let Mr. Richardson speak in detail on that. I know our concern on St. John is the availability of land for us. I think we've had some inquiries about it, but land is the issue. Mr. Richardson, do you want to speak to that? Let's talk about the 2 properties we own, where they are, how difficult it is perhaps to develop those sites.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, we have 2 sites that we own in St. John. That's out in Estate Emmaus, and we have Estate Bethany as well, coming out of Cruz Bay. I'm sure you're well aware of both sites. So through the ARPA funds, the governor asked for us to propose some projects, and I did propose some funding for the pre-development costs that's allowable under the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. And I'm waiting to hear back from that. But besides that, which is 2, I think both properties about 2 acres, a little over 2 acres. We made aware of our ideal position in trying to acquire property in St. John, which I know is a hard sell. I know the administration and have been reaching out to landowners, and I've also had a cold call from a landowner and waiting to get back some information from him. We've been in constant contact, and we're waiting to see if, somehow we be able to purchase some additional plots of land in St. John.
Have you all reached out to any of the residents, local residents, to try to ascertain if they have property that they're willing to sell to your agency?
Yes, I even made a semi-public plea at the town hall that the governor had in St. John a few weeks ago. So, we're putting a word out that we're looking for land, or willing to assist or work along with any other landowner over there to find a creative way in which we could assist in developing land on St. John.
Okay, well, I'll have some of my staff reach out to you so we can schedule a meeting with some individuals and some landowners who are more than willing to assist you all in that endeavor. But it has to be for homes.
We'd be glad.
It has to be for homes, though.
Yes.
All right.
So we are aware of that. We welcome it.
Okay. I'm good. Yeah. Interim Director, coupled with and in part because of the lack of affordable housing on St. John, Love City is also facing a serious homelessness crisis. But I didn't see you mention any of that in your testimony. Can you explain?
I'm sorry, Senator, if you could repeat the question for me.
Okay, coupled with and in part because of the lack of affordable housing on St. John, Love City is also facing a serious homelessness crisis. But I didn't see any mention of St. John in your testimony, in your Block 2 testimony. Can you please explain?
Sure, and I do want to ask Ms. Brenda Harrigan-Walwin, who really deals with that population in terms of our federal funds, if there are any initiatives for the island of St. John. Ms. Harrigan-Walwin?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. We have a couple of organizations who we collaborate with that do work on St. John, and that's Catholic Charities. St. John Community Foundation was a major partner. They've gone through some changes, and so I think they're restructuring, and we hope that they will be, back again participating in the process so that we can collaborate. But basically, I know that Catholic Charities, and if Ms. Shillingford is there, she can probably elaborate some on that they have applied for funds to do emergency sheltering and probably looking at ways that they can also bring transitional housing and.
Yeah, she's frozen. I was telling you something. I was telling you something.
Wow. Okay. Lastly, one more. Interim director. The USVI envision
To
tomorrow
come over
housing.
to St. Thomas to get certain services and housing, right? I'm not aware of any other specific projects. I don't know if Mr. Richardson has some has any information on that, but I'm not aware of any projects other than what I mentioned, which is shelter.
Yes, Senator, we don't have any that I know of, any other homeless programs, but I know there's been some money set aside through the CDBG-DR funding for homeless programs in the territory.
Okay, and lastly, interim director, the USVI envision tomorrow housing program continues to have significant funding. However, the overall impact on the territory has been less than what we actually expected. What vendor has been selected to assist the territory with the envision, and what key performance measures are they being rated by, and how would you rate their performance? Thank you for the leniency, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time as well.
No problem.
Senator, we too certainly are not in a good space where Envision is concerned. There is, and I agree, a lot of work to be done, but we have a great team. We have done an assessment of this program to give us some more information as to what we're doing well, where the areas and opportunities for improvement. I do want to ask Ms. Ann Hanley, who is the CDBG-DR Director of Programs, to explain a bit. We've recently contracted Person Service Corporation. They are the construction contractors that will begin to do an initial 50 homes. So we're looking forward to that. We built the contract differently this go round, where we're looking for more deliverables, and that's how they will be paid. But I do want Ms. Hanley to expound upon it a bit. Ms. Hanley?
Good afternoon, Senator. As Ms. Clendenin mentioned, we did do the contract associated with Person Services Group a lot differently than the contracts were previously. The contracts for Person Services is based on construction activities. Payment would only be made to the contractor based on progress complete. And those payment triggers are 25% complete, 50, 75, and 100%, which is for closeout. We are in the process of looking at a RFP for construction services to augment our staff as well, and those are deliverable based key performance indicators that are built into that RFP as well. So the contractor will only be paid based on acceptable quality of work that has been given to the authority. So that's the manner in which we will be making payments.
Thank you so much for your responses. Before we close out, let me just ask you, Acting Director Clendenin, you spoke to outsourcing the EVA program. If it's going to be outsourced, I believe it needs to be outsourced to those that's already doing the work, the non-for-profit, like Catholic Charities, Methodist Outreach, and others. I believe if you're going to outsource anything, it needs to go to them because they're already doing the work, they know what they're doing, and besides, it makes sense. Because we're talking about time, we're talking about streamlining processes, they're already doing it, so it don't make no sense to reinvent the wheel. That's my recommendation and suggestion. Acting Director?
I appreciate the recommendation, Senator. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I believe I want to thank everyone for being here all day with us. I believe it was a productive meeting. I believe some takeaways are that we be creative and think outside of the box, communicate more, and have more empathy, especially when you're working in this area and dealing with these type of situations. I believe that we have learned a little bit more and gained more information in terms of the first-time homeowners program and all other programs that carried out by the agency and not-for-profit organizations. I want to thank staff, central staff, security, stenographers, media, everyone involved, journals, for being here with us today and working on behalf of the people. And most importantly, I want to thank my staff for all of their hard work. Usually when you're so into it, you forget your staff. I want to thank you guys for what you continue to do on behalf of the people of Virgin Islands. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby adjourned.